Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, May 21st. I'd like to wish my mother a happy birthday. To my mother, happy birthday, Mom. You're in the Committee on House and Government Affairs. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Boyer?
Here.
Here. Representative Billings? Here. Representative Boyd? Here. Representative Carter? Here. Representative Farnham? Here. Representative Gadberry? Here. Speaker Pro Tem Johnson? Here. Representative Larverdane? Here. Vice Chair Lyons? Here. Representative Marcel? Here. Representative McMakin? Here. Representative Newell? Here. Representative Shammerhorn? Here. Representative Thomas? Here. Representative Walters? Here. Representative Wright? Here. Representative Weibel? Here. We have 17 present and a quorum.
We have a full committee this morning, so thank you all members. All right, audience and everyone else, if you have a cell phone, we ask you to please turn it off or to put it on silent. If you have a call that you need to take, we ask you to please step out of the room to take that call, to try and keep decorum. Just a reminder, there are no video recordings or pictures. We have everything broadcasted for that reason. The only folks who are video and whatnot are those people from the media, and sometimes they do take pictures with their cell phone, so don't be alarmed if it's a media person taking pictures with it. Witness cards, we have witness cards on the table. Green cards are in support, red cards information, white cards are for information, blue cards are with you with one of the agencies. If you are in one of our overflow rooms and listening, we do have sergeant at arms in each of the overflow rooms. They're going to gather those cards from you and bring them to us. We're doing our best to try and keep them in the order in which we receive them for those witness cards. And look, we all recognize this morning that we have a sensitive bill that we're all hearing. This committee has done a good job over the last couple of years of being respectful to witnesses, and I have no doubt that we're going to continue that this morning. We ask that the witnesses treat our committee members with that same respect as well. Refrain from any kind of cheering or booing or anything like that. It takes away from whoever's testifying or from any of our committee members who are asking questions. So it's all part of the decorum that we try and keep in the House. So I appreciate everyone's assistance with that. I think I've hit about everything, so we're going to go ahead and get started this morning with our lone item on our agenda, which is, yes, ma'am? The feed should be live. It should be live. Are you not seeing that is?
Yes, it is that on computer screens, the screen is black.
Okay, we'll pause for a second and make sure we can get that, and I'll take a look on my iPad real quick, see if I can see it. It might be that person's, their signal as well, but let's make sure before we get started. All right, we've confirmed that it is working, so thank you. All right, with no further ado, we have Senate Bill 121 by Senator Jay Morris. Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 121 by Senator Jay Morris provides for the redistricting of Louisiana congressional districts.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Senator Morris, on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I bring to you Senate Bill 121, now in its re-engrossed form, which is quite similar to the original bill that was filed. The question was often asked, and I think it's been clearly answered, why are we here? According to the court in the Calais versus Louisiana case, quote, the map is an unconstitutional gerrymander and its use would violate plaintiffs' constitutional rights, close quote. In addition, the lower court ruled and this was affirmed by the Supreme Court, that the state of Louisiana is prohibited from using SB 8's map of the congressional districts for any election. So we cannot have an election on the maps that were passed in 2024. The Calais decision was based on the 14th Amendment, and the Supreme Court has been clear. So we know what we can't do, right? We can't redistrict based upon race, and we should disregard it in furtherance of a colorblind map. But what can we do? We can draw districts for partisan advantage. The court in Calais reaffirmed the decision in Rucco versus Common Cause, which stated, and which was affirmed in Calais, and the quote from Calais relating to the Rucco case was, the upshot of Rucco, as far as federal law is concerned, a state legislature may use partisan advantage as a factor in redistricting. We can also, and that means we can also protect current Republican incumbents if we choose to do so. In order to ensure the safety of our Republican seats for our incumbents, we can create a performing Democratic district that draws in as many Democrats as possible. We can also put together districts which have a community of interest, and this map does that as well. We can put together districts that retain existing cores, often referred to in redistricting circles as core retention, which this does. We must make them contiguous, which this map does. And of course, we must make them equal in population under the one person, one vote rule. This map before you, which is the re-engrossed version of Senate Bill 121, complies with all these principles. It's noteworthy that the court in Calais tacitly approved a version very similar to this, that being the 2022 maps that we passed. As stated in Calais, quote, correctly understood, Section 2 does not impose liability at odds with the Constitution, and the lower courts, continue, quote, should not have imposed liability on Louisiana for its 2022 map. So the Calais decision said they made a mistake saying our 2022 map needed to be redone. So we started with the map that's been given language of approval by the United States Supreme Court. And the map before you is very similar with a few tweaks here and there. As you can see from the re-engrossed map, it changes a few little things from the original bill. It eliminates the coastal portion of the District 6 and creates, rather than 3 districts with coastal boundaries, but rather simply 2. It changes a little bit of where the 5th goes. It puts more of the 5th in Point Capee, and it splits St. Landry up more than it did before. But it retains the core 6 districts that were passed in 2022. It's also noteworthy that the maps of 2022, which have been tacitly approved, also were based on the maps created in 2021. 2011, forgive me. House Bill 6 of the first extraordinary session in 2021, Act 2, created this map. And I'll hand out some copies. You can look at it on your computer from the first extraordinary session of 2011. And I'll offer this into the record and pass out copies, which that map on the computer is black and white, so I colored it in so you could see more clearly all the districts. But if you look at it, you can see that it's quite similar to the map before you now. Perhaps even more similar than the 2022 maps. Why is that relevant of this 2021 map, this 2011 map? This was pre-cleared by the Justice Department of President Obama as being an appropriate map. And so what we have now is a continuation of those maps in a very similar form that were pre-cleared by the United States Justice Department. The map before you respects historic cores, is contiguous, it protects Republican incumbents, the districts have a community of interest, they're equal in population, and it complies with the Calais decision. And with that, I will entertain questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Morris. A question, Speaker Pro Tem Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Senator Morris, how are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm going to try to take you down this long path that has brought us to where we are today. Now, you're an attorney, is that right?
That is correct.
And you've been in the legislature now for how many years?
15 or so.
Yeah. And in preparation for presentation of your bill, I know you've testified in a lengthy Senate committee and on the Senate floor. So you've got a good grasp of the historical side of what we've dealt with in the past as far as the maps. Have you not?
I think I'm reasonably well versed in it.
Yeah. You touched on the fact that since the 1990s up until the 2022 congressional maps, each time that we drew those maps, and I know you were involved for sure in 2022 that I was aware of, we intentionally drew maps using race as one of the criteria. Previous maps.
I feel like the 2024 map used race,
Okay.
and therefore I voted against it.
Right. 2022, I think we also tried to create a one minority district. That was what we were being told was the necessary legal map that we needed to present, at least dealing with race. That was a component that we were advised needed to be included, was it not?
Honestly, I don't remember. I remember that I thought the map approximated what already existed, and therefore I was happy with it.
They stayed pretty consistent.
Yeah, stayed pretty consistent. Correct. Yes, sir.
But we were told, I was told, and I assume you were too, that the federal courts were telling us that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act required us to intentionally create minority districts. Previously.
Yes, there's apparently, and I'm not an expert on constitutional or election law, so, but this much is obvious. There was some sort of tension between the 14th Amendment and the Voting Rights Act, and the courts have juggled back and forth on that issue. But I think the Calais decision indicated at the end of the day, the 14th Amendment, for lack of a better word, trumps the Voting Rights Act because it's the Constitution, and the Voting Rights Act is is statutory.
But 2024, you do specifically remember that was the criteria that we were told we needed to
Yes,
do.
over and over again, you needed another majority minority district.
So race
The courts,
was a big,
yeah,
big
and the
factor.
courts, and right, or
And-
in apparent reliance upon the lower court decision. Yes,
But then Calais came out a few months ago, and that changed what we were told to do in creating districts, did it not?
I think it clarified things. I think that under the decisions prior to Calais, race was not supposed to predominate, but it could be a factor. That's somewhat the law, I think, still. I don't want to misstate anything, but it's clear that you can't racially gerrymander now, and so the courts have clarified that and in a very strong way, it seems to me.
In fact, I've got a quote right out of the opinion in the Louisiana versus Calais, where it says that Calais' decision substantially changes. The Supreme Court said that in considering whether the Constitution permits the intentional use of race to comply with the Voting Rights Act, we start with a general rule that the Constitution almost never presents the federal government or a state to discriminate on the basis of race. And you read that and are aware of that. And you applied that in your efforts to draw a map that we're looking at today.
I did not look into the racial characteristics.
Not at all.
No, I purposely did not look for that. I'd look for districts that were historically performing as Republican or Democrat, and I intentionally wanted to preserve at least 5 highly performing Republican districts.
Okay. And you understood that on the Calais decision that one of the primary messages we got from the court was it was the fact that we had relied upon race so heavily in our 2024 map that actually is what made that map unconstitutional. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And it's because of that ruling that we find ourselves today having to create a constitutional map that does not discriminate based upon race.
Correct.
And when we say race, we don't mean just one race, we mean any race. Correct?
Correct.
So let me be clear up front about your map, because you touched on this previously. But you're operating under the default rule that a state cannot discriminate based upon race, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your map, this map, Senate Bill 121, was created without any such discrimination of race.
Yes.
And in fact, to make sure that you did adhere to that rule, you didn't even consider race in drawing this map.
I did not.
You didn't look at data related to race.
I didn't.
Didn't look up the racial makeup of different regions or different districts in your map.
I did not.
Do you have data on race for those maps, for this map?
Not for this re-engrossed version. What I did is, as the Speaker Pro Tem is aware, I filed 3 different bills.
Right.
Not just in anticipation that Calais might come out while we were in session. I didn't think it would, but I thought the court was going to wait till this summer to rule. But just in case, I filed 3 maps, and I filed one that's identical to the 2022 maps. Mm-hmm. I filed one that was, by some people's estimation, a 6-0 map that would elect all Republicans. I'm not sure it would, but that was the and the demographer in our building did that for me. And then I filed another that kind of just tweaked the 5th congressional district where I live. And, I didn't know if we would be redistricting during this session. And if so, I certainly didn't know who would be carrying the bill. I didn't know or necessarily even think it would be me. But if we were going to redistrict, I did not like the way the 2024 maps went. I did not think that my region was treated appropriately, and I wanted to, if I could, have a say-so.
Okay.
And that's why I filed the various bills I did. And those maps do have the racial data in them, because that was the way it was historically done, and I did not review that data, but it's in the original bills.
Before the ruling.
Yeah, it was before the ruling, yes.
But as it's presented to us today, it is not based on race.
Correct.
I've heard some members say, in some of the questions you've already received, that you should have considered race at least a little bit. Nothing in the callous, and your suggestion is that by doing that, you really are violating what you're supposed to be considering in your map, right?
I think you run a great risk if you do that.
And taking you really invite the state to be embroiled in more litigation if you did take race into consideration.
Well, as I mentioned on the Senate floor and other places, there's always litigation. Anytime a map gets filed, particular congressional map, suits are filed, usually by multiple sides. Those who claim race should have been considered, and those who claim race was considered. So I would say 100% of the time in the last few decades, there's always lawsuits. But what was important to me is to have a map that is defendable under the Constitution of the United States, and that was one of my primary goals.
And having read the decision and been involved with that, that's what you tried to create and present to us today.
Yes, sir.
Just looking at your map, and you touched on it briefly, this map does look substantially similar to what we had, including the map 2022, with some minor changes. So right out of the gate, this map appears to substantially serve Louisiana's interest in core retention of the previous districts, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And that was trying to take into consideration the previous regions that we had. People were familiar with those regions.
Yes, sir.
And beyond the interest of core retention, I heard you testify in the Senate, and I think you testified a minute ago, that you drew this map not upon race, but upon the effort to maximize Republican strength in those districts. Is that correct?
Yes.
But this map didn't fully maximize Republican strength, because had it done that, you could have drawn a map that was a 6-0 Republican map, could you not?
I think you probably could. You would not. I mean, look, there's an unlimited number of variations of how to do it, but I respected the core areas that have a significant history to them, and I don't know that you could draw a 6-0 map and respect those cores.
It also potentially could jeopardize those high-profile Republican incumbents that we have with Speaker Johnson's district and also Majority Leader Scalise's district, would it not?
Correct. I mean, I think it's great for the state of Louisiana to have those two individuals representing us in Congress. I'm very proud of that.
But had you drawn a 6-0, it might have put more Democrats into their districts and thus made those districts less secure as Republican districts.
Correct.
So to avoid that problem, this map draws in a majority of the Democrats into District 2.
Yes. Or a significant number.
And that's the area of Democratic incumbent Troy Carter?
That is correct.
I also heard some comments and questions, it's hard to tell sometimes the difference between the two, about fairness. There's nothing in a Constitution ruling that says that fairness as to political parties is required, does it?
That's correct.
And in fact, the Supreme Court, and I don't know if you're familiar with the case of Rucco versus Common Cause, they actually address that. Is that right?
Yes, I did read that case a while back, and I did quote from it earlier in my opening remarks.
Right. And if you were talking about political fairness, I mean, I'm looking around the country. New Mexico has about 30% registered Republicans. Did you know that?
I knew that it was that they have a significant number, yet I think they have zero.
They have 0 out of 3 Republicans.
Zero Republican representatives.
Connecticut has about 20% registered Republicans. Do you know how many Republican congressmen there are out of Connecticut?
Zero.
0 out of 5. How about Massachusetts? 30% of the population is Republican. Did you know that?
I knew it was a significant number.
And out of 9 congressional seats, how many are Republican out of Massachusetts? Do you know?
0.
0. So the fairness argument really doesn't hold up to your map, does it? And the law as it's required under the
Yeah,
Constitution.
the law obviously does not require.
As it relates to parties.
It be drawn to, so that people of an opposing party will be elected, obviously. All those maps have been used for years, and that they have been drawn to maximize Democratic representation in those states.
And it's withheld judicial review.
Right. It's not, the fairness is not justiciable in federal court.
As it relates to...
As it relates to these maps.
To
In other words, you can't file a suit. There's no legal grounds for a suit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I note in your map that District 2, and I mean, I've heard the comment, I've heard the description, is it looks sort of like a snake, and suggested that because it looks that way, that makes it illegal. What was the reason that district is drawn in that manner?
It's respecting the history and the core, and there's a community of interest. It tracks along the Mississippi River, which
The geographical component plays a part.
Correct. And there's a fair number of commonalities running along the river.
So you looked at traditional redistricting criteria. The Supreme Court doesn't give us definites on the guidelines for that, but you considered the traditional, you considered the fact that it's contiguous. Every single district is contiguous.
Yes.
You can walk from one end to the other and never leave the district.
Correct.
There's no breaks. And each district that you have is nearly perfect, identical population.
Yes.
And that drives the configuration of those districts somewhat also, doesn't it?
Yes. You really have to get down to a very granular level to make sure each district is almost as close to identical in population as possible.
What do you know what the maximum deviation you had between one district and the other was?
It's less than 1%. I don't know what the data is here, but I think it's within, between 50 and 100 people difference at most, I think.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to call on you, Representative Carter. Representative Carter?
the Speaker Pro Tem been going at about 30 minutes. I'm to appreciate that we all get about 30 minutes.
So I'm glad you brought that up. So we're gonna do our best to try and keep all of us with our questioning to where we don't have a time limit on it.
Okay.
And then when we go to the testimonies, we're gonna go to a 3-minute rule, and we'll apply a time limit there, so.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Speaker Pro Tem Johnson?
And in drawing your maps, you tried to, as much as possible, respect the parish configurations on the map?
Yes, I mean, it splits a number of parishes, but
You minimize that number as much as you could?
pretty much, yes, sir.
I mean, it's almost
I mean,
impossible to draw it.
District 2 kind of cuts through there, and that's where most of the parishes are split. But yes,
They're either split because of the need to equalize population across districts or because of partisan motivation in drawing the districts.
Right.
Is that right?
yes, sir,
It's not because of race.
correct.
And for the most part, the districts are fairly compact. That was a consideration you tried to include?
Yes, that was one of the factors.
I noticed also with the map, you mentioned the river as having something to do with District 2. Explain that to me, how it
That's
had a
just
factor.
a commonality. Both Baton Rouge and New Orleans, which are represented in that district, have ports. They're both more urban than other areas of the state. That district links the 3 most urban parishes in Louisiana, with the highest population, the densest being Orleans, Jefferson, and East Baton Rouge, and highly Democratic.
So I've asked you in a number of ways, and you've come back to the same thing every time, that race was not a factor in how you drew these maps.
Correct.
The term colorblind is one I've heard used both in conversation and historical. Would you say you tried to do this in a colorblind fashion?
Yes, I think that's
Thurgood Marshall.
an ideal that we should aspire to.
Yeah. You're familiar with the Brown versus Board of Education. Were you familiar with a brief that Justice Marshall filed in that suit where he said that it does not know that the Constitution is colorblind and that it does not know or tolerate racial distinctions among citizens? Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that exact quote out of a brief, but I'm familiar with the concept.
Of colorblind.
Correct.
And you feel that as your map is presented, knowing your intent, knowing the work you put into it, and what you've presented, that your map is, as I understand Justice Marshall to define it, is colorblind.
That's yes, sir. That's a good way to put it, I think.
And it does not know or tolerate racial distinctions among Louisianians on this map.
Correct.
I know you've been through a lot in some of your discussions. I've heard some of the things, and I appreciate anyone that stands up on any position. But as I take your testimony, you are telling this body and this committee that you wanted to present a map that was free from discrimination based upon the color of someone's skin.
Yes. But also to maximize Republican chances of maintaining at least 5 seats in the United States House.
Republican.
Yeah, Republican.
Senator Morris, thank you. We may have other questions, but I appreciate you going through this with
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Johnson. Representative McMakin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Morris over here. Thanks for being here today. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment set that I'd like to offer up on this bill, if we could take that up.
All right, we can do that. Is it live?
It's online, yes, sir.
We're going to be passing that amendment out now, and it is live on the internet for anyone who should be. Give me a second. Is it 5662? Amendment's at 5662. It can be found online and is being passed out. We'll give a second to pass these out.
It's almost identical. You shouldn't have, it's tweaks from around the state.
Representative McMakin on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, so this amendment set, been watching you testify, obviously, on the Senate committee, Senate chamber. As it came over here to the House side, looking at it, hearing from other House members as well, some tweaks and some changes to that, but still at the core of it, trying to maintain, like you talked about, the 2022 map, the 2011 map, the continuous flow, the communities of interest in this amendment. And so members on this amendment said, I would call them not technical changes, but some tweaks and some slight movements along the way. So Senator, what this will do is we'll move Morehouse, Lincoln, and Jackson into District 4. It will make Grant Parish whole. It will make Calcasieu Parish whole. It will make St. Landry whole, and will adjust some of Point Capee, the northern portion, more south. We'll take a little bit of Livingston over into District 5, and does not touch District 1 at all. And on District 2, a few changes in East Baton Rouge Parish. Do you have a copy of it, Senator?
I don't have a copy. I would like to see it. I have not seen it.
If we can get Senator Morris a copy, please.
And Senator, as you're looking at that, I'll tell you kind of what you talked about with Speaker Pro Tem Johnson on the population and, all those changes along those lines. Your population numbers went off of those. As you know, when you build a map, if you move one piece, you got to move, kind of adjust pieces on all the other sides as well. So that's why we have Jackson, Lincoln, and Morehouse moving over into District 4, making Grant whole, making Calcasieu whole. Tangipahoa now is just in 2 districts, not 3. EBR has some slight movement, but overall the population factors and everything you've talked about, Rep. Billings, okay? But once again, race was not used in this, just looking at population, looking at where the map is, how it looks like, and then even going back to the 2022, 2011 maps as well. And happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, but that's what the amendment said does.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions just to kind of point out. I have your amendment set and the map that Senator Morris prepared, just kind of to point out a couple of things. It looks like the absolute overall deviation range is the same at 89. Looks like the maximum deviation on any one of the districts is at 49, which is the same as in Senator Morris's. So from that standpoint, from a deviation standpoint, I think it's kind of spot on to that. And it looks like from everything that our members on our side, on the House side, their political interests with their local parishes and whatnot, you've taken all that into consideration with this amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Representative Marcel for a question?
Grab one second.
Go
Go ahead.
Hold on one second, give me a second. Representative McMakin?
Yeah, and just on the population numbers and the percent numbers and everything like that, every one of the changes, the biggest change was still less than a 2% change of any number when it comes to the demographics involved as well, Mr. Chairman. So really tried to focus on those numbers when I was making these changes. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Mark, y'all bear with me while I do this because I'm going to be adding y'all both at the same time. Representative Marcel for a question.
Thank you. So these are your amendments?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was only a slight, I think you said tweak,
Yes, ma'am.
in East Baton Rouge Parish. So your map still allows East Baton Rouge to be split in half?
Well, I wouldn't call it split in half, but there is a split involved in East Baton Rouge. Yes, ma'am.
Would you, and part of this amendment, is it your belief that you should take yourself out of a certain district? Because that's what it looks like happened here. Did you take yourself out of a district?
No, ma'am. I can see what you're looking at. That's the Senate map right there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't do that.
So what, does your amendment move you to another congressional seat? Let me ask it like that.
No, ma'am.
It does not?
No, ma'am.
So which congressional district will you be in?
Where I currently live, I'm in number 6, and I stay in 6.
And what was the purpose of your amendment to do what?
Our amendment was trying to hear from House members and try to make Grant whole, Calcasieu whole, and St. Landry whole, and move Tangipahoa from 3 to 2, not touch District 1, and then we moved Jackson, Lincoln, and Morehouse into District 4.
So your amendment allows St. Landry to be made whole,
Yes, ma'am.
but not the parish where you live? So you took in consideration other parishes and not the parish where you live?
We did make a tweet to East Baton Rouge, yes,
A
ma'am. where I live.
tweet, but did you make us whole?
Our amendment does not, no, ma'am.
Okay, well, I was just kind of wondering where you got that from. I think you may have heard my testimony as well, and so my concern was that East Baton Rouge Parish was split, and is one of the largest cities, would you agree, in the state?
Largest parishes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, parish,
Yes, ma'am.
correct. And I'm just concerned of, if you took some other members' concerns into consideration, you might have wanted to start at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Any questions for Representative McMakin? All right, Representative Larverdane? Wait, hold on, give me a second. I got to press a couple of extra buttons when I do this. All right, Representative Larverdane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rep. McMakin, what would be the minority district? Would that be District 2?
District 2 is the Democrat district. Yes,
All right.
sir.
You put 61% Democrats and then 13%. You don't think you're packing a lot of people just in that particular district?
So currently, right now, District 2 is 60.87, and this would go to 61.33, so 0.46% change on that one.
But when you look at minorities, you could have easily put it 55, 54.
I didn't look at any minorities. It's Democrat and Republican.
But you could have changed that to Democrats, 55, 61. You're packing this district.
Where are we at?
We're looking at District 2. You're packing that district. You're putting a lot of Democrats in one district. Did you create any opportunity districts along the way? In District 1, 3, 4, 5, or 6?
I didn't change anything outside of what Senator Morris had already that came over from the Senate when it came to Democrat versus Republican representation in the numbers. Didn't change any of that.
So when you look at District Number 2, you've divided up Assumption Parish. Is that correct? All the river parishes? And you don't have EBR as one district. Is that correct?
Say that again?
All right. In District 2, look at District 2. You've cut up Assumption Parish, which is Napoleonville, Belrose, that area, and then Iberville. Is that one district? They're split too.
I don't believe our amendment actually changes anything in Assumption or Iberville.
I'm looking at the map.
Correct. From Senator Morris's map to my amendment, we don't make any changes. Yes, sir.
Now you changed North Louisiana. Is that correct?
We moved some parishes. Yes, sir. In the north. Yes, sir.
Why did you move? I think you moved Union Parish and Morehouse, why'd you move those two parishes?
We moved 3 parishes in the north, so we moved Jackson, Lincoln, and Morehouse, and that was when we made Grant whole in District 5 and Calcasieu whole in District 3. Calcasieu had 3 and 4, so when you move the 4 out of Calcasieu, then you go pick up 4 in Jackson and Lincoln and Morehouse. Okay, as you know, it shifts, you make one shift, it kind of rotational shift around.
Okay. Now, doing your map, you made one district that's considered Democrat, African Americans, but you didn't create any opportunity districts, is that correct?
We maintained Senate bill from Senator Morris with the one Democrat district being District 2.
And so there would be a no answer, is that correct? There's no opportunity districts any other than District 2? Yes or no?
We maintained what Senator Morris had.
So that means no. All right, thank you. But that's not an opportunity district.
All right. All right.
They got 2 Senate.
All right. Vice Chair Lyons.
Point of order. So I know that there may be or may not be several amendments, but the amendments, as you said early on in the beginning, Representative Macon, may be technical, but these are substantive changes that you're making to the map. So with that place being like it is, we're going to basically sit here and carve and paste a map together with no input from anybody. And I know the public is here to testify on this piece, but we can't sit up here and perform surgery on a map with no input from public at all. You mentioned members had some issues about some of the maps or changes in certain parishes, but the public is here. The individual people should at least have comments on these amendments as well with the bill. I don't see how we can, how we can do that piece. I got an amendment. I don't have a problem with public testimony on my amendment because I'm transparent in doing what we're doing. But this, as we dishing this out, the individual public don't have any idea. They don't even have these maps to see what we're talking about. They're just waiting for us to say what we're going to do. And if we adopt these, I have a problem with that. I mean, how are we doing it in this regard? I'm just point of order. So how are we going to allow public testimony on each one of these amendments?
If we're going to allow public testimony once we're finished with the amendments, just like we do, we're going to treat like every other bill we do. We take amendments, and then we allow public testimony, and the amendments are available online.
So are we going to adopt any amendment after he's finished presenting it?
As soon as Representative McMakin finishes presenting he's got a motion to present the amendment. If it gets on, we're going to continue the discussion on the amended version of the bill.
So no one will have any input as to how it affects them or what their questions other than what we ask basically on them. So we just change the whole complexity. Okay. That's what we're doing.
If it gets on, the public's going to have an opportunity to testify on the amendments if it gets on. Thank you, Vice Chair Lyons. Representative Marcel for a question. Let me just real quick say something real quick regarding the buttons and pushing and turning y'all mics on and whatnot.
Okay.
I'm probably losing the order at which y'all pressed your buttons, so after you speak, please press your buttons again, and I'm gonna, like Vice Chair Lyons just pushed his button again.
Okay.
I'm going to try and balance it, but I may end up going out of order because a couple of y'all have some questions, and I'm trying to turn your mics on, and I didn't write down what y'all were going. But Representative
So I pushed my button as soon as I walked in the room, so
Okay,
you already
all right.
know I'm first.
All
Okay. So I guess my concern is along the lines what Representative Lyons said. Why are we adopting something or even voting on it? If that's the case, then we should allow the public to speak on each amendment because this is a different map than what they've seen. Not to mention that they've already gotten this map late, the first map. Now we got another substantive change, and I don't think it's fair to the public that we adopt an amendment and then say, well, they're going to vote on it at however it turns out at the end. I don't think that's what we should be about in this committee.
We're going to follow the same process that we followed in the past. We're going to, if the amendment gets on, the public's going to have an opportunity to testify on the amendment. Representative Marcel. If it doesn't get on, they won't have anything to testify on.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, we can count, and we know which amendment's going to get on and which amendment's not going to get on. So that we should open it up for public comment at this time while we're debating
We're going to
this
open up to
amendment.
public comment after everyone is finished, after the committee
That's just
finishes.
my 2 cents.
That's fair. All right, any other questions on the amendment? You had something, Representative Walters? Representative Marcel, press your button just so we have it in the line. Please, Representative Walters, excuse me.
Thank you, Chair. Rep. McMakin, I'm very confused. The goalpost, it keeps moving. 1 minute we're hearing, okay, we are redistricting according to party. Then we hear, okay, we're not redistricting according to race. And just because race is removed from here, it does not mean that the people in these districts do not have a race. So how did you come up with this revised version of this map in this amendment? What neighborhoods did you move from East Baton Rouge Parish, from 2 into 6, 6 into 2? Can you really hone in on that change for us, as well as the split in Tangipahoa, as well as the split in Livingston Parish, as well as the split in Acadia, Lafayette, St. Martin? Have you spoken with all of these representatives, Lafourche Parish?
So, yes, ma'am, Walters, we started with trying to make Grant whole, trying to make Calcasieu whole, and then moving towards what the maps were in 2022 and 2011. And so as we move things along, we working with the drafters, working with the numbers to make sure, like Chairman Boyer mentioned, that the numbers all still made sense, that our deviation numbers and everything were still in line with Senator Morris's bill and how he had it come over to us. And so that's how we did it.
Okay. Back to one of my questions dealing with the movement in East Baton Rouge Parish. How does your amendment deviate from SB 121?
How does my move deviate? So my move in East Baton Rouge Parish takes the map in SB 121 and goes back to the traditional ways that map was drawn in EBR, I believe in 2022 and 2011.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Walters, thank you. Representative Marcel for a follow-up question.
Thank you. So I hear you keep referencing you're using the numbers from Senator Morris's bill. That's where you're using your numbers from?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the fact that his numbers are significantly different from the Secretary of State? Why wouldn't we use that data? We're using his data. Why wouldn't you use the data of the Secretary of State? Because as I see it, those numbers don't correspond with the monthly reports from the Secretaries of State, even when Ardoin was there and Nancy Landry. His numbers are different from their numbers. So whose numbers are we using and why? And if you were going to do an amendment, why wouldn't you use the Secretary of State data and not his?
Yeah, let me just chime in here, and I want to make sure we're talking about the same numbers. So
I'm talking about his amendment that he just referenced. He's using Jay Morris's numbers. That's what he said, not me.
All right. All of our maps have to be based on the 2020 census. So if there's other numbers, just clarify, Representative McMakin. I didn't want the public to be confused, but when we're doing these,
I want the public to be knowledgeable that these are not the same numbers that the Secretary of State is using. The data that he's using is different. And so he keeps referencing that. And my point is, you're changing the map based upon Senator Morris's SB 21, the data that he used. And it does not correspond with the data from the Secretary of State. His numbers are different. It's real simple. Read it.
Give me 1 second. All right, Representative.
And Secretary of State,
Senator-
the 2020 numbers, I have them in front of me, versus what he is presenting are different. So I'm just saying, when we start, I didn't have this question until he kept mentioning that
gotcha.
he's using his numbers
Senator
to
Morris.
change the bill.
Senator
And
Morris might
again,
be able to
that
clarify.
makes it hard for the public to follow along. If we're having problems up here following along, imagine what it's doing to the public. I don't think it is right for us to be making these substantive changes. And again, we're using Senator Morris's numbers and not the Secretary of State, of whom we pay to keep the numbers.
All right, Senator Morris, you had something you want to clarify?
Sure. I just want to clarify, these are not my numbers. They're being referred to as my numbers, but it's my map, but the data all came from the 2020 census. And the data that the Senate staff uses and the data that the House staff uses to draw any of these things are all derived from the 2020 census.
Okay, thank you. Representative Macon, anything else you need to add to that?
No, I think the staffs appreciate both Senate and House staff for working with us on this. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else for Representative Macon? All right. Representative Macon has made a motion that we adopt Amendment Set 5662. Is there any objection?
Yes, right here.
Objection all right, from Representative Boyd and Marcel. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Boye?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Billings?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Boyd? No. Representative Carter? No. Representative Farnham?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Gadberry? Yes. Speaker Pro Tem Johnson?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Warverdine?
No.
No. Vice Chair Lyons?
No.
No. Representative Marcel?
No.
No. Representative McMakin?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Newell?
You said no.
Look, if we're trying to vote. Please keep the discussions down while we're trying to vote. Madam Secretary.
Representative Newell?
No.
No. Representative Shammerhorn?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Thomas?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Walters?
No.
No. Representative Wright?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Weibel?
Yes.
Yes. There are 10 yeas and 7 nays.
10 yeas, 7 nays. Amendment Set 5662 has been adopted. Back on the bill, Vice Chair Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that I want to offer.
Okay. Can we hand that amendment out, please? Is this 5670?
Yes.
All right, Amendment Set 5670. It can be found online. Give us a second, Mr. Vice Chairman, while we hand this out.
$56.70.
5670, yes.
Can you hand these to the lady in the pink? She has the media copies.
This is available online, yes, ma'am.
Is it-
It's the latest amendment set that's available.
Thank you.
All right, y'all give us a second to get situated while we pass these out. Does everyone have one? Okay, Vice Chair Lyons, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, everybody have it? I offer this amendment 5662.
Wait, hold on.
I'm sorry,
We got
wrong number.
5670 is what we're showing.
5670 is the amendment. What it does is it basically puts the state in a position, as we hear the conversations earlier today in relation to Calais, in relation to what is objective and what meets all the principles of redistricting. This map does that. This map actually goes in and corrects, if you will, and makes more parishes whole. This map has less split parishes than the actual map with this amendment we just adopted, and how it actually changes it. This is a map that actually has the opportunity to be fair, and I'm going to use that fair based upon the metrics of how this map is actually conceived and how it's there. In East Baton Rouge, West Baton Rouge Parish, it makes them whole. It makes them one, doesn't split them apart. In District number 5, where you see Union Parish and Morehouse Parish, they're all together in there. It does put St. Martin together, St. Landry Parish and St. Martin as whole, as well as Point Coupee. This map is more compact, not only than the first bill as it was before we amended it. It's even better with compactness. It actually puts more of the cities together that are there. It performs according to the district summary, if you will, looking at the party makeup, is it? Because as the senator did talk earlier about in his question in urban areas, but we do know that, urban is another term for a lot of different things. So looking at District 2, as you see it, how compact it is, relative to Orleans, which is a large city. And like I said before, it keeps East Baton Rouge and Baton Rouge all intact. Communities of interest, you talk about Bossier City and Monroe area, all that's compact there together. Alexandria and District 3. So this particular map applies to all of the principles of redistricting as they're there. And if you notice, and I'm going to say it, I never mention race, because the metrics of this map was founded and done without race. So I had no intent of putting together a map to even deal with the racial piece. I have a map here that deals with fairness. And let's look at the performance of it. The deviation of this map overall is better than the original map, even after being amended. So this map confines itself to the principles of redistricting, and I say that because it also alludes to General Rule 21. When we redistrict and we do things particularly in that manner, Section H of that tells us about redistricting plans shall respect all established boundaries of parishes, municipalities, and other political subdivisions and natural geography of the state to extent practicable. However, the map that I have here basically does all those things that we have in there. I argue that Senate Bill 121, even after amended, still leaves that particular question to be answered in there when we're doing that piece. So it doesn't pact District 2 as not only the other bill, but the amendment does. And when I say pack, you have the disproportionate number of Democrats in that district. I think it was 61% that was in there according to the amendment as we actually did it. Now, if you look at it, and you can go to that page, we're at 50% in District 2. But all of the other districts perform equally well. If you look at the proportionality from Republicans to Democrats in there, and keep in mind, this is not based on the population per se as it is. This is data based upon election returns, how people actually vote. Because you're looking at the numbers basically from the census, which shows that, which got us to some of the problems we had earlier. But this map is different than that. This map deals with the numbers basically on the percentage of people who actually vote. So when you look at the performance of this map, you look at Democrats, proportionally it's fair. It's fair all the way across the board from District 1 2, 3, all the way to 6. It's a performing district. And the great part about this is it allows respect to incumbency. This map does not allow you or even suggest that you have to remove any of your congressmen that are there to have a fair district that's there. The numbers actually factually show you what they do. And we go back to the Supreme Court decision, and we hearing that basically the decision was, a map was gerrymandered based upon race. Okay, the Supreme Court never said to us, Louisiana, you go back and you create a 5-1 map. It said, Louisiana, you go back and change your whole figure of thinking back to a map that resembles 2022 that the courts already said racially was an issue. It just said that District 6, as it was drawn, was racially gerrymandered. Now, we all know when we did this in 2024, we voted on the map. This particular map here, and instruments of it, was relevant at that time, but it was not allowed to be voted on or even brought forward. So when we talk about being fair is putting everything on the table. Everybody can see it. Everybody can make a choice on it. Not someone deciding that, you know what, this is what we're going to go with. And I wanted to ask the question earlier, but I couldn't in time. But I'm going to say it now. Basically, you know, the map that we're voting on now was prepared and done before the Supreme Court made their decision. And their decision that they were making was based upon a map that dealt with race. So I don't know what the author's intent was in filing and preparing the map that he did, but now all of a sudden it cohorts to partisanship. Well, either before, during, or after, this map here that I'm presenting right now does not deal with any of those. It deals with just basic fairness. So, like I said before, we can talk about what the court says, but let's focus on what they did not say and what we are doing. We are not, and we don't have to particularly do what we're doing. I would prefer to have all 6 of our congressional districts operating and all 6 incumbents operating and doing what they should do for the great state of Louisiana in a fair and proportionate manner. And that's what I think the citizens of the state want from us, fairness. We hear it across the board, and this map does that. This map does it in many different ways. What we are looking at, in my opinion, that this map does address is fairness, and what it does not do, it does not go into the 14th Amendment. It does not deal with the Second Amendment, because basically how District 2 is configured in there, you're basically packing Democrats in there, not allowing them an opportunity to do anything else but stay packed in that area, because all around those are Republican set areas. Those metrics are not there. So I would welcome a question if I have, because I'm presenting this map. This is a fair map. This is a map that functions according to all the proper metrics. And let me say this in closing, if you will. This committee is the heart of redistricting of this state. All of the operatives as it pertains to instruments of redistricting comes through this committee. As I said through redistricting, and I look at this committee, more than half of this committee has never been on the road show for redistricting, has never participated in the metrics of how we do districting. I sat in all of these cities I mentioned and listened to all of the people come to the microphone and tell us exactly how they wanted us to be fair to them, how they wanted us to prepare these maps so they could have equal opportunities to representation. I did that. I done it because that's the job that I asked for. I'm looking for my manual, but I don't have it here with me. We all received a manual to tell us the principles of how we should object to that piece. At that time, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was relevant because it was there, and this state has a history of being in litigation based upon those principles not being adhered to. So compactness, if you look at that map, it's compact, it's fair. Communities of interest is there. Contiguous, it's there. All the fair principles that we apply or have to apply is in this map. So if you're grading a scorecard based upon something being better, worse, or totally impossible, this is better. This is better. But I go back to one of the questions that I asked 3 years ago. What's the intent? Because believe me or not, when you look at the court's ruling, intent is also a factor. What is the intent? The author says, I intended to create a map that we have more Republican representation in there. But he could not thought of that process before the decision. There's no way he could have. He didn't know the decision. So his initial concept probably was to do something opposite of that. So now we can change the phrase and say, you know what? It's not racial, it's partisan. It's not black, it's Democrat. It's not white, it's Republican. However you want to categorize it. But this map does not speak to either of those, to white or black. It speaks to the performance of individual voters who are registered as Republican and Democrat. So I can talk about my intent. My intent in this map is to be fair. My intent in this map is to do what's best for the citizens who live in this state. Yes, minority voters have a right for an opportunity for representation wherever they live at. So is everyone else. The Supreme Court's decision, as it talks about Section 2, is not just for black, it's for white as well. It's to be fair. So as I offer these maps to you, and I offer them to you, I want you to look at the matrix. I want you to see how these districts line up, but I also want you to look at the asterisks. And the asterisk on something, anything, tells you that something is different. It tells you it's either too small, too big, wrong, right, but the asterisk tells you something is not there. In the look or the process of this map here, some of the splitted parishes were corrected in this amendment, but some of them are still there. So it's a better performing map. Now, if you talk about the characteristics of how we deal with the question and answer if what the court will say, I think we've done that in this map. As far as I'm concerned, we could stop now, because all the fairness we're asking for is here in this one document. But let's go a little further. Let's talk about the propensity for acceptance of partisan fairness. I think the author mentions the Roku court case when it talked about, partisan gerrymandering and claims of how we didn't want to have that. We don't have this in this map at all, because it gives performance metrics. And that's something we got to learn in redistricting, guys. We can make 20 maps. It's how they perform. And the performance is in the data. So I'll submit this map and this amendment, and I will yield any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lyons. So just to kind of looking at it and comparing it to the amended version of Representative Senator Morris's bill, it looks like, so we have removed some Democrats from District 2, maybe along the, and I'm looking at it for the first time, removed along in District 2 and move them, the Democrats, into District 6. Is that a fairly accurate statement?
If you look at it, that's absolutely correct, because they were packed in there too tight. So we had to give them some room to breathe so they can be fairly represented.
Okay. Would you agree that the intent of the amended version of Senator Morris's bill is to create 5 Republican and 1 Democrat district?
That was his testimony.
Okay. And with your intent is to have, instead of 1 Democrat district, is to have 2, correct?
No. My intent is to have 2 districts that Democrats can actually perform in, as well as Republicans that are fair, that come across the whole state. Because if you look at the other 2 districts they are similar in comparison if you look at the numbers. Okay. So there's opportunity there.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's correct.
Any other questions for Vice Chair, Speaker Pro Tem Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman Lyons, this instrument was not filed as a bill. It was filed as an amendment to the bill that we were coming along. I guess I'm trying to get a timing. You filed this after Calais was already issued. Is that correct?
Give me a second. Let me
Put us both
be
on.
Johnny on the spot with these. There we go.
There we go. I filed this after the decision was made in the other chamber
Yes.
not to give credence or even fairness to what was present that was there.
Yes, sir. I'm just looking from a timing standpoint. It was filed after Calais' ruling was already issued. By the fact that it was after that was heard in the Senate. I
No.
guess that's self-evident.
No, sir. And I correct you because I said in my presentation piece, this variation of map was here in 24 when we did the map that's in question. This body would not move this map forward.
Yes.
Fairness was on the table the whole time.
I'm not trying to make a trick question. I'm trying to get an idea of timing.
Okay?
You didn't compose this map for introduction until after Calais was ruled upon.
No, sir. I go back to my answer. I told you this
When was
map
it
was
filed?
prepared. This version of this map was filed in 2024.
All right, okay.
This map has been before the courts. This map has been here.
Well-
This map has been on the record
Okay, I
as a
think
map
you've
that we
answered-
chose as a body not to adhere to.
Yes, sir. Let me ask you this. What did you mean in your testimony when you said this map would create opportunity districts?
Well,
What's that mean?
What
does
that means is
opportunity
that
district
you
mean?
have a district that's there, that's Republican, that's Democrats in there. Yes, any opportunity for any particular person to actually run, but more importantly, as the author said in his maps, he created Republican districts so Republicans can run. So if you have a Democratic district, it's the same opportunity to run in those districts.
Okay, so you're referring to Democrats.
And Republicans.
Okay.
Both.
I'm looking at all the supporting documentation that you have to the statistics. And unless I didn't get the page, all of your supporting statistics on these districts are 100% racial breakdowns.
No, sir.
Do I have one that has,
Well, I don't know what copy you have. If you look at the
One that
back
was
page
handed
here,
out.
it has Democrats and Republicans.
so
Look
you
at-
don't, yours does not include the racial makeup of those districts?
Well, it's on there as the data, but it shows the breakdown of percentages. And this map itself, you can't write a story without everything in there.
I'm not trying to trick you.
I
I'm
get
just trying
you.
to ask
I'm
you.
not
I
worried
don't
about you
have
tricking me.
documentation
I'm just wanting
or
to make sure
data.
you don't trick the other people.
I don't
I'm not
have
about
any-
tricking me. I want you to understand
Well,
with the historical data that's in this particular, and any redistricting plan shows you the racial makeup. It shows you the partisanship makeup. And I'm telling you, based upon, if you look at either one of them, the one that matters the most is a Democratic and Republican makeup, because that's what we're commanded to, right? As you said earlier, that's the principles we were operating on.
What was the purpose of giving us racial data?
This is basically how the algorithm was performed as far as giving you all the data that's there. If you look at the map as well, it has all those VAPs, VAPs on it. It's all part of there. It's all there. It's just
I'm just asking
it's
why
just
the data
empirical
was there.
data that shows what's there.
Okay.
That's it.
Then let me ask you this. You made a comment that these districts perform.
Speaker Pro Tem, we have a point of order. Give me a second, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Chair. Point of order question, did the Supreme Court say that we cannot print racial data?
If you can quote them in there as saying that or not to my knowledge, but allow them to go back and forth in their testimony,
Okay.
please. Hold on one second. Speaker Pro Tem, let me get y'all both on. All right.
I didn't suggest you can't print it. I just suggest that it's included. I asked him why he would include racial statistics as a support for his maps. That's all I asked. And I
And-
think he's answered it.
Yeah, it's in there because I think you need to know it. I mean, you need to understand and see clearly that particularly in all of these districts, you have black and white propensity numbers are there. But the deciding factor here in this basis shows you that the percentages of Democrats and the percentages of Republicans are fairly across the board distributed in each one of these districts.
Okay. What did you mean when you said that these districts perform better?
Well, look at the performance of them based upon where we are and what we're doing. Performance means basically people who come in these districts and they vote. I told you particularly that the data and empirical data that designed this map was based on returns, meaning how people voted. And performance shows you that in a fairly constructed district, people are going to vote. People are going to participate, basically giving those individuals, whether they are Republican or Democrat, a fair chance to participate in representation and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Chairman Lyons. Thank you for the
Welcome, sir.
work on this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Johnson. Representative Marcel, you have a question for Speaker Pro Tem?
I do.
Bear with me, okay? All right.
Not for Speaker Pro
Vice
Tem.
Chair Lyons.
Yeah, I don't have no
Sorry.
questions for Speaker Pro Tem, unless he has an amendment that I need to kill. Okay, Representative Lyons, when you started to do your amendment, did you consider New Mexico, Massachusetts, or Connecticut when you started doing the makeup of your map, or did you consider Louisiana residents? Which one?
Louisiana, right, that's the main focus, Louisiana.
That was your focus,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, I heard you say that you were proceeding in fairness. Can you tell me why that's important?
Well, fairness is important because when you lay the groundwork for operating in this realm of creating districts, you know, outside of the fact that you don't look at race, particularly in that category, it's fair for everyone to have an opportunity to do that, and you want to have a map or a district map where everyone has the opportunity to be represented, everyone has the opportunity to participate in the voting process, as well as representation.
Okay, so in your assessment, you looked at fairness, because in the past, in Louisiana, we've always had to go to court for pre-clearance, but of course, Calais has struck that down, correct?
Yes.
Because we have never been fair, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's why we had that in the first place, right? Okay, so now, let me ask you a question. How many incumbents are there? There's only 5, correct?
There's 5 incumbents present.
So you actually could take the map and protect the 5, because Letlow has gone out of her seat, correct?
Yes.
So really, we only protecting 5, not 6, right?
That's correct.
And does your map do that?
It does.
I think your map overextends itself. Do you believe that?
Well, I told you it was the top, it was the best map.
Okay. So your map addressed the principles of redistricting, because I guess we still going by the principles of redistricting, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Does your map perform? Because I heard somebody say, what do you mean by performance? That is one of the things that we use when we're drawing these maps, right, to see if they could perform?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. You have less split districts,
Yes, we do.
and particularly Baton Rouge is made whole.
It is whole.
I like that, and it's fair.
It is.
And you didn't do it solely based upon race, because as I looked at the very same data, the voter registration that Mr. Johnson was speaking of, actually, in most of the districts, there are more Republicans than Democrats.
Yes.
Did you look at that data?
I did. Yes.
So either, I was confused with the line of questioning as it relates to your map, because it looks like, unless people are scared to run on whatever they believe in, that these are very fair maps. Because in most instances, it looks like it's an opportunity for more Republicans to win than Democrats. But I'm going to ask you my final question. Because they keep talking about race, and we can't use race in Calais. Do you know what the makeup is of the Republican Party in Louisiana?
I think it's maybe
90-some% white.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to figure out how we get around that race thing when we say we're not going to use race. But the Republican Party in Louisiana, I think, is 93% white. So you can use another name, but if you racially gerrymandering, you can't do it either way. Would you agree, Representative Lyons?
If you racially gerrymandering based upon that description you have, that is correct.
Okay, so I just want to be fair that when people say that they're only using partisans, they're still using race, because 93% of this state is Republicans are white. That's all my questions at the proper time. I'd love to move this favorably.
I appreciate that question that's there. And going through this particular piece, to your answer, your question, this maps actually could look at crossover districts that produce district criteria that, it only, according to the law, it only can basically consider race when it's necessary to afford all the members of the electorate an equal opportunity to elect representatives of their choice.
It didn't ever say you couldn't look at race at all, did it?
No, it did not.
I didn't think so. And it didn't ever tell us that we had to go to 5-1 or 6-0 maps, did it? The Calais decision?
No, it didn't.
I didn't think so. But thank you. And again, I'd like to move this map favorably, this amendment. Sir.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. I believe Vice Chair Lyons has made that motion. All right. I would assume he's making his motion. Representative Carter, is this for okay, yeah, all right. So we got a question from Representative Carter. No, all right, so I'm trying to do that, Representative Carter.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, your map seemed to make a big deal out of not making race a factor in the maps.
Yes.
Now you do report the race component in the districts, same as the information is available in Mr. Senator Morris' map. He just didn't provide it to us. But that's typical standard procedure up in the House of Government Affairs when you drive maps, right?
That's correct. That's data.
Okay, so they just because they don't mention, that doesn't mean that information is not available. It's available in Senator Morris' map as well. I just want to express some concerns I have with your map. And I do agree that the map breaks down fewer parishes and that sort of thing. But it seems to be, the map seems to suggest we don't have a race problem in Louisiana. We don't have, it avoids the real issue. So it seemed to suggest, Speaker Pro Tem suggested this, Senator Morris suggested it, that race should not be a factor in drawing the maps. The Supreme Court, numerous times, even this Supreme Court, which you agree, has said race can be a factor to comply with Section 2. That has never changed. That law has been on the books by the Supreme Court for a while. Race can be a factor. It just cannot be the primary factor. Do you agree with that?
I agree with you.
Okay. So in your maps, you don't have no district where there's a predominant, there's a minority map, a district that would primarily produce a minority candidate, basically, more than likely.
That's correct.
Okay, now, also the Supreme Court says, they never say that Section 2 is unconstitutional. Several times the Supreme Court spoke on Section 2, they said it was constitutional. So Calais did not say Section 2 was not constitutional. Calais did change some of the burden of proof in these type of Section 2 cases, but it never said Section 2 was unconstitutional, did it not?
That's correct, it did not.
All right, and it also said that how we got to Calais in the first place, do you know?
I do.
Okay, do you remember me standing up on the fourth floor with the governor and telling him that was an unconstitutional map that we passed in 24?
Yes, I do.
I told him it was unconstitutional, right? Now, do you know why that is? Because that same map was declared unconstitutional 7 years ago by the Fifth Circuit. This map, Calais, has already been declared unconstitutional before we pass it. Don't you agree?
I agree. I see it. It's in
Now,
the records.
whose map is this? It's certainly not my map. It's not your map. It's not the Black Caucus map. Whose map is this Calais map?
It's the map that the legislature put forward.
It's the governor's map.
Oh.
It's the governor's map. It is the leadership of the House and Senate map. Okay, because they the one endorse it. It's the Attorney General's map. It's the Secretary of State map. Did they not support this map when we came to discuss it when we passed this map?
Yes.
And what did the governor tell me when I told him it's an illegal map? You
don't
recall
know.
what he
I don't
told
know.
me?
You can tell me what he told you.
He told me that we got the votes to pass it.
All right, Representative Carter, let's stick to his amendment.
That's his amendment, Judge. That's his amendment. His amendment, I've got a problem with his amendment because it walks away from the race issue in Louisiana. When Speaker Pro Tem asked Senator Morrison about these other states like Michigan, like Massachusetts, and he called several states out. All those states, race not a factor in party. Race not a factor in party, because the Republican Party in Louisiana make up 35.6% of the rest of the voters. The Democratic Party make up 36.5% of the rest of the voters. So there are really a few more Democrats than Republicans. But in Louisiana, party is race. Now, why is that true? Is party race in Louisiana, Mr. Lyons?
Yes.
Because 90-some-odd% of the Republicans are white, and 90-some-odd% of Democrats are black. So race is party in Louisiana. You cannot discuss a map in Louisiana based on party and not be same time talking about race. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, my problem with your map is it doesn't create a majority-minority district. It doesn't create any majority-minority district. It seems like we are afraid to do what the law says we have to do. So the 14th Amendment, why was Calais unconstitutional? Because of the 14th Amendment, right?
Yes.
But why? It was not compact. It's a slant. Go from one end of the state down to the bottom state. It interfered with communities of interest, right? It disregarded natural barriers. It's a lot of reasons why Calais was unconstitutional, that this leadership of this House and Senate and the governor wanted to pass it, ended up passing. So why you think they passed it?
Tell me.
To be right back where we are now, to declare it unconstitutional, because they know they guarantee it would be unconstitutional. Now, when Calais was declared unconstitutional, it did not say you cannot pass another majority-minority black district. Didn't say that. Supreme Court didn't say that. We do have a lot of maps that are compact enough that does not interfere with natural barriers, that race is not a primary factor, that can be easily constitutional in this state and have two districts. Can you not? So I'm asking you why you didn't draw a map like that. A map that had two majority district and a map that was compact and a map that didn't interfere with natural boundaries, and why you chose not to do such a map and go primary upon a party map.
Well, if you look at the data there, one of the issues, one of the things here is we wanted to protect incumbents. That was there. And if you look at District 2, where Congressman Carter is, it's not as packed as it was on my map. It is with the percentage there where Republicans versus Democrats, you can't elect the Democrat there in that district, which he is there. But if you look at District 6, where Congressman Fields actually holds now, there's a larger proportion of Republicans there, but Democrats outnumbered, but it does perform, because in fact, in that district where he is, where Democrats are, and blacks are, or minorities are, they can choose a representative of their choice based upon those percentages of that. So it performs to do just that.
So you understand that Fields is an incumbent as well.
Yes.
So we got to protect his incumbency if we can as well.
And these numbers do that.
And in your map, that's a 44% Democratic district. But District 6, I'm talking about.
That's correct.
A 44% Democrat, but 51% Republican.
30%.
Now I'm looking at. Okay, hold on. 30% Republican. So he would be protected in this map as having an opportunity to get reelected.
Yes, and Baton Rouge is whole in my map.
But at the same time, he only has his demographics will give him more whites than blacks, but he still would have more Democrats than Republicans.
But that's the focus of where we at with this map based upon the decision and based upon the fairness of it here. Even though that racial split is there, if you not ignore that, but the predominant factor here is the percentage of Democrats.
Okay.
He can win re-election.
So your map is well intended. I understand your intents, but in reality, if Fields has a 52% white district and a 42% black district, okay, based on money spent on districts by non-people, by corporation stuff, he would have a substantial less amount of money to campaign. And I think money makes a difference in campaigning. So more than likely, you're really not protecting Fields' district with this map. It looks like you are, but you're not. In reality, he would. You bring money to bear in the district. It make a substantial difference in who wins and lose. So if you already got, and also based on turnout basis, blacks tend to vote less, which is their fault. I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, white folks' fault, and anything else. But 42% of the people are black. They turn out 7-8% less when they have 52% white. You're really not protecting Fields district at all, and you're really not even protecting District 2. You're really not protecting District 2 because in District 2, while you have 50% Democrats and 20% whites, that might be the only district you have a chance to elect a candidate of choice. And it's another thing. There's nothing in the law, either in Section 2 or in the 14th Amendment, that guarantee a black got to elect a black candidate. It says if the district is compact enough, if it does not damage natural boundaries, if it's have community interests together, and you can create a minority district, then that district should be created, and they should elect a candidate of their choice. And some districts elect white candidates and predominantly black districts. Do you recognize that?
I do recognize that.
So this really, my problem is we really are content to assure a one majority district in your maps. One, just like Morris map, okay? And this opportunity stuff is not realistic because it does not voting pattern and money ability to raise money gonna make a substantial difference. So we still right back to Morrison district by saying it another way. It looks nicer, less parish breakup, but the same effect. So I really don't know why the powers that be, the governor and everybody else, don't be for this, because it's gonna result in the same thing. I'm more concerned, and my opposition to your district, I want to call it what it is. I don't want to put a face on it and make it look nice. I think it's fair, and it's the law to create 2 minority districts if you can. And they can elect who they want to elect. Be a white person, green person, I don't really care who they elect. But they elect a candidate of their choice. That was the Section 2 was passed for, to enable the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. So your map, while it looks good, it gives the impression that you are doing something other than race. In Louisiana, party is race. So you're not doing anything much different than what Morrison's doing. And for that reason, I would be opposed to the map.
Thank you, Representative Carter.
Can I respond?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Just wanted to thank you for your remarks. And, what matters empirically and what should matter legally is whether or not the districts afford a group electoral opportunity, not the percentage of the district comprised of members of any particular race or group, but intentionally a local appraisal of the question based upon actual electoral and their ballots to elect a person of their choice in those districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lyons. Okay, you have a question for, all right, Representative Boyd, for a question for Vice Chair Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Judge, for your comments, but I want to direct this to our Vice Chair. Your intent with your amendment was to make the opportunity greater for Democrats to elect Democrats, correct?
Yes,
As well as providing an opportunity for Republicans to elect Republicans.
that is
right?
correct.
And I think with the mechanics of everything, you know, it's time for us to call a duck. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. The maps that we've seen so far from Senator Morris, for example, in New Orleans, you pulled more Democratic seats into District 2. And in District 1, Steve Scalise's seat, which was already a strong Republican district, we've since somehow made it even stronger. Now, I'm going to agree with Judge when he says party is race. Therefore, Steve Scalise's district is wider. That's not subject for interpretation. That's mathematics in there. And you're seeking to make it an opportunity where we can still elect Democrats across the board, correct?
If they come out and perform, yes.
Yes, and that's the key word. If they come out and perform, we have an opportunity to do that, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've been here longer than I have, and we're sitting in this place not wanting to have transparency. That's what I see it as. So we don't write race on this map. We can't discuss race, but race is definitely there because Steve Scalise's seat is now wider than it's ever been, correct?
According to these numbers, yes.
And when I started here, I started in redistricting. At that point, across the board, Republicans had maps that favored Republicans. We would do 6 new House seats. Did we get that? In 2022? Did we get 6 new additional seats in the House?
No.
Did we get 3 new Senate seats?
No.
Did we get an additional Bessie seat?
No, we didn't.
Did we get an additional Supreme Court seat?
No, we didn't.
Did we get an additional congressional seat initially?
Initially, yes.
No, we did not.
Well,
We-
after the
the
fact,
the
no.
governor vetoed that. And here we are, 4 years later, still debating whether or not we can have districts that create opportunities for Democrats, since we don't want to name race, Democrats to elect someone. Are we still here doing that?
We're doing what we have to do, yes.
When currently, out of the 6 congressional seats we have in Louisiana, 4 of them are Republicans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are they black Republicans?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so they already have the majority, correct?
Yes.
Your amendment seeks to make it where we can elect only 2, technically, possibly a third one if we turn out Democrats. Is that right?
Based on the numbers, but it does protect the 2 that we have.
Absolutely. I think you have a great amendment, and I support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative Boyd. Are there any other questions for Vice Chair? Do that. So look, for the viewing public, when we have 2 members talking, it gives a zoomed out view. And so just want to let you know that's why it's zooming out when we have 2 members that are on the committee talking at the same time. So just, I was asked to make that comment. Representative Larverdane, is your question for Vice Chair Lyons?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Representative Larverdane?
All right. Mr. Vice Chair, when you look at your map compared to Jay Morris, I think Mr. Morris has 15 parish splits and you have 7?
Yes, and that was prior to the amendment.
Okay. And your game plan was to get a much cleaner, much precise district for everybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you look at District 6, District 6 is the East Baton Rouge, West Baton Rouge. You put that all together because under Mr. Morris's bill, Baton Rouge was cut into 2 spots. Is that correct?
Yes, it was split.
All right. And then the great St. Landry Parish. With Mr. Senator Morris, he split St. Landry into 3 parishes. Is that correct?
Yes, initially.
And I've got a problem with that because when you look at the Creole Nation, you've got Eunice in one area, you got Plaisance, Opelousas, Grand Coteau. They're just split, and that parish is a particular Creole parish, and they have a community of interest. Are you familiar with the Jingles test?
Yes.
All right. In the Jingles case, that was a North Carolina case back in I think I was in the 90s sometime, in the 80s or 90s. We talked about compactness, we talked about political cohesiveness, majority block voting, and we looked at totality of circumstances. Is your map similar to the Jingles case?
Yes, it does.
And when you look at the Calais case, which I have a copy of it, it mentioned a lot of the Jingles factors. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
And so, in your opinion, you've got the better district because you complied the Jingles case, and you have your map based on Democrats and Republicans, and is not centered just on race. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you're asking this body to support your map, which is Amendment 5670?
5670.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Lorverdane. Are there any other questions for Vice Chair Lyons? Okay. Vice Chair Lyons has offered up Amendment Set 5670, to which Representative Shammerhorn objects. Is there, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Boyer?
No.
No. Representative Billings? No. Representative Boyd?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Carter? Representative Carter?
No.
No. Representative Farnham?
No.
No. Representative Gadberry? No. No. Speaker Pro Tem Johnson? No. Representative Lorverdane?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Chair Lyons?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Marcel?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Representative McMakin? No. Representative Newell? Yes. Representative Shammerhorn?
No.
No. Representative Thomas?
No.
No. Representative Walters?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Wright?
No.
No. Representative Weibel?
No.
No. There are 6 yeas and 11 nays.
6 yeas and 11 nays. The amendment fails to be adopted. All right. Do we want to, is there anybody else that has an amendment they want to bring? I know you're not required to, but if y'all want to, before we go back on the testimony, if anybody has another amendment y'all want to bring, we can do that now, or we don't have to. Okay. All right. Well, let's go back on the testimony. I wrote down names. I know in all of the discussions on the amendment, Newell and Marcel both have their buttons pushed. Judge Carter. I had also written down Representative Boyd and Representative Lorverdane. If y'all still want, I'm just kind of going through just to let y'all know. So we're going to be back on the amended version of the bill, and we'll go with Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Senator Morris. Before I get into my questions, it was mentioned about being colorblind and accepting colorblindness, and I need to say that colorblindness and saying that is very offensive to me, because it means that the person who is claiming colorblindness is willfully ignoring the oppressions that have been placed on black people in this country. And it minimizes the lived experiences of my grandparents, who were forced to tell how many bubbles were in a bar of soap or how many gallons of water were in the Mississippi River in order to vote. And it also diminishes the lived experiences of my parents, who fought this fight that I find myself in the middle of right now. And it also diminishes the systemic challenges that black people have faced in this country. Which brings me back to my points that I wrote for this session. Black voters in Louisiana were not given 2 districts, as one of my colleagues on the Senate side told me. And we did not receive 2 opportunity districts by accident. For 7 years, the 7 years I've been in this body, we have been fighting for 2 opportunity districts. In the rails of this legislature, through the work of the advocates, litigation, year after year litigation, organizing, and the civic participation of constituents who have showed up time and time again. And this legislature should not casually reverse the hard work that we have been going through for the past 7 years. The hard-fought representation gains that we have made. So the question again, although Senator Morris said we answered it, why are we here? Why are we doing this? Why are we going backwards? For years, communities, candidates, advocacy organizations, and voters have relied on the state's recognition that 2 opportunity districts are important. And changing course now undermines the confidence that people once had in the redistricting process, although I believe that it was the elimination of the pre-clearance process, because this is the first time we've gone through redistricting since pre-clearance was eliminated in 2013. Louisiana has already spent an enormous amount of time and taxpayer resources litigating unconstitutional and unfair maps, and it seems like we're going back in court again. So Senator Morris, let me get to my questions to you. What civil rights organizations, voting right experts, or demographers did you and now Rep. McMakin consult with? The NAACP, Vote, the Daughters of the Confederacy, the Urban League? Who did y'all talk to when y'all came up with these maps and numbers we're using today?
I didn't talk to any of those groups, but I talked to the demographer we have in the Senate that we engaged.
Okay, so the Senate paid for their own demographer to come up with this? And this what y'all came up with?
The demographer just did the technical part, but the Senate itself came up with the map over the course of a few amendments.
So what was the analysis that was done on the racial impact of your map?
We didn't consider race.
So there was no consideration on which groups of voters would most likely be impacted by your map?
Not sure what you mean by that.
Which group of voters would be most likely impacted by this map?
What do you mean by which group? You're
White
referring to
folks,
race?
black people, Democrats,
didn't consider
Republicans,
race.
the new no parties, his Indian community that we have, Hispanic population, the Vietnamese in my district. Which groups would most likely be impacted? Did y'all consider that?
I didn't consider race, but I did consider the effort to have at least 5 performing Republican districts.
5 performing Republicans, so we never considered the communities of interest. That wasn't considered either.
I consider the communities of interest as
But
well.
just those interested in the Republican Party?
Well, that was one of my considerations, was to have them be Republican performing districts, as I stated earlier, but they also have other communities of interest. For example, the 5th is a highly rural. Timber and farming are the larger industries in that area. Somewhat similar to the 4th, which is also timber farming, but a lot more oil and gas centered. And then you have the 2 coastal districts, which they have in common, of course, the coast of the state. So,
Okay, and we have Democrat and black farmers and fishermen too. So how does this map avoid, you didn't look at how this map could avoid diminishing black voters' ability to elect a candidate of choice, or ensure that black people have an equal opportunity to participate in democracy and elect a candidate of their choice, a candidate that has their best interests in mind when running for office?
I think they can freely, African-American people and people of all races can vote in all 6 districts under the map that I have proposed.
They could vote, but I don't think they're gonna have a choice of somebody that's actually concerned about them. Did you conduct any retrogression analysis before filing this map, showing like how we're going backwards, how we're reducing opportunities, how we're reducing African Americans or Democrats in the map that you drew, or this one that we just adopted?
I'm not sure what you mean by retrogression.
How we going backwards? How we reducing opportunities in this state? Because we had 2, and now we got 1. Retrogression. Okay.
I'm not sure I understand what that means, but I think I explained I wanted to produce maps that produce at least 5 solid Republican districts that preserve the historic cores of each district, and that, of course, anyone can vote for whoever they want in any of those districts.
So
But
if, go ahead, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay, I was done.
So if the numbers were changed in the Republican Party, we had 94% black folks in the Republican Party, would you have put your name on this map?
Absolutely.
You still would have did that? That's good to
Absolutely.
know. Let me see by we making that change. Are you concerned that this map could expose this state to additional litigation?
There's always litigation, as I explained earlier. So, yes, there will be a lawsuit, probably multiple.
We
There
already
is
have
every single time. There's never not a lawsuit,
I wonder why.
because we live in a litigious society, probably.
I
But
think because we keep putting unfair maps in front of people and expecting them to just take it. So how does reducing effective black voting opportunity strengthen public confidence in this process that we've been in for the past 7 years?
Well, your question presupposes a whole bunch of things. So if you could break it down where question by question, I'm happy to
Oh, that was
answer.
one. How does reducing effective black voting
I didn't
opportunity
reduce effective black. So the premise of your question
is that we
includes a
have 2
purported
right
answer.
now? Right now we got 2. We have Troy Carter and Cleo Fields. And your map is going to where we just have Troy Carter. So how does reducing black voting opportunities strengthen public confidence in the processes of this building?
I did not reduce black voting opportunities.
Oh, that's what, okay. We have a different opinion in how we interpret your map. You say you've been here, what, 12 years? You say 15 years? How long you been
I
here?
think 15.
How long have you been on Senate Governmental Affairs?
I'm not on Senate Governmental Affairs.
So you did not participate in the road shows?
No.
Did you watch any of the videos from the road show?
I may have watched some of them, but
I know you sat through 15 hours plus of community testimony.
yes.
So did any of those people ever request that we reduce the opportunities for having more black districts in the state of Louisiana? Because I remember hearing some of the people asking actually for 3 districts when they heard that, looking at the numbers, because you cannot look at party and not also consider race, where 94% of Republicans are white, and you have a strong 60+% of Democrats are black, and then we have this new no party deal. But everyone said when considering that with the number of African Americans that we have here, we should have 3 seats. So how are we supporting the reduction in the seats that we have for Democrats or for black people?
How are you supporting the reduction of seats for Democrats and black people in Congress when we had testimony that said keep 2 or increase it to 3? You still don't want to understand that question? Well, the question presupposes a lot of things, but as I said earlier, I intended to create at least 5 performing Republican districts, regardless of race.
You can't say that regardless of race when we just gave you the demographics of that party. And we heard for 15 plus hours from the constituents here. We even had white people sitting up at the table that asked for more minority representation and not less. Moving on. How many voters did you move from one congressional district to another? Like, how many voters did you move out of congressional district 1 to maybe 2? What's next door to 2? Or from 6 into 5 or 3? How many voters did we move?
I don't remember exactly how many voters moved per se, but that each district has the exact same number of people in them.
I understand the
and
number.
we didn't change that.
But we did
just changed
some shifts.
the geography of where they were, so the numbers are the same.
But you shifted people, so your shift is creating more. What's the word? More confusion, voter confusion, that this body has been claiming to want to reduce for the past 7 years. We've shifted population, so you've moved some people from District 6 to now District 5 and the District 4. Yet again, we're creating voter confusion.
Well, I would disagree with that. I think the prior map that was declared unconstitutional was very confusing because if you live in Shreveport, you would think that, everybody around you would also be in your same district and that you wouldn't be in a district that goes past Baton Rouge. So there was nothing regional specific about District 6 under the 2024 map, so I think that was pretty confusing when you had a map that ran from Shreveport to Baton Rouge and beyond.
Okay. Even though I believe we're going to create more voter confusion because now you have people again who were voting for Congressman Fields and now I don't know who they're going to be voting for come November, whenever they get a chance to vote again. So how will the election officials, how are we going to educate the voters on yet another change as to how they're doing things? Because we just suspended a whole election and had to do a campaign to let folks know that it wasn't canceled, just one portion was suspended. So how are we reaching out and letting folks know you're no longer in District 6, you're either in 5 or 4, or you're not in 2, you're in 3 or 1? How are we doing that?
Well, first of all, we have to wait till this process is over and we've produced a new map signed by the governor. And then I'm sure the press, we have a lot of cameras around here and reporters. I think it will be very much publicized how the maps look and where people live. The Secretary of State will promulgate advertisements and will do their, I'm sure Secretary Landry will do her best to inform all the voters of where they are. The state website will provide that information. You can go to the state website now, and you will, after this is done, type in your address, and you can find out what House district you live in, what Senate district you live in, what United States Congress district you live in, what police jury district you live in. So I think it'll be widely publicized.
So you said the Secretary of State, she's doing mail.
I can't speak to what exactly she's going to do, but I'm sure she'll do her best to publicize
Your fiscal
it.
note says she's gonna mail stuff out to these 3 million voters that we have. So that looks like you have a $2.9 million fiscal note on this redistricting. Well, it says that it's indeterminable, which is the new thing that we're doing around here. But it's $2.9 million. So that's on top of the conservative guess of the $10 million that we've already spent on litigation of these maps, added to the additional money that we're gonna spend as a state to challenge these maps, as well as the other litigation that we have defending this suspension of a congressional race. So, politically, who is benefiting from this map, from this whole process?
Well, I'm hopeful that we'll add a Republican seat to Congress.
So
And,
Republicans will benefit politically, that's what you're
And
saying?
I think that will benefit the state, and I think it'll benefit the nation as well.
Okay. I don't see a benefit to the nation, and from the groans I heard in the audience, I don't think they agree either. Now, let's go back a little bit. Where in the Calais case did the court mandate that we draw a new map? Because I read all 92 pages. Where in it did it say that we had to come back and draw a new map? I thought you might have had time since Friday to read it. This was only 92 pages.
At 732 Federal Supplement 554,
I
which
got
is
the
the
case.
Calais decision,
Yes, sir.
it says, in light of the foregoing, the court grants plaintiff's request for injunctive relief. The state of Louisiana is prohibited from using SB 8's map of congressional districts for any election. And then that was affirmed by the Supreme Court.
Yes, but those words do not dictate a mandate of redrawing the maps. And with those words that did not mandate us, less than 48 hours, this state, our governor, decided that we was going to cancel or suspend an entire congressional election. Whereas in 2022, we were both here in 2022, the court did instruct us to redraw a map. And there was a delay in the speaker and the president calling us into a redistricting session. No, I'm sorry, the governor called us into a redistricting session because we did not want to hold this meeting within session. It was supposed to be 7 days. We adjourned in 3, having spent a total of 3 hours and 59 minutes in session, to the point that Judge Dick threatened the entire legislature with contempt of court. But we're rushing to do this when there wasn't a mandate, and we dragged our feet in risking more litigation when we were mandated to do something. And that shows just a bit of confusion on my part as to how you move so quickly and swiftly in one instance, but take your time in another. But that wasn't your fault that time. So, and we mentioned the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment said it was the Constitution, not a state statute, okay? And let's go back a little bit. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery, and it made black men whole, with no longer 3/5 of a person. And the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. Additionally, black women, the right to vote. Do you agree?
You asking me if the 19th Amendment?
All of that.
Yeah, generally, yes.
Because you're an attorney. Con law was my favorite class. I don't know if it was yours. So how does this map comply with Section 2?
Well, the Supreme Court in Calais said that the court should not have set aside the 2022 map.
I'm talking about Section 2 of the 14th Amendment.
How does it comply?
Because Section 2 of the 14th Amendment provides that representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their representative numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state. And at this time, black men were no longer 3/5 of a person, and again, women could vote.
And your question is what?
How did this map provide representation that is apportioned among the several states according to their representative numbers? If we have whole black men and black women that can vote representing 33% of this state, how is it that we got to a map that just has one performing African American or one performing Democrat seat? How does this apply?
Because it has an equal number of people in it. Each district has an equal number of people, and each person that is of voting age can vote.
Section 2 does not speak about equal numbers in the maps. It speaks about equal representation in Congress. So where in your map does it give me an equal opportunity, to have another black Congress member?
The map is not drawn to try to get somebody of a particular race to win a map. But you'll have an equal opportunity to vote for whoever you want, Republican or Democrat, white or black, or any other race. And the majority candidate, the one who wins the most votes, wins.
Yes, it keeps saying those words, but when we say opportunity district, we really want an opportunity to elect, put in office, and not just go press a button. We wanted a successful opportunity, an opportunity to successfully elect another person of minority in our Congress. And I know you probably won't agree, but I'm of the belief that with the number of incumbents who were not endorsed, but still have a good 7 months to turn some things around, that they might have the appetite right now to impose the penalties that are spelled out in Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, which provides that as a penalty, Congress can reduce the numbers of representation at a state in proportion to the number of whole males, black men, who are no longer 3/5, and women, black women, who can now vote, who are denied the right to vote for their choice of electors to representatives in Congress. So in a sense, if you lose one, I lose one. And I really hope that Congress takes the opportunity to put in this penalty against Louisiana, because this is egregious and just... I was asked not to call it what it is, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Well, Rep. Marcel, you ready?
Thank you. I'm glad nobody didn't ask me to not call it what it is, because I'm about to call it what it is. Representation, once recognized, should not be representation later denied. We fought for many years in order to achieve 2 congressional districts. And what your legislation does is seeks to reduce that. The burden should be upon you, Senator Morris, to tell us why, give us an explanation for why that representation, we should go into regression. Why is that justified, number one? That's my first question. Why do you believe that we should go backwards and go to a 5-1, or as you said, you propose a 6-0 map. Why do you believe that that's necessary? Because I really want to hear from your heart today.
Well, the reason we're here, as I've mentioned before, is that the existing current maps have been ruled unconstitutional as a racial gerrymander.
What Calais said was that particular map was gerrymandered. It did not say, and help me, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been around a few. Help me to understand where or why you thought reducing the number of seats that were currently in place was the right route to go, because Calais didn't say that. Calais said this map is gerrymandered, and I think Judge Carter put it best. It was never our map in the first place, and I said that in my earlier testimony. It was the Republicans' map that we passed. So you all passed a gerrymandered map. So why wouldn't you all fix it where it wasn't gerrymandered and make sure that we have the same representation in this state? Whether you want to use Democrats or Republicans. What you continue to say to us this morning is that I set out, I didn't look at race. I don't care about race. I don't know if you say you didn't care about it, but you didn't look at race. You just set out to create Republican districts. And which brings me to one of my other points. Do you acknowledge that Republicans represent 36% of registered voters here in Louisiana?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sounds about right?
Yep. It's roughly a third Democrats.
About a third, right?
A third, that'd be a little more than a third, but a third Democrats roughly, and a third
Okay,
independents, no parties.
So under your own admission, you say that you know that Republicans represent 36% of Louisiana, but yet you feel they should have 83% representation in Congress. Help me to understand, why is your thought process that y'all should have more than what you should have according to the numbers? We ain't talking about no race now. I mean, we're talking about Republicans, even though it's 94% white. Help me to understand, why do you believe 36% should have either all of the representation or 83%?
I think it would bode well for the country and the state to have more Republicans in Congress.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. So, since you believe that the country and the state would be better off with more Republicans, would you agree that we have a Republican governor right now?
Yes.
Would you agree that y'all have a supermajority in the House and the Senate?
Yes.
Help me to understand. We're going to start with Louisiana. How can we, you said it would be better for the state and the country. How's it going to be better when we at the bottom of the list in education, health care, wait, let me finish, mortality rates, hold it, because you're in charge right now. So help me to figure out why your policies that you are pushing, that you can pass, and it's been demonstrated today, that whatever map they want to come out of this committee is coming out of this committee, and whichever map they don't want, so that means you're in control. So you said that Louisiana would be better off, and I want you to tell me, how could we get any worse off than we are? We like 48th, 49th and everything, and we over-incarcerate people more than any place in the world. So help me to understand how Louisiana would be better, and as you know, as Louisiana goes, so does the rest of the South, and tell me how that's going to help the world. Help me, because I'm real confused.
Okay. First of all, if we add Republicans in Louisiana, there's a higher likelihood that Republicans will retain the House.
You mean in
Congress.
In Congress, right?
And so, and that will result in more likely the ability to advance Republican ideals in Congress, which I think is important.
Okay.
And you may not agree with those ideals, but I do. And they include, and this list is illustrative, it's not exhaustive, but more limited government, lower taxes that Republicans typically propose and Democrats oppose, fewer federal regulations, freer markets, stronger national defense, border security, deportation of criminal illegal immigrants, which Democrats oppose in Congress, Second Amendment rights, which Democrats oppose in Congress, parental rights in education, which Democrats often oppose in Congress, support for tougher criminal penalties, particularly for violent criminals, which Republicans tend to support and Democrats tend to oppose, increasing energy production, and the construction of pipelines that carry that energy that Democrats have vehemently opposed, resulting in the killing of pipeline projects that would bring energy from all the way from Canada to our refineries here in Louisiana, preventing fraud in elections, and the list goes on.
Oh, I'm glad you brought up preventing fraud. And you say that's from the federal level. Those are the lists that you say would be strengthened by this legislation if we sent more Republicans to Congress, correct?
That's what we would hope for, yes.
And we could also create a slush fund, right, for the people who ride at the Capitol, correct? You're not familiar with the new movement in Congress? I mean, y'all are in control. I'm asking. You listed the things that we would be stronger at, and I'm asking you, is that one of them?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You're not?
But,
all right, let's make sure we stand on the bill here.
Yeah,
I mean, I understand y'all
Let me
making
be
the point.
clear.
Let's
If
stay on
he
the bill.
opened up the door, I'm going to walk in it. And he opened up the door and gave me a list of the things,
He was
right?
trying to answer your question.
I'm following
let's
up on
just-
my question.
let's just make sure we
I
stand
want to
on
make
that.
sure we got a clear picture because he says that electing more Republicans in Louisiana and sending them to the House to have more representation, which they already have, by the way. So you already have more. You want more than more. And so you're saying that that would help us with our policies, your policies, your ideologies, regardless of our ideologies and whether I believe what you believe or someone else. You don't believe that people who don't think like you should have a voice, is what you're saying. You should silence the rest of Louisiana because everybody does not feel the same way that you feel or that I feel. You think that they should be silenced, is what you're saying.
no, of course not. But the majority wins and the majority rules. I mean, the Congress and the presidency were controlled by Democrats for many, many years. And, things change. And whoever wins, it gets to advance their policies as a general rule, So that's all. I don't want to silence anybody, but, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Got it.
I mean, I voted against the 2024 map.
I got it.
And 100% of the Democrats in the Louisiana legislature voted for the 2024 maps.
Because it was the only one we had.
But I voted against it.
I didn't mean to talk over you, but
Yeah,
that
I
was
about
the
to
only
ask that.
map.
Thank you.
That was the only map that we had. This committee right here, just like they didn't allow Representative Lyons' amendment on, didn't allow our bills to go forth either. You are in control of what comes in and gets out of these committees, right?
I'm not in control. I mean, I am
Republican Party. We talking about Republicans now.
Yeah.
I'm on Republicans.
Yeah. I mean, Republicans don't always vote the same on every map.
I got
just
it.
like in 2024, I think there were 11 of us in the Senate that voted against it.
So what should Democrats and other parties in this state think about your map? So Democrats, and there's a significant number of other party, what should they think about your map in terms of their voice?
Well, I can't speak for how any other person should think. There are conservative Democrats who might like this map. There are a lot of independents who might like this map. I would guess if you're I guess a liberal.
I'm gonna try to move off of this,
Okay.
but I'm just saying 2/3. You are ignoring 2/3 of this state with your map, and they do not have a voice because you have sat here and told us that you base this map that you have upon giving Republicans the total control. And so if you're not in that party or you don't believe every single thing that they do, there were even Republicans, let me just add that to this testimony, that came to the table against your bill. Are you aware of that? Republicans that came to the table against your bill.
Of course.
Okay.
It's a free country. People can
Free
come
country. Okay.
testify for it or against it, but the majority wins.
Let me move on. I get it. The majority wins. So when you're in power, you seek more power, and it does not matter whether it's fair or not. Just do what you do for your own self-interest and for your party's interest. That's what you're saying, correct?
No. I'm not saying that I do it for my own self-interest.
Are your party's interests?
Yeah, I think this map will help advance the high possibility of there being at least five Republicans winning congressional seats. But it does other things too. It preserves the core. Historical cores of each district, and it also preserves I think it will be highly likely to preserve the incumbency of particularly Speaker Johnson and Majority Leader Scalise. I think they do a great job.
Okay, so, and you spoke a little earlier about the map the map that they said was gerrymandered came all the way from the top and came all the way down to the bottom of Louisiana. Is that accurate in Calais case? Tell me what's different in your map that comes all the way up here from East Carroll and Morehouse and comes all the way down and go all the way over here and pick up Tangipahoa, St. Helena, Washington. That's at the top. This is what your map does. This is your map, right? I do have the right map, huh?
I think so.
This is it.
It's hard to see it, yeah.
So it's okay.
But just for clarity purpose, I think that is the original map. It's not the amended version.
It's pretty close, though.
Pretty close.
It's pretty close.
You good?
That's the re-engrossed version. not
Your
the-
re-engrossed version still includes Tangipahoa, right?
Right.
And Washington, right?
Right.
And you saying these are community of interest with Morehouse up here and West Carroll, right? Correct? This is the top of Louisiana.
Well, West Carroll and Morehouse are still in the fifth in that map, as I see it. Is that? If
That's
the-
correct,
That's
but
the one I'm looking for.
that's not what I'm referring to, whether it's in the fifth, sir. What I'm asking you, because you said the map that we passed that you voted against it before, that came all the way up, went up like a little snake and go all the way up to the top and came back down to Baton Rouge, was gerrymandered, and that's the map that Calais said was unconstitutional because of gerrymandering, right?
Because it was racially gerrymandered.
Racially gerrymandered, right?
Correct.
And you don't see your map as the same?
No.
You don't.
In fact,
and it's coming from the top now.
Because it was a narrow little band in that other map, and the Calais decision said that that the lower court should not have set aside that 5-1 map. So the court tacitly approved it, and not only that, the map that looks very similar to the one you just held up was pre-cleared by the Obama administration in 2011.
Okay, so you're talking about the Obama administration. Let me ask you about this administration. Is it accurate to say that this legislature acknowledged and approved 2 opportunity districts in this body when they created the other one, whether it was done wrong or not? Is it safe to say that y'all saw the legitimacy, and the governor said he saw the legitimacy in us being 2/3 of the population having 2 districts? That's what he said when he passed it. This pre-Calais now. Do you recall that? Do you recall the AG standing and supporting the map that's now unconstitutional? Do you recall any of that? It was 2 districts.
Yeah, I recall that a majority of the legislature approved that map that later was declared unconstitutional. However, I did not vote for it. I thought it was unconstitutional. I thought it was racially gerrymandered. I went to the well.
And so did the judge.
I went to the well and said that I didn't think it was an appropriate map. And that's why I voted against it.
I got it. So let me ask you a question. So why do you think the people who you want to give more votes to in Congress, more representation, that was the Republican Party's map, why do you think that they're now the smartest people in the world, since you just said that they created that map that was unconstitutional? You told them it was unconstitutional, and they moved forward with an unconstitutional map. Help me to explain that in my head. Give me some thought process on why do you think they did that?
I think, and I don't want to speak for other people.
Speak.
Well, I can't speak for other people,
But just
what's
speak.
in their head, but
Yeah.
I will tell you.
You think it was
as I
political?
recall, that the lower court in the Middle District of Louisiana said that we needed to redraw maps, and that we should draw another majority-minority district. I disagreed with that, and I didn't think we needed to do it that time because it had not, the process, the appellate process was not complete. It hadn't gone up to the Supreme Court. The Fifth Circuit had not ruled on it, on the merits of the case. There were lots of up and down with seeking stays and whatnot, and I can't remember all the details of the litigation, but it was clearly not complete. And that's why I thought it was premature for us to redraw those maps, and I didn't think it was the right thing to do. But Republicans disagree on things sometimes. I presume Democrats do as well.
Okay, so you disagreed with the maps then that the Republican Party, I want to be clear, did. They drew them and pushed them out of here, and they would determine gerrymander because of race. But you don't believe that District 6, look at District 6, also it's just a horseshoe. You don't see that as being, you just told me no, but I want you to look at it again. It's a horseshoe. You don't see that?
I think it's appropriate. It's historic. It's been approved. The Supreme Court tacitly approved that district by the language of the Calais case. It's very similar to the 2011 maps, and which were approved.
I know I got other people want to speak, so I'm gonna move on. Let me ask you a question about the drafting. You brought up the maps. Who participated in drafting your map? Because I asked earlier that some of your numbers are different from the Secretary of State that I was looking at. The census numbers that they presented are different from your numbers. So who participated in drawing your map? Can you tell me?
It was a whole host of senators, primarily.
No. I mean the person who drafted, the consultant, anybody, demographer, those people. Who was that?
Well, we have somebody that we've engaged in the Senate.
I got that. Can we have the name of the person that you engaged in the Senate, or is that a secret to the people of Louisiana?
Bill Blair is his name.
Pardon me?
Bill Blair.
Phil Blair.
Yes.
So Phil Blair was
Blair.
the demographer?
And runs all the computer systems, downloads the data, yeah.
And you never entertained doing a district like we had, just changing it, because what Calais said was this was done based upon gerrymandering and goes up, like you said, like a snake. You never considered doing another map with 2 opportunity districts, as you keep hearing, or 2 Democrat. Let me just say 2 Democrat districts. I think we could draw it
Right.
where it was 2 Democrat districts.
I didn't seek to create 2 Democratic districts.
Okay.
And Bill Blair did the work for the 2024 map as well. I mean, he's not partisan. He just does, he has knowledge of how to put it together and work the software and things of that nature.
Okay, and so you said senators. Who were the senators who helped you work on this bill?
There were a whole host of them. And
That's a few. Name a few. I might know 'em.
Well, I don't want to go say, because a lot of them worked together in meetings and brought to me suggestions to change the bill. And, even if one senator brought me suggested changes, he may have talked to 10 other senators and coming up
I know,
with that.
but I was just, if I had a group of my colleagues working on the map with me, I could tell you that I helped Representative Lyons to help to come up with that map. And I was just wondering what other senators, because you said it, you said me and the demographer and some senators, and I was asking what other senators, and what brought me to that question was because you only had one green card in support of your bill when it was heard on the other side. So I was wondering who else had the same thought process as you. I think the people of Louisiana need to know that.
I think I'm not going to name senators because I don't know that it serves any purpose. And anybody that wanted to could come to me and ask me for input. Some did, some did not. Some probably did so indirectly because there were lots of meetings held outside my presence among various senators who from various regions, and as they got together and proposed things, I accepted a lot of what they wanted to do. Although it wasn't it wasn't a huge changes, as you can see. There's not a lot of difference between my original map and the version that came into this committee.
Okay, because both of them splits up Baton Rouge, so everybody was supportive of that. The parish, I'm saying East Baton Rouge Parish,
as did the 2024 maps.
Okay, and I didn't like that. But did you talk to any Democrats at all when you did
Some
your map?
Democrats came to me and chatted a bit, but
not really.
I don't think they were interested in any map I was proposing. But that's the way it works.
That's the way it worked, huh? So I think you've probably answered most of my questions. I just wanted to know why did you consider communities of interest? Because what I feel is disingenuous and not represented well in this building is we had a road show. And we went all around, because I participated in a couple of them. I didn't go to all of them, but I participated in a couple of them. And we asked people in the state of Louisiana what did they want to see with the map. So we spent money traveling all over the state to ask folk for their input. And what you're saying under your testimony is that you didn't consider any of that. This is something that you brainstormed by yourself with a few senators, and you got a demographer and said, let's take all the power, let's let the Republicans get all the power, and that's how you came up with this. So, in other words, you screw Louisiana voters, what they think, right?
That's not accurate, because
I'm asking.
And I'm answering. A lot of the work had been done. The map in 2011 that was pre-cleared by the Justice Department was the basis for which the 2022 maps were approved. They don't look that much different. And the map that I brought into this committee today does not look that much different from the 2011 map or the 2022 map. So those maps are all very consistent with one another. And so a lot of that work was done. So I didn't just dream up on my own how to do this. I filed the map. The Senate Bill 121, as originally filed, was exactly like the 2022 maps.
I got it. I'll wrap up. I hear you. But again, I don't think the people who came to that table, I think you left out of the room, I don't know if you watched it, but the hundreds of people that traveled from all over the state of Louisiana, they asked for fair maps and fair representation on the road shows that I participated in. And your map does not take that into consideration, in my opinion, and I do believe that the hypocrisy in this building is just real. The fact that you have double the seats now and you want more of the seats is just incredibly egregious to me and to many of the people in the state of Louisiana. I would just, implore you to maybe go pray about it or something, or talk to some citizens other than Republicans in this state, because you do represent more than Republicans. Would you agree? I represent Republicans and Democrats in my district.
Absolutely.
I think that to say that a Democrat can't, represent people well is disingenuous. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Representative Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Senator, you ever serve on House and Government Affairs?
I did.
And when the last time you've been on House Government Affairs? Senate House Government Affairs or House Government Affairs?
I've never been on Senate Governmental Affairs, but I was on House and Governmental Affairs for 4 years, from 2016 to 2020.
Okay. And did you, when you did this bill, why exactly, was this your idea, or is this something you carrying this bill for somebody or for a group of people? So did you have a meeting with your constituents that decided to come up with this bill? How did this bill come about in your mind?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I voted against the 2024 maps. I thought that it was a racially gerrymandered map. I thought that my area was not treated properly in that map. I thought it did not protect my incumbent at the time, Representative Letlow. I did not like it, and I knew that that the Calais decision might come out during session. I didn't know if it would or not. I kind of actually expected it to come out in the summer. But in the event it did come out,
What's his name?
I was hoping to have a voice in how the new map looked. And I didn't know who all was going to file bills, if anyone. And so I filed 3 separate bills just to put some placeholders out there for discussion, and of course the bills, if they were needed, I would be more than happy to proceed. But I didn't meet with any groups. Nobody asked me to file these. I filed them on my own.
You were aware that the Calais map was supported by Republican leadership and the governor, were you not, back when we passed in 24?
Yes.
And did you have conversation with the governor or the Republican leadership about your concern about this map?
I did. About the 2024 map, yes, I did.
The 2024 map. And the 2024 map actually protected Letlow. It didn't protect Graves. I think that's the guy, the odd man out was Graves, was it not?
That's the way it ended up, yes.
Right, where it ended up. Now at that time, were you had the understanding that the Attorney General office was reviewing, or Secretary of State and Attorney General office were reviewing these proposed maps to see whether or not they were legal? And did you have an opportunity to discuss with any of them as to whether or not that 24 map, that Calais map, was a legal map?
I did not discuss that with the Attorney General at the time, no. So
the map passed, and was it then you decided to come up with this map, or was it the urgency of the governor or the leadership of the Republican Party? Why you came up with your map? Just because you wanted a map, or you had other people supporting your desire to have this map?
As I explained a minute ago, I filed these on my own. No one asked me to file it. Neither the governor nor the Attorney General nor anyone else. We did not know whether the Calais decision would come out, and we certainly didn't know exactly what it was going to say. So I just filed 3 separate bills with 3 separate maps as placeholders in the event that Calais came out, and we would have the opportunity to undo what, in my opinion, we wrongfully did in 2024.
So you're a lawyer, but you're not a lawyer dealing with maps and reapportionment lawyer, right?
I'm not an election lawyer, no.
Oh, you're a lawyer?
I am.
Okay, so you were not aware that this Calais map was be ruled illegal, violated 14th Amendment 8 years ago? Pretty much the same map, few precinct changes. You were not aware of that fact?
I wasn't aware that the Calais decision ruled it
No,
unconstitutional?
no, sir, not the Calais, the map. The basic map that we adopted in 24 that became the Calais case, that map is basically the same map that the Fifth Circuit ruled unconstitutional over 7 years ago. Was not aware of that?
You're talking about the map that was put forth in the 1990s that was ruled unconstitutional?
It's basically the same map. It's a slant. They call it the slant. And it had a few precincts different, but basically the same map running from Shreveport. You understand why the map is unconstitutional?
Because it was a racially gerrymandered map.
Why is it racially gerrymandered?
Because it was purposely, race was purposely used to, and pretty much admittedly used to create a second majority minority district.
So the Fifth Circuit years ago, as well as this Supreme Court in the Calais case, said by taking populations out of Southeast Caddo Parish, black precincts, going down on a slant and taking out those black population out of precincts out of Rapides Parish, then going down to St. Landry Parish and taking black population in Landry Parish and going out in the state of East Baton Rouge Parish, that seemed to suggest primary race, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't know that before the map that we did in 24 did pretty much the same thing?
I never compared it, sat down and compared it to the map that came out that was ruled unconstitutional in I think it was the 1990s maybe, early 2000s. I never sat down and compared those two.
It was in the 2000s.
To determine, but I knew that there might be a good chance that the 2024 maps would be held unconstitutional.
So okay. Was these maps supported by, you already said, by the Attorney General and the Secretary of State's office back in 24, right?
Well, I don't know. I think the Secretary of State is. I don't know that she supported the maps per se. I mean, she implements. Performs the administrative function to assure that the elections are done based upon the maps that have been established. I don't think she takes a partisan position on them, but I don't want to speak for her because I have no knowledge of exactly what she said or didn't say during that time frame, but the Attorney General is, of course.
You don't think the Attorney General and the Secretary of State would have came out back in 24 said these maps been declared unconstitutional, these are illegal maps? You don't think folks would have listened to that? You don't think the legislature would have taken that into consideration had they said that?
I would assume they would have.
You as a legislature certainly took that into consideration, but if you were one that did not have the objection you had originally, if the Attorney General and the Secretary of State told you they were illegal, you probably seriously take that in consideration and would support your position. Is that right?
I'm not sure I'm following you, but
I'm just trying to figure out how we get here, how we get with this illegal map in Calais when was not the Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and Letlow, the then Congressman from North Louisiana. Are they not parties to the suit against the map? They call it Calais, but there are other people that named to the map, including the Speaker of the House and Congressman Letlow.
I mean,
you aware of that?
I can't remember who all intervened in the suit and who all are parties. The primary parties are Philip Calais and Nancy Landry in her capacity as.
Okay. Let's say this.
Louisiana Secretary
you
of
agree?
State.
You didn't like the map. You like this one, and the reason why we went forward that map, even though a 3-judge panel had ruled it unconstitutional, but because of the United States Supreme Court case that say when you're close to the election, you have to go with what the last expression of the legislature is. You aware of that, Law?
Well, all the court said, we can't have an election under the 2024 maps.
No, that was the last thing the court said. But back when the three-judge panel had their hearing and ruled it was unconstitutional, there was an injunction granted, and the Supreme Court denied that, stopped that injunction because they wanted to go forward with the map, with the election, because the Supreme Court president says when it get close to the election, you got to go with what you got. And resolve the defect later. You're not understanding. You don't recall that.
The Supreme Court affirmed the injunction. They said the injunction on these maps stays in place.
Initially, the Supreme Court denied the injunction. The three-judge panel ordered an injunction. The Supreme Court stated in order to have the election based upon jurisprudence of the Supreme Court that says when you get close to the election, you got to go with what you got. You don't understand that?
Initially, yes. Well,
all right.
While the
after the case was decided, Chief Justice Alito, by certifying the election, said that he reinstating the injunction, and you cannot have the election under this map. Am I right on that?
I don't remember there were multiple requests for stays, injunctions to the Fifth Circuit and the Supreme Court, and I don't remember each one, but ultimately, which is why we're here, the Supreme Court said that the 2024 maps were unconstitutional, and that we are prohibited.
Before the Supreme Court said that, they had a three-judge panel that said that. You don't remember that?
Yes, I'm aware of the that decision was affirmed.
And that three-judge panel issued an injunction from having an election in that map, did they not?
They did.
And the Supreme Court denied that injunction, right? They stayed the injunction.
They may have initially, but ultimately they affirmed that injunction, and they indicated it's still in place. So we are prohibited from having an election on the 2024 maps.
Okay. Now, at this time, do you recall? After the three-judge panel made their ruling, didn't we have a special session, have a closed primary, set up a closed primary system?
We did. I don't remember where it was, whether the timing was in relation to what the three-judge panel ruled.
So we had
I don't want to speak to the
but anyway,
to the exact timing of when each decision by each court was made, because.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, do you have any explanation of why the Supreme Court, for years, saying that even if the maps are unconstitutional, we're going to go with the map because we're too close to the election, and this time we're saying even though we're close to the election, we're months from the election, they allow an injunction. You got any idea why the Supreme Court did that?
Well, I think they waited until they could hear the case on the merits. I think prior to the merits decision in Calais, there were multiple intermediate procedural delays, administrative rulings, but nothing on the merits.
The case was heard on the merits in October of last year. You aware of that?
Well, it was argued twice. I know that.
The last argument was in October.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm. So the Supreme Court waited until they rendered a decision in April, but they normally render a decision in May or June, but they rendered a decision in April this time and issued that injunction. So I'm getting to this point, I guess, all that said and done. Is this map not initiated because the president wants to get rid of some Democratic districts?
No.
And you're not aware?
I mean, he might like it, but President Trump's never called me.
I don't expect President Trump to call you. I'm sure he called the governor, but I'm asking you, you don't think that this map is a result of President Trump wanting to pad the Congress with Republican because they do anything he says does? They're going to do anything he say, bad or good? You don't think this is a result of that effort by the president?
No. I think we're here because of the Calais decision, and I happen to file the map that's before you.
Okay, so you said
which was
you
not
filed.
done at the request of anyone.
All right, you said you filed a map because the Republican Party would be offer things you thought that's better for Louisiana, and you name out some things. And did you ever do a poll or to find out what the people of Louisiana think about the president's policies? Before you did this map?
No, I
to
never
help them?
ran any polls.
You didn't do no polls. Do you think the people of Louisiana love paying $5 for gas? I pay $5 for diesel coming over here, and people paying $4 something for gas. You think they like that policy? You think the people of Louisiana support that policy?
I don't know if that has anything to do with this map.
It's a lot to do with the map, because the map being passed because of initiation by the president to get rid of some Democratic seats. And in Louisiana, Democrat is black. Black tend to vote Democrat. How many of the Democrats in Louisiana are actually black or African American? What percentage of the Democratic Party?
I don't know.
I tell you, we 36 to 35% of the registered voters, and we 83% of the black population are Democrats. You know how many are Republicans? 35.6% of the voters are Republicans, and 93% of them are white. You know how many no party people we have?
Roughly a third.
About 28%, 27.9, something like that. So what about these no party people? You want to control the House by having 5 Republicans that represent less than a little over a third of the state, about a third of the state. So the minority is going to rule. So the minority people of the state will rule. So nobody knows how the people stand with the Republican policies. So what the people think don't really matter to you. Is what the Republican Party thinks.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think the state is pretty highly Republican.
Well, you know,
all the statewide elected officials are
35.6%.
Republican, and both of our United States senators are Republican.
So it's not a majority rule. It's not a minority rule. 35% is not 50%. It's 35%. 35.6%.
Well, that's because a lot of independents and a lot of Democrats vote Republican.
But they're not Republican.
Correct.
Okay. Now, actually, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are pretty much equal. There might be give and take, one or the other move a little ahead by 0.25% or 0.5%, but it's pretty much equal. But yet you proposing, based on a party gerrymander, that you ought to get 5 seats out of 6. And not 3 out of 6, because you represent about a third. You represent a third of the population, almost equal to the Democrat. So what is your logic behind that? Why you think the Republican Party ought to have 5 out of 6, and the Democratic Party 1 out of 6, when you have the almost equal number in the minority, both of them?
Well, I think that the state leans Republican heavily. All of our statewide elected officials are Republican. The Republicans have a supermajority in the House and Senate in this state. So I think that a vast majority of Republicans, well in excess of a majority, support Republicans, and you know, the mere fact that so many elected officials are Republican is pretty good proof of that. And so I think this map will be, under the circumstances, very popular throughout the state, including in my district. I think they will very much appreciate it.
Anybody, have you ever done a poll, or your party have done a poll to see if the people in Louisiana support the policy that was created by giving billionaires such great tax breaks and cutting Medicaid and other needed programs that the average person that is not of a rich or wealthy needs? You ever did a poll to see if the people support that philosophy of what the Republican Party has been doing?
I disagree with your characterization, so I don't agree with the premise of your question.
Have you done a poll of the people of Louisiana to see if they support the policy that the Republican Party has initiated in the past a year and a half?
I've never done a statewide poll.
You ever read one? You ever seen one?
I've seen some that are published in the paper from time to time, but, I can't speak, and I don't think any questions like that were asked in any of the polls I've seen. But I guess I answered your question.
Okay, so we have the Speaker of the House of Representatives from Louisiana, Republican. We have the majority leader of the House from is Republican from Louisiana, and notwithstanding that, the polls that I've been privy to don't support the ballroom that the president wants. They don't support the war. They don't support paying high gas. They don't support the economy. They don't even support the way the president handled the immigrants. I mean, they initially support it, but they don't support it. So they don't support none of that. And at the same time, we're at the bottom. Everything that matters, we're at the bottom of the country. So, do you disagree that we not ranked number 49 in education, number 3 in crime? You don't agree with those figures?
No, we've actually made vast improvements.
Representative Carter, let him answer the question.
Sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
We've seen vast improvements in our education rankings. I think, I don't know if it's relevant to this bill, but
What is the ranking in Louisiana right
I think
now?
Mr. Brumley has done an amazing job as superintendent of schools, and we've gone from the virtual bottom to the mid to low 30s. So I think we've made quite a bit of improvement.
And we've had 2 terms. We had this president before for a term. It ain't like this all new policies. It's something different. What do you think the people stand about corruption? You're in favor of corruption?
Absolutely not.
You think this ballroom and the president making $4 billion off being president and his family making billions of dollars being president, is that a good thing for the country?
I don't know that he has, but he has vast real estate and holdings that go up in value when the economy is doing well. So I don't begrudge anybody that when the economy goes well, that things go up. I mean,
so you don't think taking our money and getting it to criminals as a slush fund is a bad idea?
I don't know that anybody's creating a slush fund to give to criminals, but I don't know if that has to do with this bill.
All right, just let me say this. Let me get off it. The citizens understand this, and I really don't think this bill going to help the president at all in the end. But it's going to affect black voters in the state to be able to have some input and leadership in the Congress. So I know that's not important to you. That's important to other people that I think will take action and go to the polls because of what you're doing. And I thank you for that much anyway, because we should have been voting a long time ago. I don't blame you for what happened. I blame us. You may motivate us, Senator. You may play a very important role in this state and this country to make people that go vote and make their vote count. That's the only problem we have. We don't vote. So let me close by asking you this. If we had 2 black congressmen in Louisiana, you think that would hurt the state out of 6?
Well, if those 2 black congressmen were Republicans, I think that it would be better for the state.
And you remember when we got a substantial amount of money, this state from different programs the Biden administration initiated. None of the Republicans voted for it, but we got it. You remember that? You don't
I don't know what that has to do with this bill, but
you don't think the money's to having somebody can talk to the other side just in case you happen to lose. I know y'all think I know you think all Republicans think Trump gonna be president for life, but he's not. and you think you're going to change the United States Constitution, but you're not going to change it. You got to take the ratification of 2/3 of the state, even if as crazy as the House and Senate is voted for it. So you're not going to have a Republican president forever. You're going to need somebody that can go and reach their hands and talk to the other side and get something done like they did under the Biden administration. You talk about the Biden administration, a lot of Republicans, but they took all that money they sent to Louisiana. Took all that money. Did nobody turn it down? It was a bad idea. Nobody turned it down. And none of your Republicans voted for it. 2 people voted for it. Both Democrats. So I think your concept of is wrong, because you are trying to get the elected officials to select their constituents, and it should be the other way around. And you sat here, and I know you were here because I listened at my house when the senator was debating this. At least over 100 people I know came and testified about how bad this bill was, and that didn't bother you in the least. And I don't expect it to bother the members that's going to vote for this bill in the least either. But I'm going to tell you one thing, Senator. I'm going to tell the Republicans on this committee one thing. This will set us back a little bit. America is a young country. It have growing pains to go back and go forward. We will get over this. And thanks for you and thanks for the Republican Party in Louisiana and in Alabama and Mississippi. And it's only crucial because that's where the large black populations are. We're going to go vote now, and we're going to thank you, and I think you're going to have another president for long. Okay? So you keep up your work, but God we'll keep up our work.
All right. Thank you, Representative Carter. Representative Larverdoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, would you agree there's about 4.6 million people in Louisiana?
Yes.
About 1.6 African Americans?
I'm sorry, what?
About 1.6 are African Americans?
That sounds right.
And there are 35% Republicans, 33% Democrats. But with the numbers, you still think that Republicans need to have 5 seats?
I would rather them have 6, but 5 is what this bill does.
No, I don't want 6. Hell no. Let me tell you what, Marcus. Let me talk about that real quick.
Hell no.
6 scares me because gas is $4 a gallon, $8 a gallon in California. We've got a record number of foreclosures, record number of bankruptcy. We're spending $1 billion on war. We're about to cut Medicaid, mental health, addiction. That scares the hell out of me with 6. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, in your district, you have your map in front of you? Get your map for me. Let's go over there.
Which one are we talking about?
Your map. Your re-engrossed map.
The amended version?
Yes, the amended version.
The amended version.
Like the amended in committee?
Re-engrossed. Yeah.
Okay.
The re-engrossed, yeah.
All right.
That's the map I have. All right. Your map splits 15 parishes, but the vice chair map has 7 districts split. Explain the difference.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the vice chair's map. I just glanced at it for a second. So,
but if I told you your map splits 15 parishes, his splits 7 parishes, do you see a problem with that?
A problem with my map?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Look at district number 6. Number 6.
On my map?
On your map.
Okay.
You're familiar with the Jingles case, is that correct?
I don't have it memorized, but yeah, I'm
right.
reasonably familiar with it.
That's the North Carolina case.
Right.
That talks about compactness, political.
Hold on. I'm trying to ask questions.
All right. You look at the Jingles case. The Jingles case talks about compactness, political cohesiveness, and majority block. Do you think your map is compact in any way? Look how it's
Yes.
wavery.
Yes.
Even with it being wavery?
Yes. Particularly compared to the 2024 map that you voted for. Much more compact.
Well, let me show you the map that we have, the Vice President's map isn't like that. His map is a bit cohesive. If you look at your map, if you see District 6, you've got District 2 that goes in between it. You don't see how that's not compact? Or you don't understand what compact is?
I think I understand what compact is.
Okay.
But I think my map is adequately compact, and I think it's based on historical precedent. I think it's it's generally approved by the Calais case by their own language, and it's based upon ultimately the 2011 maps that the Justice Department approved back in the day, and so I think it's very defensible under all the redistricting criteria.
Okay. And look at District Number 2. District Number 2 goes from New Orleans all the way to East Baton Rouge Parish. But then on the sides, you have District 6. You don't see a problem with that map? Or you don't want to see a problem with it?
I don't see a problem with it.
All right. Now look at St. Landry. St. Landry is cut up in 3 portions. You don't see a problem with that, do you?
Breaking up parishes is part of what is typically done.
Okay. Let's look at St. Landry. Opelousas, Lawtell is in District 5. Leonville, Grand Coteau is in District 6. Washington and the Metroplex of Plaisance in District 5. That's the Creole Nation. You've divided all of them up in 3 different districts. You don't see a problem with that? No. Say no, because I'm going to ask you another question. You don't see a problem with that, do you?
I beg your pardon?
You don't see a problem with that?
No. I think it still complies with all the redistricting criteria.
And you indicated that you're not an expert on voter rights issue, but SB 121 is your map. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think anybody in this room that's a member of the legislature is an expert. I don't think anybody in this room has ever tried an election case in court.
Okay.
But I understand the basic principles.
Okay. You stated that you didn't consider race, but in your map in District 2, you put Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Is that because they're African Americans or because they're Democrats?
Because it's a Democratic performing district, and it's a traditional core. It looks very similar to the 2011 map and very similar to the 2022 map.
But you could have easily put East Baton Rouge in another parish and kept New Orleans in one area, in one district. But you chose not to.
But I didn't do that.
Okay. Now, you also talked about Connecticut and Massachusetts, but in all due respect, they didn't have a long history of Jim Crow.
What was your question?
Okay, we talked about Connecticut and Massachusetts dealing with their Republicans and Democrats. But when you look at Louisiana in the South, we normally deal with Section 2 issues. We have a problem in the South because we've had to deal with slavery and Jim Crow. We don't have to deal with Connecticut and Massachusetts because they were not slave states. Is that correct?
That's true. They were not slave states.
Okay. When you looked at your map, did you consider the 2020 census when you drew your map?
Everything is based on the 2020 census.
Well, if that's the case, why are we in 26 drawing a map when we could have done that years ago? Why are we doing the map now?
Because the Supreme Court said the current map is unconstitutional and we can't have an election on it.
Well, what did you consider from the census? What were the factors you looked at in drawing this map?
Population and party.
Okay. When you look at District 5, District 5 goes all the way from Monroe, which is your area, all the way to Washington. Did you consider those folks in Monroe, you've got to go to Mississippi just to get that portion of the state? You think that's wise?
That's how I get to Baton Rouge every week.
But why would you want somebody from Monroe? What do they have in common in Monroe, what they have in Washington Parish and Tangipahoa Parish?
The pulp and paper industry, the timber industry, and the farming industry.
And how many miles is from Monroe to Washington Parish, do you know?
I don't know. It's a long way.
But this is your map, is that correct?
That is correct.
What was your goal in drawing this map?
to have appropriate communities of interest for each district, to not racially gerrymander it, and to create as many as 5 performing Republican districts.
Even though 30% of the population of Louisiana is Republican?
Yes.
Did you have any intents on creating 2 black opportunity districts at all?
I did not consider race, and I did not try to create a majority-minority district.
Or Democrats? You didn't want any 2 Democratic seats?
I prefer not.
Okay. Can you explain the rationale for reducing minority voting opportunities?
I don't know that I did. Minorities can vote for whoever they want in these maps, and I'm hopeful that we'll have more minority Republican congressmen, as they do in some other states, and African-American Republican senators like Senator Tim Scott in Florida. I think the best. I think we're better served by not looking at race, but looking at policies, and I think Republican policies are better than Democratic policies. That's my opinion.
I understand. I'm in Alexandria. When you talk about Republicans are supporting $4 and $5 gas, $5 a gallon gas. They don't have health care. I don't think we need more Republicans in Alexandria. We're struggling in Alexandria. Now, you're wealthy in Monroe, but it's tough in Central Louisiana. And then you've got cuts in Medicaid that's coming. Now, when you look at, I've got another question. Hold on. Have you ever supported a map with 2 Democratic districts at all?
I think I've only voted on for redistricting on 2 occasions, in 2022 and 2024, and I voted for the map that ultimately passed in 2022. I voted against the map that ultimately passed in 2024.
And you think that your map is a fair map for everybody in the state?
I do think it's fair, but not that that's a legal requirement, but I do think it is.
Now, you know about the Jingles test, compactness, political cohesiveness, and minority block voting. Does your map comply with those conditions?
I believe it does, because the Supreme Court indicated the map of 2022 should have never been set aside, and that map is very similar to what I brought into this committee.
And you think with your map, you're going to be fair to everybody, even the 1/3 African Americans and Democrats?
Of course.
But yet you have 5 seats that are set aside for Republicans.
That's correct. I think, for example, we have Speaker Johnson and we have Majority Leader Scalise. I think they're very fair representatives for all their people of their district. I think they've done great work, and I think they're very fair.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned Speaker Johnson. He's got one of the poorest parishes. He's got some rural hospitals he's going to get closed too. When you created this map, did you get any input from anybody other than Republicans?
Not much, because I think the senators I dealt with and the Democrats kind of knew that I'd probably not want to do a map like they wanted to do, which I would assume would be more like the 2024 map, which I was not going to do. But they were welcome to come talk with me, and I talked with some of them about the maps, but they didn't particularly like it, of course, but that's okay.
In the Cali decision, they talked about the map that the governor proposed. That's a map you didn't particularly care for, was it?
Correct.
There was another map that were proposed. Did you support that map?
What other map are you talking about?
There was the Democrats had a map that didn't cut as many districts, and it didn't have so many split districts.
In 2024?
Yes.
I don't remember that map. It was an amendment on the floor or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, there was a much better map. The map that we voted on we didn't like that map because it just wasn't fair. It was too squiggly and it just wasn't constitutional.
You should have done like me and not voted for it.
I had to. I didn't like it, but I did. No further questions. That's it.
Thank you, Representative Lorverdane. Vice Chair Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I have a few questions that I wanted to ask you. And the map, so I'm not assume, but since your map has been amended, District 2 looks the same, pretty much, with a few fragmented changes. What was the process that was used in determining the boundaries of District 2?
It's the historic boundary. It's very similar to the 2011 map, which is very similar to the 2022 map. And I did not, in this bill, I did not change that very much, so it's very similar to those two maps, which had been approved, and there were elections on them, and they seem to work.
All right, so when you decided to make the change in the areas of Baton Rouge, East Baton Rouge, did you apply the same principles as you did around the area of New Orleans, as far as, how did you basically run along the river when they did that? I mean, I know it was another map, but did you ever question the theory behind what that district would look like?
You're talking about in the original version of this map? Or the amended version in committee?
Yes, today, the engrossed version we had.
The engrossed version I have today, and your question is, did I applied the same principles to that and accepted input from members that tweaked it a bit, but it's very, very similar to, they didn't change it too much.
So you basically kind of said that, I listened to your conversation earlier, and I took care of two of my questions, but you referenced that this is a similar map that you supported way back in 2011, but it kind of has the same characteristics.
Wasn't here in 2011.
Well, not 2011, 22.
2022, yes.
So you supported that similar map back then, and I guess the question I wanted to ask you at that time was, have you ever supported a map that had two Democratic districts in it?
I think Representative Laverdane asked that exact same question, and I'll answer it exactly the same way.
Okay.
I voted for the map that ultimately passed in 2022. I voted against the map that passed in 2024.
Okay. All right. And you voted against the map in 2024 on what basis, if you don't mind me asking you that?
I thought it was based on race, which is wrong, and I didn't like the way it treated my area.
And what was that? Where was that in your area that it treated it?
Northeast Louisiana.
And how did it treat it?
It chopped it up. It created a district that goes from kind of like 500 yards away from my house for the 5th to Baton Rouge.
And was that the only problem you had with the map?
I thought it was racially gerrymandered. I thought it was kind of ridiculous to have a racial district going from Shreveport, capturing every black community you could between Shreveport and Baton Rouge.
Isn't that what District 2 does? It captures every black community from New Orleans to Baton Rouge?
No, I don't think it does. But I
Sure?
don't know exactly. I didn't look at the racial data. But I know it performs very well for Democrats, and there are a lot of Democrats in both Baton Rouge and New Orleans of all races.
But if you look at it, and particularly look at it, it runs along the Mississippi River. And along the Mississippi River is all those communities that are there. So the same characteristics, except the fact that when it got to your area in Monroe, it kind of split some communities up. That's the problem you had with it, though. Right?
You talking about the 2024 map?
No, I'm saying that the characteristics you described just now in the district that goes into your area that you had a problem with, those characteristics are the same ones that exist in District 2.
You're comparing my District 2 and the re-engrossed version map to what?
I'm comparing the characteristics that formed or that you said made up the district that you had a problem with as it pertains to the racial gerrymandering, as it pertains to when it got to North Louisiana, it was all, you said, did a whole bunch of things that you didn't like.
Right. I mean, it was a Republican district. The fifth remained a Republican performing district. I just didn't, I didn't think that, you know, for example, that map put all the farming and timber areas in our area in the same district as Tiger Stadium. I didn't think those fit.
Okay. But as it pertains to, and I'm just trying to figure out if that rationale that you discussed leads to, because I'm still concerned with the packing of District 2. I'm still concerned with all the areas along the Mississippi River from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, where all of the Democrats, as you say, were all still packed in there, and that's gerrymandering, in some form, is it not? With the packing that's there.
I didn't look at racial data, if you mean racial, but yeah, we packed a lot of Democrats in there. Not all of them, of course, as you stated in your question. There are Democrats all over the state, including my area, including a lot of my friends and a lot of my relatives.
And okay, well, that part aside, I'm just trying to figure out. And you said it very flashy. You're trying to create Republican districts to do that piece, but you don't feel, or do you feel, or I guess will you agree with me that there's other areas within the state, especially in the existing district now, District 6, that there's enough Democrats in that district for it to perform and be a viable district as it is now. So why would you want to change the 6th district as it is still wrapped around the 2nd district and make it a Republican district when it's so proportionally fine now? I mean, you don't find any problem with that particularly?
With the way I have the map now? No, I don't.
No. And you okay that currently in the 6th congressional district, as it operates now, you would say it's a Democratic district now, as it is now before anything else happens. Right now, it's a performing Democratic district.
Correct. Yeah, the 2024 map that currently is in place, but has been held unconstitutional. Yes.
No. Well, based upon how it was before, how it was made up in the last map when it came to the gerrymandering in your part of the state. But according to what not only was presented, if you look at the fact that you finally put East and West Baton Rouge together in a map, you could put them together in a map that could perform as a Democratic district. Your only recourse, your only rationale for changing that is you only want to create a Republican district.
That is one of my goals, yes.
So you never had a goal or intention at any time to allow those residents, those constituents, those citizens in that already operating district an opportunity to continue not only to elect an individual of their choosing, but to participate fairly in the process of representation as it pertains to representation in Congress.
I think they can participate fairly under this map that I have proposed.
But they're only going to participate fairly if there's a Republican congressman in there, in your eyes.
No, but that's my preference.
That's your preference. Okay.
And the preference of a lot of people.
And where are those people at that said that? Because I remember earlier they said that you only had one card and green card when you
They're
presented.
all over the state. And they're the reason that we have all Republican statewide elected officials, why we have a supermajority of Republicans in the House and a supermajority of Republicans in the Senate.
And can you not agree? I'm asking you to agree with me, but can you realize now and see that when I made this statement earlier, because based on your answer just now, all over the state, they agree with you. But in theory, that sounds good. But in fact, have you went all over the state with this map and said, hey, this is what I'm proposing to do? Do you all like it?
No, because we didn't know that the Calais decision was going to come down.
So how can you sit today and tell me that all over the state they like it?
Because I'm getting emails from people all over the state saying, thank you, Senator Morris, for doing this. We appreciate you. I'm getting them from all the area codes around the state, and I'm getting plenty of opposition as well. But I feel like I have very strong support. And if I didn't, the other members of the House and Senate could vote it down. And they're all hearing from their constituents as well.
They could vote it down, and they hear from their constituents, and I hear from mine as well. And I can tell you that mine have never seen this map. In my Democratic district, on my district, they have never seen this map.
And they've never seen the one that you proposed either.
Absolutely correct. You're right. But in mine, when I presented it with the fairness. I didn't say I wanted to have one side with it. I didn't say I wanted to have just a Republican district. I said I wanted a fair district. And that's the difference in it. When you propose something because you can, doesn't mean it's fair. And it doesn't always mean it's right, in theory. So I agree, and you may agree, as you said it, because your words were that people all over the state may like it and some don't like it. And I think most of the comments, and, would you agree with me that everybody in this state, you are concerned how they feel about what you propose to them? Are you not?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me rephrase it again. Do you care that people all over the state have an opinion about what you propose to them, for them?
Of course, let's back up a little bit. Any map you proposed, some people are going to dislike it, right? If your map, or whether it's the one that passed in 2024, there are going to be some people that like it and some people that don't. And do I wish that everybody, 100% of the people would like a particular map? Of course, that would be awesome, but that isn't the world we live in. So I recognize that people are not going to like the map. And I'm not going to say I don't care that they don't like the map, but I can't make a decision because a minority of people don't like it. It's not that I don't care, but I just disagree with them. And so I'm pushing the map that I believe is correct, and most of my colleagues think is correct, and that's why I'm pushing it.
Okay. Well, when you say what you said, the way you said it, I hear it clearly. And I think everybody else hears it clearly, because it says exactly what I'm implying, is that we have no intention of being fair to anyone else other than those who agree with you, because you can make a decision that everybody may or may not agree, but you can, and you can do it. So when I look at the representation of where we are now in this state, and you mentioned two Congress people who are doing a great job, and I'm going to say that our congressional delegation is doing a good job. Wouldn't you not agree? All of them are? Would you agree?
I agree that they seem to get along and do well. They vote differently, obviously. The Democrats vote differently from the Republicans, and I get that, but I think they get along well, and when they can, they work together, just like here in this body. We work together, even though we disagree strongly on certain issues. On others, we come together, and I think they do that.
So, and representation means so much because they do get together and they work together well. So, do you think it would be fair if the constituency that serves or lives in District 2 or 6 have their representation changed because you actually live in a separate district, but you have the position or authority to make changes that will affect them when their members are actually doing a good job together?
I don't have that authority. I have this bill, but this bill has to pass by this legislature, and so it's flattering for people to say you have all this authority to do this and that and the other, but I really don't. I'm just the one that happened to have the bill. It could have been Representative Boyer who had a bill. It could have been Senator Klein-Peter, but a majority of the legislature has to pass it. The governor has to sign it. So it's a process, and it's a democratic process, and I think it's a fair process, and I think the ultimate map is fair, even if you don't get to elect the person you want. A lot of times the person that I want to be elected does not win. That doesn't mean it's not fair to me, but you win some and you lose some, and I voted against the map of 2024. I went to the well, and I spoke against it and gave all the reasons why I thought it was unfair to my area, that it was racially gerrymandered, that it didn't comply, but I lost, and that happens. And but I'm not going to say it wasn't fair that I lost. I think the district was wrong, but so that's part of democracy. The majority win rules. So we all get to vote, and everybody in every one of these districts will get to vote, and they may not win, get the candidate of their choice, but they'll have the right to vote.
And so you don't believe that they should have a right to choose a candidate of their choice?
Sure, but they don't have a guarantee that they get the candidate to win of their choice.
But they have a right to choose that based upon the ability for a person to run in those areas fairly to have that opportunity.
I think under this map they would have that right fairly. What I don't think is fair is to gerrymander to try to get a particular race in an area, just for a Democrat to win. So under these circumstances, I think the map is fair. I think it's very defensible, and I think it's complies with Calais, and it complies with the rules of redistricting.
So if you were to have a map that was comparable to this one, that was just as defensible, or based upon the matrix that's used to defense it, wouldn't you think that would be superior?
I'm not understanding that question.
Okay, you said this map is defensible.
Yes.
So on what basis would it be defensible? What's the matrix that would make it so defensible?
It's not racially gerrymandered.
Outside of race, that's it.
It meets the other. It's got it respects the core centers of the historic districts. It's compact. It's contiguous. It has equal population, and it respects the communities of interest and of the regions that are represented by the districts, and because of that, I think it's defensible.
So if you had another map, or several maps, that met the same criteria that you just mentioned right now, but did it in a more numerical or a more profound status, would you not think that would be superior or better map?
It depends on the map, but if you're suggesting that if you had a map that maybe met that would be more likely for a Democrat to win 2 seats as opposed to 1, I would probably not be for that.
So you're saying, and I'm retrospecting, I don't want to speak for you, but you can agree with me that you're saying that it doesn't matter how well a map performs or whether it performs better than yours on the true principles of redistricting. Your only main concern is that it favors Republicans.
It's one of my concerns, but it's not.
That's your main concern.
Not my only concern, but it is a significant concern, no question about it.
And all I've heard you say is that it's just based upon Republicans. You had never mentioned any other concerns other than the ones you just mentioned. That
I did mention several communities of interest, compactness, all the things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you look at the communities of interest, and I talk to you about major cities, I talk to you about splitting parishes that affect communities of interest. You mentioned compactness. I talked to you about compactness and showed you and talked about several areas, and I talked about, District 2 being packed, which is over compact, and the other districts as they are. And we looked at deviations, and we talked about those earlier with other questions you had from other members. So clearly, based upon those measures that you mentioned, you're saying that if you have a map that's more compact than yours, that's more contiguous than yours, that lends more to communities of interest than yours, you will still only consider one that gives you opportunity to have Republicans. Is that not right?
I'll read to you from Calais that'll answer that question.
Okay, let's go.
The upshot of RUCO, which Calais' decision is referring to, and I think you may have mentioned that case, is that as far as federal law is concerned, a state legislature may use partisan advantage as a factor in redistricting. So I am complying with that in these maps, which is perfectly legal, and I think if the shoe were on the other foot, you'd do exactly the same thing.
We're going to different size shoes, so I don't think we'll do that, sir. But I'm saying exactly what you're saying to a larger difference, because the fact is, yes, the ruling does say that it may use that, but it does not at all excuse you from the other factors that are there. So you can use that, but those other factors also contribute to that part. So when you say standing, I would love to see a court look at the full body of that map and evaluate the fact that, and I know you talked about 2024 and you remember that map because you didn't like it. And the one in 2022, did you like that one?
I liked it a lot better.
You liked it a lot better. But do you remember the court's ruling and the testimony as to why that map did other things other than just race, right?
The 2022 map?
Yes.
I didn't listen to the testimony in court.
Okay. When you go back and you look at the ruling, it's going to tell you basically all of the factors that contributed to it under the Voting Rights Act, but it didn't just talk about race. It talked about the opportunity at that time for equal representation for people to do just what you said they're going to have, an opportunity to choose someone of their own choosing. And you're basically saying now all those other factors don't matter because the ruling in Cali said that you do not have to, or you can't make a ruling based on race, but you can use partisan or party to make a decision. So go back and look at that. And I want to see how all those matrix add up And because this is my frustration with this piece. You know, we talk about, and I've been saying fairness the whole time I've been here, Senator. You've been hearing me say that, right?
Yes.
Yes, and that's important because in my district, I have 4 precincts that are predominantly Republican precincts. And just like you get email and to your office about, you know, what they like or dislike, I get conversations. I don't get emails. I get conversations from those folk because I'm a Democrat and they vote for me. And they vote for me because they know I'm always going to be fair and transparent. So when those people are in a district like mine, which is predominantly Democratic, as you are, they ask the question about the opportunity to make some of those decisions. And they don't like them all the time when I have to make them. But the fact of the matter is they have an opportunity to be involved in this piece. Now, what I also, you know, and I want you to know this in case you didn't get to my frustration piece, is that I feel like we did this too hastily, and I'm glad that you answered the question earlier about you preparing your map before, because you assume that the courts may rule, and we're at that moment right now. And under the president, we would normally function under a map until the next election. And I'm really frustrated by the fact that now we have put together, and I'm sure it's not your fault, Senator, because every conversation I've heard publicly, they always refer to the legislature. The legislature can do this, and the legislature can do that. We could have not done this. This body could have said, no, we're not doing this now. We're going to finish our regular session. We're going to do like we did in 24 and in 22. We're going to call a special session to deal with redistricting. We're going to allow all our members, we're going to allow everybody around the state to have input on doing that, to do that. But the legislature did not do that. And that's on us. That's on every one of us that serves in this body. My frustration is, you know, and I want you to know this, Jay, you can tell me if you have empathy or sympathy or not for me when I finish this, 'cause that's a question I want to know, is that whatever meal was served to us or whatever decision we have now, we didn't make this decision. We didn't make this decision. But we're going to participate in the process. So when I go out, as I have been in the 11 years that I've been here, and I was blessed to do redistricting, and I look in the faces of all these people all over the state, and I come back here and I feel disappointment because those people are not being heard. Because we can. Just like we interpret the Kelly case as saying, well, you can redistrict according to a party, it does not prohibit you from doing it. There's a plethora of things that we can do as human beings that we shouldn't do just because we can. So my frustration is we're playing a game here with the citizens of Louisiana, a political game that doesn't benefit everybody. So can you understand how I'm frustrated based upon just that little piece?
Everybody gets frustrated when they don't get their way and they don't get what they want. I get that. And I feel the same way when you feel strongly about something and others don't agree with you and they kill your bill in committee or whatever it might be because they don't agree with you, and that can be frustrating. I understand that, and but that's something I can't get rid of because at some point a bill will pass. This bill, many other bills, and the people who are against them, and when they pass, will be frustrated and not like it, and vice versa. So,
well, I appreciate that. I really do. But the unfortunate part of it is, it's not my way. It's the people of this state. It's their way. That's the part. I'm a big boy. I can handle me. but I'm tasked with the responsibility of not just the 40-something thousand people in my district, but the millions of people who live in this state. So, yeah, it bothers me when I do that. And it bothers me that we're doing things we don't have to do, for other reasons than what we should do. And that part was really frustrating me when we do that. And it's oftentimes, and I use the analogy, I'm good with analogies sometimes, right? You and I talk sometimes a lot about things, and I always say this to people all the time. Why would you give up a steak for a bowl of cereal? And I say that because oftentimes in this body, I see things that benefit our constituencies as steaks that they deserve to have, and we just decide, you know what, for whatever reason, give me that bowl of cereal. I'm going to take something less than I deserve or what we should have based upon because somebody wants us to have it, and they can, So I appreciate you answering my questions. I appreciate you, the best you could get to some of those things. And I have, more, but I'm going to stop and allow my other colleagues the opportunity to ask questions to you. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lyons. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Senator Morris, we can't talk about racial gerrymandering without talking about redlining, which disenfranchised Black people who lived in rural communities prior to the 1950s and 1960s. We can't talk about racial gerrymandering without talking about Black farmers being left out of the New Deal project by Roosevelt D. Franklin, forcing them out of farming careers because they could not afford to take care of their families. So they moved into larger cities with the hope and idea that the big city would be what they needed in order to achieve success, financially, socially, etc. And we can't talk about racial gerrymandering without talking about how this state's legislature voted to allow Black children whose mothers were incarcerated at Louisiana State Penitentiary in the 1840s to be sold into slavery. There would be no racial gerrymandering if the playing field was semi-fair. We can't discuss Massachusetts and how they operate party-wise without mentioning that Republicans and Democrats elected Attorney General Andrea Campbell. She is a Black woman, very well qualified. She is a Princeton graduate, just like myself. And we cannot dismiss the economic and educational standings of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and Connecticut. That's because those states are not afraid of sharing power with minorities. Question. We have federally recognized tribal communities as well as state recognized tribal communities in this state. Did you discuss your map with any of the tribal communities, their leaders? Did you go to any of the reservations?
No, I did not.
Why not?
They didn't reach out to me, and as we've been fairly short on time, and they're extremely small, but so my office is open. People were free to call me. I talked to a lot of people who called, but I think it's been pretty well publicized that this bill was going through.
Yeah, I understand they can reach out. However, they are indigenous people. Not everyone is extremely cultivated. Not every tribe is extremely cultivated into our norm as a society. And what really strikes me in concern to the amended version of the bill, it was in the original bill, SB 121, and now this amended version as well. If you look at the line in Terrebonne Parish, where half of Terrebonne is in District 1, the other half, they're in District 3. There are tribes who have paperwork with the Department of Interior right now, and their applications are in process, and they're specifically the United Homa, their lands are here, and the Grand Caillou tribe, their lands are here, their people are here. So even if they did not reach out to you, please reach out to them to know if this map is enacted, how would this impact their try for federal status. And achieving federal status for Native American communities, it is not as easy as it sounds. The application process is very strenuous and whatnot. And I'll give you an example. There's a tribe in the North Carolina area, Lombardy. They tried for 173 years to achieve federal status. They just received it last year, December of last year. And we don't know how this will impact the United Homa. We do not know how this will impact, and there is another tribe that has an application on file, and if you give me one moment, I will find it. The Pointe-au-Chien Indian tribe, they have an application on file as well. And so typically what happens, your congressperson can advocate for the tribe to receive status. They cannot mandate or require that the tribes will receive federal status, but they can definitely encourage and definitely have great influence. And so, Senator, are you willing to reach out to these chiefs?
I'm happy to chat with them.
Okay. Are you expecting them to contact you, or will you contact them? This is a huge concern for me.
Well, if you get me the number, I'll give them a call.
Okay, and I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm not going to keep you long, Senator Morris. It's just, I actually did invite several people from my district and several people from my city who were concerned about these maps. And you've said some things, and I've been getting some messages about it, and I just wanted to clear up some things. You said you favored majority Republican districts because you like your ideologies, basically, and your policy. And then
I prefer to advance Republican interests, yes.
Right, and then you mentioned education here and how the numbers had gone up in education. I just want to paint the full picture of that. 2 years ago, we passed a bill in this body that would fail third graders for not having the ability to read on the third grade level. We didn't want to figure out a way to make sure that these kids could learn more. We didn't figure out learning styles. We failed them for 2 years, and then we surveyed fourth graders, which made it look like we had figured out the system of educating our children in this state when that's not really true numbers. We were failing kids who are doing their job by going to school, expecting to learn things. And then we surveyed the fourth graders, which makes it look like we're teaching our kids at a faster or better rate. And I just wanted to point that out. You also mentioned you voted against the 2024 map,
Yes,
and you said several other Republican senators did?
yes.
About 11, you said?
That's my recollection, but I might not be
Okay.
exactly right on that.
So that's what we'll have to go with today. So 11 Republicans voted against it. The 10 black senators voted against it. And we only have 39 senators. I'm trying to figure out how it got out of the Senate, because that seems like the majority of you would have voted against it.
All the Democrats voted for it in 2024.
Oh, okay, so the numbers still show that it shouldn't have passed then, right?
It only takes 20 votes to pass a bill, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can pull it up on the computer, but all the
Yeah, because
Democrats voted against it.
we didn't like this map either. We had
They're-
better
they're-
maps.
Well, regardless, they voted for it, whether they liked it or not, but
Did they all vote for it?
I guess all 39 of us were there, so 11, if 11 voted against it, that would be, what, 37 voted yes? 27 voted yes?
I
And the
don't
rest
think all the
voted no, and
Democrats,
so all the-
I'll pull it up and I'll look it up. Somebody look that up for me. And so when we go back to the redistricting, the map 121, and you said your main concerns was not to have a gerrymandered map. And I think somewhere we're all thinking that racially gerrymandering happens to be black. I think that's the misconception that we have here. Because since I've been here, every redistricting bill that I've seen came with complete voter demographic, which included race. Yours came without it. So I ask myself, if we were truly not having racial gerrymandering, why not show the demographics? The absence of the word racial or black does not make it so. Your map definitely is still racial gerrymandering, and it's just racial gerrymandering for the white race. And I think that's a choice, because you're not putting it into words and into the language does not make it so. Can you explain to us, what is your intent for not including the race makeup in your districts? Because it's not that we can't use race, we just can't have race as a dominant factor. So it appears to me, and to several others, that not including what the racial makeup is trying to make people think we're not racial gerrymandering, when actually we still are. It's just white racial gerrymandering. Can you explain that for us, please?
I disagree with your characterization. I didn't put it in there because I didn't look at it. And I went by what was historically a Democrat performing district, that being District 2, that Representative Carter sits in right now, and we put a good many Democrats in there, regardless of race. I don't know what race they are. I'm sure a lot of them are African Americans. Some of them are other races, and a good many Caucasians. But I didn't look at that data. I knew it was going to be a performing Democratic district, and because it was a highly performing Democratic district, that makes the others around it probably more Republican performing.
So once again, the absence of the word or showing what the racial makeup is does not make it a neutral situation. It's a choice, because you've also admitted that you recognize that the majority of the Republicans are white. So when you're drawing maps that are Republican heavy, you do know, whether you write it down or not, because we're all intelligent in here, that it is still majority white in those districts. So I'm trying to figure out, just because you're not putting the word there, what was your intent with the outcome if it was not to reverse it, where it's still racially gerrymandering but just favoring the white community?
Was it, what's your question exactly?
Why did you do it if it wasn't
To
racial
make it-
gerrymandering?
I did not racially gerrymander. I did not look at the racial data.
But you know the racial data, whether you put it in here or not, because you've also admitted that you know that the majority of the Republicans in this state are white.
Yeah, but I didn't look at the race to determine where to draw the districts.
You didn't put the race in here because you've admitted that you know the race. You've said that to us in here.
Yeah, but I don't know the exact makeup, I don't know what percentage of African Americans there are in District 2, but I know that there are a lot of Democrats, so I assume a lot of them are, and I assume that most of the Republicans are white in the other districts. I can't help that, but I didn't look at that intentionally, trying to draw it based on race.
And I'm not trying to be confrontational, I'm just trying to get to the truth here.
I'm just trying to answer.
And the truth of the matter is when Rep. Marcel gave the numbers of the amount of Republicans who are white and the amount of blacks who are Democrats, you said you knew that number. So you did, whether you wrote the data down, you are familiar with it.
I'm not familiar with the exact data, but generally, but
that's the end of the answer for that one? You said but as if you had something else to say.
no, I was completed.
Yeah, okay, so once again, for the record, you've admitted that you know that the majority of Republicans are white, majority of Democrats are African American. Whether the data is written down for the public to see, we're all familiar with it. So we know that basically what has happened now with this 5-1 districts that you're showing us is still racially gerrymandering, just racially gerrymandering to the white race.
I disagree.
You do?
Yes.
So of the 5 of the 6, you haven't reduced black political power in those districts. A black person could run in those districts. A black Democrat could run in those districts and win.
It reduced Democratic power.
And you have admitted that the majority of the Democrats are African American.
Yeah.
So the fact that we won't say it doesn't make it so. You understand?
But it is so.
How is it so when you have admitted that the majority of the white...
I did not use race, I used a party.
No, you're just not saying race. You used it.
Right, let's not talk on top of each other. Let's ask a question, allow him to answer.
I'm allowing him to
Okay,
answer.
all right.
He says things and then stops, so I start talking. We're still using racial gerrymandering. We're just not calling it that. We're using the word Republican and Democrat. But we also, everybody in this room has heard you admit that the majority of Republicans are white and the majority of Democrats are black. So we're just not saying that it's racial gerrymandering to the white race.
That's your conclusion, not mine.
So the numbers are not accurate when you admitted that earlier?
Didn't say that.
Okay, so it's clear that we won't have transparency here, but thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Boyd. Representative Newell for another bite of the apple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be quick so that we can get to my 2 former mayors and former legislators of this body. Just wanted to point out a few things. Senator Morris kept repeating that the intent is to give Republicans in Congress a competitive advantage with the map that he's proposing, and has also repeatedly stated that Republican policies are better than Democratic policies in terms of how the citizens of this country and of this state are better off under Republican policies. But I can't tell how we're going to be economically better under these policies. In modern era, there have been 10 recessions in this country which started under Republican leadership. Job growth only totaled 17 million under Republican control compared to 50 million under Democratic control. There were 2.7 million fewer Americans employed when Trump left office the first time than at the beginning of his first term. And then Republicans have as Senator Morris said, prioritize tax cuts which benefit the wealthy but have failed to boost economic growth. In Louisiana, we are facing a $100 million deficit in our tax budget because of the corporate tax changes and the reduction in personal tax collection. However, at the end of John Bell Edwards' term, we had $595 in our surplus of our budget. So I just wanted to put some numbers on the record as $595 million surplus when John Bell left office, and we're facing again a $100 million deficit in the budget now, where we'll have to find another $100 million to cover what's already there, as well as cover some other things that weren't in the budget that were promised, and we're looking at trying to find another $100 million before we start the budget for next year. So I just wanted to put some numbers and facts on the record as to when we are actually doing better. And from the numbers that I didn't make up, we do better under Democrat leadership and not Republican leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Newell. All right, I'm trying to give everybody leeway and stay off of the 3-minute rule as I can. If we keep hitting the buttons, we're going to go. Representative Marcel.
Thank you. Just one final question. Earlier, you talked to me about corruption. You said something about corruption. What was that?
I don't remember saying that. Somebody, I think, was it Representative Carter, asked me if I was for corruption, I think, maybe earlier. But anyway,
Your
go ahead.
answer was no, you weren't, you don't believe in corruption, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if your testimony is that Republicans are not prone to corruption, is that it?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I was just wondering. Okay. I was just wondering. I'm going to stay in the confines of this bill because I could get outside the confines of the bill and ask your opinion on purchases of land, selling of land, and to large companies and large corporations. But I'll stay in the confines of this bill. But I was interested in knowing that. Maybe we can have a sidebar about you selling land. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that clears the board. Senator Morris, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're gonna go a little out of order than we normally do. Trying to just give a couple of courtesies, if y'all don't mind. I'm gonna ask Mr. Mark Morial to come to the table, along with Mr. Sidney Bartholomew, and Arthur Morel as well. So, gentlemen, welcome to House and Government Affairs. At your convenience, please introduce yourselves.
First of all, let me thank the members of the committee for their public service, which I value deeply. My name is Mark Morial. I currently serve as President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Urban League, headquartered in New York City. I served 8 years as Mayor of New Orleans. I served 2.5 years in this body as a Louisiana State Senator. And for the record, because I think it's important in this moment, my late great father was the first black person to serve in this body when he was elected in 1967 since Reconstruction. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, I want to begin with a story, which is I came to this Capitol for the first time in 1968. I was 10 years old. I came with my late father as we drove up then Highway 61 in our Sunday best as he was inaugurated to the state legislature. I was a young boy enamored by politics, So I began to spend 2 to 3 weeks after I got out of school with him in this Capitol. In 1970, I became the first black person to serve as a page in this legislature when I worked for the late William Gust, who was a state senator and later attorney general. Here's what's important. When I came to this Capitol as a 10-year-old boy, every black person that worked in this Capitol had a mop or a broom in their hand, or were carrying a tray of water if they were women, or coffee, or they were shining shoes in the Capitol barbershop. There was 0 women who did anything other than serve as secretaries in this building. When my father served in the state legislature, he offered a bill to delabel blood in Louisiana. Louisiana had a blood labeling statute which required blood to be labeled as either black blood or white blood, and it was illegal to give a white person a blood transfusion with black blood or to give a black person a blood transfusion with white blood. When that bill came up, one of the most awful things happened at the floor in the House of Representatives. And that was a legislator who went to the mic and repeatedly used the N-word on the House floor to oppose the bill. It made national news and embarrassed this state at a difficult time in its history. I returned to this Capitol 20 plus years later as a 31-year-old member of the Louisiana Senate. When I came back, this Capitol had changed. We had 30 black members serving. Black people and women were then beginning to serve in positions of responsibility on the staff, as lobbyists, and the executive branch. This state was changing. When I served in this body, black and white legislators, Republican and Democratic legislators fought but worked together to advance the interests of this state. This state was on an arc of change. What this moment feels like to me right now is a reversal. Is a reversal of progress. And let me say it from this perspective, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm a native of this state. I love this state. My family has been in this state since before the American flag flew over this state. But I've spent the last 20 years living in New York City. In my role, I serve on the boards of major corporations. In my role, I chair 8, and have chaired over the last 20 years, 8 corporate advisory boards. For this legislature to be mired in a battle, a pitched battle, over 1 or 2 congressional seats, when we're 48th in education, 49th in health care, have one of the highest poverty rates in the country, where our life expectancies are 48 among the states, when homeowners insurance is exploding, making this place unaffordable, looks like, from the outside, misplaced priorities. In quiet rooms in New York and Chicago, places that control investments, they look down and they say, look at Louisiana. They're having a good old fight to turn the clock back. Are we going to be back here next year with rank partisan gerrymandering to alter the apportionment of these legislative districts? Are we prepared to go back? What I say here today may not impact how any of you vote today. It will impact how you're seen in history. It will impact how this legislature is seen in history. The legislatures in this state in the 1950s and the early 1960s that went to great lengths to resist school integration, to resist the advancement of civil rights, are not seen in anybody's history book as heroes. They're seen as obstructionists. They're seen as people who thwarted the advance of history. So I want you to know how today, as a boy who was here as a 10-year-old, but later came back as a legislator and saw a state I love begin to transform itself and change, sees this moment as an inflection point and the beginning of a tragic reversal, fighting over one congressional seat or two. Not spending a 3-hour hearing on fixing education. Mississippi is now gone to 16th in the country. Not spending the same amount of time on homeowners insurance, on expansion of health care, or all of the difficult challenges and problems. Where are our priorities? Is it just a battle for power, for the sake of power? The marginalization and the isolation of communities because we can. Not because it's good, not because it's best, not because it's right. What we have to do in the South is learn to share power. Share power. Republicans, Democrats, blacks, whites, the growing Latino and Asian communities, men and women. We have to learn to share power, because that's what democracy is all about. So this debate, this discussion, troubles me from that perspective. Now to the plan. With respect to Senator Morris, I call his plan the jack-o'-lantern plan. Because the jack-o'-lantern of Republican maximization is on top of a head of intentional racial discrimination. There is no way, and can't get into a man's heart, can't get into a man's mind. Every one of you know what the intent of the plan is. I've been in every quiet room in this building when I served here. And I'm not going to sit here and allow my intelligence and integrity to be insulted because someone can sit here and say, I never considered race. You can say it 1,001 times. This is a jack-o'-lantern plan with a big jack-o'-lantern head mask on top of intentional racial discrimination. Now, my appeal to this committee is to scrap all of these plans. And like grown men and women, black and white, from all sections of this state, to go back to the drawing board and identify a consensus plan that reduces the risk of millions of dollars more of litigation, and which sends a message to the people of Louisiana that we're going to be committed to finding common ground when it comes to reapportionment. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because it's possible. The Calais case, and many of you are lawyers like I am. When I heard some of the characterizations of the Calais case, Mr. Chairman. It reminded me of Earl Long's characterization of Attorney General Jack Gremio in the 1950s. You all may have heard it. He said of the Attorney General, if I want to hide something from the Attorney General, I'll just put it in the goddamn law book. The Calais case does not prohibit the use of race. It reduces it significantly. The Calais case does not allow partisan objectives to override intentional racial discrimination, compactness, closeness of communities, or any other factor. It just suggests that it is a permissible objective. Some of the testimony I hear is selective in its reading of the case, twisting gymnastics of the logic of the case. And this committee shouldn't be swayed until you get somebody who is an expert, and I don't pretend to be an expert, to tell you exactly what the case means so that it can guide your thinking and guide your steps in coming up with a plan. I respect every one of you. Running for public office and serving in public office looks fancy, but it's tough and hard. And all of you operate under extreme pressures. But when you go home, you want people to say not only you did a good job, but you want to say I did the right thing under challenging and difficult circumstances. The right thing to do is to throw all of these plans in the garbage can and go behind, set up an organized framework for everyone to sit at the table and work things out. That's what I saw when I served in this legislature. Giving and taking, with no one winning all, with everyone giving a little to achieve something that works for everyone.
What'd you push?
All right. Give me 1 second. I don't know, I'm gonna turn your mics on, but I don't know if we're online yet.
Oh, no.
The voice is online as well?
Should be on.
Testing.
Okay, all right.
Testing,
So members
testing.
of the listening audience that are not here in committee, I don't know if we had a circuit go out or something, but we're back on, and Mr. Morial was giving his testimony. The system went out, so we're back on his testimony.
I will simply close by saying to each and every one of you, and by reiterating, that democracy works best when everyone has a seat at the table. It is a tragic thing in this state that our voting is so racially polarized. To my Republican friends, I don't think there's been a black Republican member of the legislature since the 1800s. This state doesn't even elect black Republicans. This state has rarely elected a black person to office who wasn't in a majority African-American district. It's different in Illinois, it's different in New York, it's different in Connecticut. You have black members of Congress in the Northeast and in the West representing districts that are 10% black. You think that could ever happen here? Well, if it can, it hasn't. We can't undo the polarization of the electorate with rhetoric and with happy talk and with philosophical flourishes. It's why we have a Voting Rights Act, to create fair opportunity for people to elect representatives of their choice. And so again, I'm honored to be able to testify before this legislature. I wanted to remind you of that moment in 1968 because it was so compelling on a 10-year-old boy. But it was compelling for me to come back and see and be part of change 20 years later. And at that time, I had this great hope that there would never be a day like this, when we'd be fighting over whether we go forward or whether we try to put the brakes and somehow go backward. So I urge you in this moment to do what your conscience tells you to do. And you can balance it with your politics, because we always do that. And I think you'll get not Mr. Morris's plan, you may not get any, go get another plan. Go get a good plan. Go put a good plan. It can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morial, and thank you for traveling down here to be with us today. Mr. Bartholomew?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's tough to follow Mark Morial, but I agree with him totally. I first came to serve in the legislature in 1974. I was the first African American to serve in the Senate. And I, like he, was impressed to see the progress that was being made. There were 7 African Americans representing on the House side, and I was the only one in the Senate. But to my surprise, I was treated fairly well. I was lucky that I had a couple of legislators to show me the ropes and teach me the ropes. And the one thing I found out, though we disagreed on many things, was that you could talk to a legislator and you could get some response back, and they were concerned about what was happening in our communities. Today, I was listening very intently to the discussion, and it's obvious that the plan that you are talking about adopting does not have the support of most of the African American legislators in this committee. And I think, as Mark said, maybe we need to scrap this plan and go back and try and find one that would be more representative of the state and of the various communities, where we can have a better unified plan to come out where maybe not all of us could support, but most of us could support, both black and white. And I think it's possible. I never would have believed, first of all, that I could get elected to the Senate in 1974. but I did. And I did with black and white votes. And I saw this legislature when I became mayor because I was lucky. I served under Edwin Edwards as the governor. And because of my relationship with him as a legislator, I came back as a mayor. And I asked him for help for our city, and he agreed with 2 projects that were very important to the city and still are. I asked him for the casino, one land-based casino, and he agreed. And together we worked, and we passed it, and we built it. And that same casino is helping out the present city council and mayor to try and deal with a large deficit because it generates about $18 million for the city. And the other thing was a basketball arena. And I convinced the former governor that if we had a basketball arena, we could attract a major basketball franchise. And when Mark was mayor, he brought the Hornets there. We had something to offer him, that we had an arena that was already built to the NBA standards, and we were ready to take the team in and support them. And I give those 2 examples because if I were not elected to the Senate, I would not have been able to do those things. And so too, our congressmen that represent us can go to Washington and fight for our communities, both our black communities and our white communities, because everything that comes out of Washington is extremely important to the growth of our cities, our areas. I don't know how many people are not getting Medicaid today because, unfortunately, the budget that was passed by Congress was not bipartisan. And therein is another reason why we want to be fair with what we do. So I agree with Mark and many legislators who have voiced their concerns. Go back and put together a plan that is fair and got inclusion with everybody and representative inclusion for the African American community. And with that, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to express my thoughts. And one more thing I want to say is that we need to get back to serving the people in New Orleans and in the rest of the country. If I don't mean to disparage Republicans necessarily, but under the present administration, there is not the guidance that the legislative body should give to the president, because basically it's a one-trick pony up there. One person has the legislative power, and that's the president. And he hasn't been very fair, I think, to the people of the country. And that's why, another reason we should have more diversity in the things that we do. But thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I
Thank you, Mr.
appreciate it.
Bartholomew. Mr. Morrell, introduce yourself for the record, please.
Pardon?
Just introduce yourself for the record.
Arthur Morrell, retired clerk of criminal court in New Orleans. I served 23 years in the legislature. I was in the legislature when both of these gentlemen here were mayors. And what I see now existed when I was there and when they were there. And that's integrity, honesty, and character. I don't see it here. Your democracy starts right here, not in Washington. It starts here. You're supposed to represent the people of your district. But I find out that most of you are representing the president or the governor. My personal opinion, this governor wants to be like the president. He wants to be the president of Louisiana. You know, you have to go back and talk to your people, find out what they want. When y'all start putting the state against New Orleans, I got a problem with that. Why do you want to come and dabble in our business down there? That really upsetted me. That's when I found out whether or not y'all had character. When I was here, we all had our opinions. When I was here, we didn't have a Democratic and Republican group. We got together. We solved things. We were able to communicate. I liked it when I was here, but I couldn't serve with you people because we'd be fighting all the time. That's because you're not following what your people sent you up here for. I'm not going to talk about redistricting. I'm talking about character, integrity, and honesty. You have to have that. What are you going to tell your grandkids when they grow up and say, Papa, did you really do something like this? I'd be ashamed if I was in this legislature right now, because you're not doing what the people want to do. When y'all start trying to tell New Orleans what you want them to do, you've lost me. New Orleans can survive on its own. You can't. You let New Orleans become a state, and I tell you what, we don't need you. You need us. But that's not the way we are. We are part of this state. We are a part of this state, and we want to remain that. But stay out of our business. You know, when we have an election and we elect someone to do a job, leave us alone. Don't get personalities get involved with dealing with New Orleans. And the governor and the attorney general need to stay in their lane. Stay out of our lane. We stay out of y'all's. We're only asking you to be fair and listen to the people in your district. Try and build up that character again. Try and get the trust. Believe me, this governor won't be here long, but y'all may be here longer than him. So y'all going to have some time to really regress, go back to say, well, was this right, was this wrong? Don't please the president, please the people in your district. I'm asking you to go back and think about this. Get some character, honesty. Take care of your business up here. Take care of the people of the state of Louisiana and let them know that what you're going to do here is in their best interest, not the governor or the president. You stick behind this president and your daughters and sons will be in boots on the ground in some foreign country. When you lose those relatives, because this man is plain. He can care less about you, period. If he was so good to this state, then why don't we have more? Because we have the second man in line for the presidency. And Steve Calise, who served with me, nice person, but I don't like his politics. Why don't we have more? You're not going to get it because you don't mean anything to him, because he knows he has you. Ask him for some things. Hell, you've been going with him for so long, and what is he giving to you? And you legislators who represent these rural areas, wait till your hospitals disappear, and the money for your schools and libraries disappear. Him and his fat friends going to have all the money, and you still will follow him. You're creating a cult, not a democracy, a cult. You have to get away from that, or you're going to lose. See, we can survive. We know how. We've done it all our lives. You don't know what it's like to be in our shoes, what we've gone through. So I'm asking you, come back, be what you're supposed to be, represent the people. And see these two men here? I know they have those three qualities: honesty, integrity, and character, because I watched them. I can vouch for them. We didn't get along sometime, and we broke his leg when he was playing football, but we have that respect for each other. That you don't have here. You know, I don't know what it is that caused all this, but you have to have respect for each other. Work together, not against. Forget about party politics. You're not going to get much done. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me speak. I just hope you change. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we got a couple of questions. We're going to go to a 3-minute rule and entertain the questions. So, any objections to the 3-minute rule? No objection. Okay. Representative Marcel for a question.
Thank you. I won't be 3 minutes. I just want to say thank you all for coming and telling us what the things you've experienced and serving in this body. I think it's important that we hear a little bit of history in here. Maybe some people don't understand where we've come from, and I really appreciate it. But Mr. Mayor, just one question for you, sir. Moria, I'm sorry.
Which one?
Mr. Moria, I heard you talk about gerrymandering and partisanship. So are you saying that the partisan and gerrymandering is just as unconventional as race gerrymandering? Is that what you're saying? Partisan gerrymandering, that's just as unconventional?
I think is important is to properly interpret the Supreme Court.
I can't hear you.
What's important is to properly interpret the Supreme Court's decision. So the Supreme Court endorsed redistricting for partisan purposes. But that doesn't mean that they endorse redistricting where partisanship is the sole aim.
It can't be a predominant factor.
Or the predominant factor. Just like they may have reduced the idea that you can use race as a predominant or an overriding factor, but they didn't eliminate it.
Correct.
And they still maintain a prohibition against racial discrimination in districting. So redistricting is multifaceted, and that's the important thing. In this state, with the composition of the state, you have race, you have region, you have parishes. There's a lot of factors at play. You've got party. But that's the point. The point is I urge you not to misinterpret or allow, lawyers and those that may read a judicial decision and selectively read it.
I'm running out of my 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But I just want...
So I think that's what's the important thing is there's just a lot of, I heard a lot of things here that take the whole decision out of context.
I have to.
And rewrote in effect, people were rewriting the law of reapportionment at this table. That is my point, right?
I just want to say one final thing. If they scrap all these maps, would you guys come back and help them draw one that's, come back to the table with us? I would love to see that.
I think all of us, I think I can speak for all of us that, we're guided by our love for the people of this state.
Thank you very much again. Thank you all for being here. I love you, each one of you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. And I'm coming from a different direction here, and not to date anybody or myself. When I was born, Dutch Moriel was the mayor of the city of New Orleans. Mr. Bartholomew, you were the council at-large member. And 6 years later, Mr. Morrell, you were elected to the House of Representatives. There's never been a time in my life, and let me go back to Mayor Mark Muriel. You were the first person I was able to vote for.
Thank you.
You were the first person I voted for when I made 18. So there's never been a point in time in my life where there was not representation that made me believe that I belonged in any and every room I walked into. There was not a place that I did not feel that I could be, no matter how I got there. Was it my merit, education, or if I worked my butt off and got elected to be there, there was never that time when I thought there was somewhere I couldn't be, because I've always seen representation. And this bothers me. For the past 7 years of being in this body, to think, have these discussions and see maps and laws being passed that jeopardize my great nieces and nephews from seeing the reality of the opportunity for them to be accepted and able to go into any and every room that they want to. That is troublesome to me, because we have not, we're trying to limit the amount of seats and representation that we have in Congress for African Americans. We have yet to go over in the maps for the House to create 6 additional African American opportunity districts in the 3 that we need in the Senate. So this has been weighing heavily on me for the past 7 years. And it goes back to something each of you gentlemen said: integrity, respect, and honesty. When I was an intern here in 2016, not long ago, I got to go into the quiet rooms with my senator and see the opportunities in the conversations, but we don't have that respect and that camaraderie anymore. So I'm glad each of you pointed that out, and I hope some of my colleagues urge and take that urge that you gave and help guide them in that way, because as you said, I can't remember which one of y'all said it, we gonna be here longer than the governor will be.
All right.
And then what will we be faced with?
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Vice Chair Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Newell.
And I'll be quick, gentlemen. I just want to thank you. It's inspiring and more confidence to look out as we work through these tough times and see you there. And thank you for all of your leadership in times of where we come from and how we're there. It's always great. We talk about some of the things that you mentioned, but it's always good to hear from you. And it's great, and you're always there. And one thing I'm reassured of today: leadership matters, and leadership works. So thank y'all very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lyons. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To both my mayors and to my clerk, thank you so much for showing up today. Thank you.
That was me. Go ahead, hold on.
A little over a year ago, Mr. Morial, you and I shared a conversation. Mm-hmm. I worked
Is it
for...
Morial or Morel?
No, Morial. In my college days, I worked for your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And working for your mother, coming from where I had come from, gave me hope.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It let me know the possibilities that I would have.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Working on your dad's campaign, mm-hmm. when you ran for office, working on your campaign, mm-hmm. gave me hope.
Mm-hmm.
The little girl whose mother was gone before she was 30. Mm-hmm. I've shared my story publicly so many times now in the last 4 years. I don't want to rehash that. But nonetheless, being with her let me know that although how I got here, it wasn't going to determine where I was going.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And to be faced with the possibility of our little kids in the next 10 to 20 years not knowing what representation looks like because it's being erased. And as I've stated when Senator Morris was there, somehow, somewhere, we have equated racial gerrymandering with being African American. And so we're overlooking the fact that we're still going into racially gerrymandered districts, except they're white Republicans. But I also remember the stories of Mayor Bartholomew, which you shared with us a couple of weeks ago, on how well you worked with all legislators here. And if we're being honest with each other here, we see what's going on. We are effectively trying to erase black representation. So I hope with bringing the three of you here, bringing our congressmen, all four of them a couple of weeks ago, that we land on someone's heart to do the right thing, to do the fair thing, because they still have the majority. It's 4-2 right now. That all children need to be able to look up and see themselves into someone who's representing them. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Boyd. All right, Representative Larverdin.
All right, gentlemen, thank you all for being here. When I see the former mayor of New Orleans, Mr. Morial, two former mayors, but one mayor, your dad hired my dad back in '67 when he finished law school. He was a baby. He was young. He worked with your dad in AP Turo, Lewisberry, and Alexandria. So seeing you and hearing you means a lot, because you gave a little kid from Napoleonville, Donaldsonville, Louisiana, an opportunity. He only stayed in New Orleans about a year, and he moved to Alexandria, and that's where we are. We've been in Alexandria for some years. But as a young attorney, his job was to go to the bus station and get the opinions from the trains and from the buses. They would get opinions from Howard University Law School. And your dad would get those briefs, and along with AP Turo and some other folks, they would file a bunch of lawsuits. And you all knew Lewisberry, so I want to thank you for giving my dad an opportunity years ago. And I appreciate it. I knew your mother. I was born in '65. I was born there in law school. So I just thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
All of you all, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Larverdin. Gentlemen, thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Thank
for
you
y'all's
all
time.
very much. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
How you doing? I see you later. He's going that way. Back
All right. As the room clears, we're going to have Representative Kyle Green, Representative Edmund Jordan, Representative Kyle Green, Chairman of the Democrat Caucus, Representative Edmund Jordan, who's Chairman of our Legislative Black Caucus, and Mr. Raymond Jetson. On deck, and would like to ask him to come to the committee room from the other room as soon as this clears out a little bit. We have some students or younger folks from the People's Promise Youth Division. If y'all could make your way into the room, we have some reserved chairs. I think we'll be able to get y'all in. So just y'all start heading this way. Y'all are going to go right after these gentlemen. All right, we'll have them there in a second. All right, so. All right, whichever one of y'all want to go first, y'all go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, please allow me to read a statement on behalf of my uncle, former Congressman William J. Jefferson, who unfortunately couldn't be here, but he asked me to read this statement on his behalf to you all, as he was here last Friday and spoke to the Committee on Senate and Governmental Affairs. My name is William Jennings Jefferson. I served in the Louisiana State Senate from 1980 to 1990. I served in the U.S. House of Representatives representing the 2nd Congressional District from 1991 to 2009. I was the second black person to serve in the Louisiana State Senate since Reconstruction, and the first black to serve in Congress since Reconstruction. Or put it another way, to serve in Congress in 120 years as of the date of my swearing in January of 1991. In 1965, the Voting Rights Act passed. I was 18 years old. Irrespective of any qualifications I may have had to hold these public offices, whether in the state Senate or in Congress, my elections were due solely and entirely because of the passage of the Voting Rights Act, which gave black voters in Louisiana a say in Louisiana's elections. In other words, though I received some votes from white constituents along the way, I won because I was in a majority black district in the Senate and in those congressional elections. To this day, this has been the case of every black person who has served in the Louisiana legislature and in Congress since Reconstruction. Thus, I speak to you today, not as a voice from the readings of history, but as one who has lived the history of racial discrimination in voting in his own lifetime, which, relative to the length of the life of our state and nation, is a fairly recent history. I was alive when my mother and father, because of Louisiana's laws, could not vote. I remember when Reverend J.H. Scott, our local NAACP president, was shot and nearly killed for leading a campaign to register black voters when I was in the 10th grade. I witnessed our parish register of voters in East Carroll Parish, my home parish, close his office after the passage of the Voting Rights Act, stating he would thenceforth register no one at all, where he was required to register at least a single black voter. And I saw with my own eyes in 1966 the long lines around our small courthouse in East Carroll that was surrounded by African Americans as they signed up to register to vote for the first time in their lives, after federal registrars came in to register them. We are brought here today on an emergency basis on the premise that the recent decision by the Supreme Court in the Calais matter demands it. But we know this is not true. We are here because of the exigent need to redraw congressional maps in Louisiana in the face of our congressional midterm elections. Conceding that Calais requires a redrawing of Congressional District 6 to meet newly announced constitutionality required standards, nothing in Calais demands that this redrawing take place disruptively, as elections for congressional nominations for Congress were already underway with votes already cast. In innumerable instances, congressional elections have been permitted to proceed by the Supreme Court when its decisions invalidated congressional maps on the very ground that those decisions came too close to state election processes playing out, let alone where, as in Louisiana, the election process was already underway. Getting CD6 to comport with the Calais decision then could and should proceed in a deliberate fashion with experts and interested outside witnesses, unrushed, opining and delving into the details of fairness, most constitutional, most efficient, and most durable way to get this done by the next time of congressional elections in 2028. Calais declares that Voting Rights Act must be constitutionally read to prohibit our state from taking into account of past racially discrimination in voting rights, nor the current effects of such historically discrimination as evidencing intentional racial discrimination to justify race-conscious map drawing. What remains unconstitutional under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act even under Calais, which the Supreme Court denominates as germane to that issue or present practices and political conditions that, if ignored by this state, in this round of map drawing, evidences intentional racial discrimination by our state government. A part of that evidence is this: no district for any office in Louisiana, which has a plurality of white voters within its jurisdictions, not only has, but does not to this day elect an African American representative. Not a single one. Our state cannot celebrate the progress that it has made towards eliminating barriers to voting by black voters without ignoring the current political conditions existing in our state of ongoing white bloc voting that our state knows to exist today, yet fails to remedy. This is intentional discrimination against black voters. I once chaired the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee. As a counterpart to this committee, we handle reapportionment by taking into account factors approved by Calais, in fact, which may be strengthened by it. Therefore, post-Calais, factors such as incumbent protection, contiguity of districts, compactness, preserving city and parish lines together, and, of course, the concept of one man, one vote, are among the factors, all non-racial goals. Both Congressman Carter and Congressman Fields are incumbents. This is the fact that their incumbency due less weight than that of other incumbents in our state's congressional delegation. Can their districts be preserved by congressional remapping, taking into account those other non-racial grounds Calais approved as legitimate constitutional factors to be considered in this current redistricting? When I served, Louisiana legislators were quite creative. Back then, we worked our way around many thorny issues. We even found a workaround of the state constitutional prohibition against gambling enterprises in our state by renaming them gaming enterprises. Through gaming, we involved the very same gambling games then occurring in Las Vegas. This body is no less capable of finding a creative way to be fair to all of our citizens in congressional redistricting by focusing creatively on what Calais permits rather than solely on what it prohibits as it undertakes the job of redistricting. Where there's a will, there's a way. Might just doesn't always equal right. Just before my election, the 2nd Congressional District was the only majority black district in the country, still represented by a white person, Congresswoman Lindy Boggs. The 2nd District became a majority black district naturally as Louisiana's black population congregated there for jobs and opportunities unavailable to them in the tourism, hospitality, and port industries in other parts of this state. As our state lost population and our number of representatives in Congress dropped from 8 to 6 over the years, major tweaking of the district was done based on the Voting Rights Act. I'm almost finished, guys. Our state and its people again stand at the precipice of defining racial policy choice. We should have the courage to make a choice that can move us further away from a racial divide in our state after working years to close it by refusing to callously disregard the deep angst of African Americans in Louisiana over losing political rights and voting rights. Past policies and practices and current voting practices rooted in discredited notions of white superiority and distrust that have kept Louisianians divided by race must not again be brought to the fore. Yet, this struggle over redistricting threatens to do just that, as it becomes less sensitive to the impassioned voices and justifiable fears of black citizens of our state in their calls for racial justice. Racial strife and divisions hold us back and hold our state back. It is the principal reason that, with all the capable people of our state, we remain behind in economics, education, and health outcomes relative to states outside of our region. It keeps us from pulling together. As my mother taught me, paraphrasing Dr. Booker T. Washington, one man cannot hold another man down in the ditch without remaining down in the ditch with him. So this moment around redistricting gives us a renewed chance to show that we can pull all together for black and white leaders, as well as all black and white people of goodwill in our state to walk in each other's shoes together. Or as President Lincoln stated, attempting to hold our nation together, it is time for you, for all of us, to awaken in us the better angels of our nature. I urge you to do this by adopting a redistricting plan that honors the hallmarks of justice and fairness for all Louisianians.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Mr. Jedman, Mr. Jetson?
My name, excuse me, my name is Raymond Jetson, and I had the pleasure of serving 4 terms in this body. I came to this body as a 28-year-old representing a district that had been created through reapportionment, a district that is now represented by Representative C. Denise Marcel. I also had the opportunity to participate in the redistricting after the 1990 census in this state. And I would share with you that what is distinctively different about the tone, the tenor of the conversation that happens today is that there was this fundamental focus on what was actually best for the state. Did we protect incumbents? Absolutely. Did we ask people about districts being drawn? Absolutely. But there was a fundamental concern about what was best for this state overall. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman and members, the level of rhetorical gymnastics being played here today would be laughable if it were not so serious. To say that it is okay to gerrymander so that we increase the number of Republicans in Congress, not because it's in the best interest of the people of Louisiana, but because it actually serves another agenda. Mayor Morial pointed out, and Congressman Jefferson's words, just because you have the opportunity to doesn't make it right. And it's hard to say that you're acting in the best interest of the state when you are saying to 1/3 of your population that you're not invited into the future. That yes, you can go into a polling booth and vote, but that vote will never really impact the outcome of an election, because the maps have been designed in such a way that you don't really matter. I will leave you, Mr. Chairman and members, by sharing that as a freshman member of this body, I had an afternoon conversation with a Republican from Shreveport by the name of Art Sauer. And Art turned me around to where the lobbyists and the people who worked for the governor and other staff were, and he said to me, "Do you see these people? They're not real people. They aren't real. They all have an agenda. They're being paid to do something, but they aren't the real people of Louisiana. As a matter of fact, on most days, you will be the only person in this room who can vote for you. And you are also the only person in this room who's really concerned about the people in your district." I will say to you, Mr. Chairman and members, that this process is being overly influenced by people who aren't real when it comes to the interest of this state. I pray that you would reconsider the decision that seems all but a foregone conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Jetson. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edmund Jordan, State Representative, House District 29, Chair of the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus. You know, I was debating on what I would say when I came up here today, but just hearing some of this, you know, I know all the time certain people like to misconstrue and bastardize the words of Dr. King. Not by the color of my skin, but the content of my character, and they always take that out of context. That was, again, that was a dream. That was not Dr. King's reality. Few people go to mention his speech that he did at Stanford University when he talked about the two Americas, when he talked about the reality, not his dream, but his reality, and the reality of black people in America living in a triple ghetto, a ghetto of race, a ghetto of poverty, a ghetto of human misery. And for me to listen today when I heard the Speaker Pro Tem talk about Thurgood Marshall and talk about colorblindness, I mean, to me, that was, again, a bastardization of his words. It just changed up, and I would think that a student of the Southern University Law Center would know much better. Certainly an embarrassment. Because when we talk about Thurgood Marshall and he's talking about colorblindness, he's talking about not that, he's talking about an aspirational thing. He's saying that colorblindness should be the destination, it's not the starting point. He knew it was an aspirational measure because he was familiar with Plessy. He was familiar with Dred Scott. He talked about Balky. He talked about the city of Richmond. He talked about Brown versus the Board of Education, which he litigated. He knew those things. He said the Constitution has never been colorblind. So what he was saying was, you can't take a Constitution which has never been colorblind and it was meant to hurt us and then now try to say it's colorblind when it's trying to protect you. If you're going to use it for our detriment, and you're going to use color for our detriment, then use color for our benefit. The Constitution has never been colorblind. So to say now that you want it to be that, certainly is the height of hypocrisy, in my opinion. You know, he was a student of Charles Hamilton Houston. And Charles Hamilton Houston was the architect that dismantled Jim Crow. Without actually is not be the architects that try to reinstitute Jim Crow. Because we can tell now that the Republican policies that you guys are hyping up so much, the last two cycles have been a disaster. You were 0 for 5 on these constitutional amendments, and now you're trying to bring us a map that's 5-1. The people are rejecting those policies. The people are speaking out to you, not just the people who have came to testify in this room, but the people who have gone to the voting booths in those ballot boxes the last couple of times. And so I would just ask you, as all the other people have asked you, to not bring us back to those two Americas. To certainly, as everyone else has said, to reconsider your decisions and vote this map down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Thank you, Mr. Judson.
Now I'm speaking in behalf of my capacity as chair of the Democratic Caucus. Kyle Green, State Representative, District 83. I want to speak to you about my concerns that SB 121, as the current drawing of Congressional District 2, is potentially exposes the legislature to additional litigation on the fact that I think was touched on multiple times today, that it is a racial gerrymander. You heard the senator on record earlier in his opening remarks that his original version of the bill was taken from the map that this legislature passed in a redistricting session in 2022. We were here. We know that that map is the progeny of the redistricting cycle that occurred in the first special session of 2011, which was HB 6, Act 2, authored by former State Representative Eric Ponte. I point up to you, here's, you probably can't see it, but here's the map that the legislature in 2011 passed. If you look at Congressional District 2, right? And then you look at the original version and the amended version of what we have before us today, under the amended version of Senate Bill 121, the 2nd Congressional District, looks virtually the same, right? The problem with that is back in 2011, Louisiana was one of the different jurisdictions that were built in under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 and Section 5. pre-clearance, which means that before any election plan had to be enacted or implemented, we had to get pre-clearance from the Department of Justice. And they were looking at certain factors. Number one, the traditional redistricting principles, contiguity, compactness, right, maintaining core communities, but also retrogression, whether you reduced the number of majority black districts, whether those districts were even performing majority black districts. Because of Hurricane Katrina, Louisiana lost a significant amount of population. As a result of that population loss in the city of New Orleans, we went from 7 members of Congress to 2. That had a domino effect on the makeup of our congressional map. There was no way that this legislature could have complied under the Voting Rights Act at the time if it would have maintained some semblance of the original plan prior under how the second congressional district looked prior to the enactment of Act 2. The reason why is because there weren't enough African Americans in that area to get us to where we could pass muster with the Department of Justice. So what did we do? We started off in the city of New Orleans, and we intentionally went up the river, picking up pockets of black voters along the way. Hopping across the river in my district, in Representative Lyons' district, where we live, which is predominantly African American, going across the river, cherry picking pockets of black voters in St. Charles Parish, St. John the Baptist, St. John, St. James, Ascension, Iberville, Assumption, West Baton Rouge, and hopping across the river and picking up pockets of black voters in North Baton Rouge. That district was based on race. Okay? Then we come to 2022. That map, essentially the same map that we passed 10 years prior. Tweaked it around the edges to account for population changes, but essentially the same map. And then now we are tasked with basically reinstituting the same map, which we know is based on race. Now, it appears as though the author is saying, well, I didn't take race into account, but you have 15 years of prior history where you did. I don't think those things, work together, because it'd be the same as us taking SB 8, passing it as we passed it in 2024, right? Court said that was based on race. But what's to stop the legislature from instituting the same plan, but saying, nope, we're going to now implement it based on partisan reasons, to protect Congressman Carter, to protect Congressman Fields, to protect Congressman Johnson, Congressman Clay Higgins. It's the same thing, members. And so my concern is that we have been shown that there are other ways to draw the second congressional district without it being based on race. For example, was the amendment that Representative Lyons tried to pass, which clearly shows a more compact district with the second congressional district. The other part is this, members. I would point you to the Shaw v. Reno case, which is a Supreme Court case that was rendered in 1993, which talked about districts being drawn in a bizarre manner. If CD6, the current map that was rendered unconstitutional, in SB 8 was rendered an unconstitutional gerrymander, the same facts that the Supreme Court outlined in the Calais matter have to apply here. If there's nothing in common between the citizens of Baton Rouge, nothing in common that citizens of Baton Rouge have with the citizens of Shreveport other than race, then there's nothing in common that the folks in New Orleans and Jefferson Parish have in common with the folks in Baton Rouge other than race. It's the same logic. And my concern is that we've opened the door and exposed us to unnecessary litigation. I would hope that this body would kind of take a pause and reassess that. I understand the politics of redistricting, but I certainly don't want to have to keep coming back here having to pass plan after plan because we keep rushing to do something because of political expediency as opposed to doing what is right and legal. And that's what I have. And if there are members who have questions, happy to answer them.
All right, thank you. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for your testimony. All right. We are going to follow a strict 3-minute rule going forward. I wanted to give a little bit of discretion to the chairman of the Democratic caucus and the chairman of the Black caucus as well. So we're going to be on a strict 3-minute rule now. I have, and y'all can come up with in whichever order, but Zanabra Smith, if I said that correctly. Ishmael Sweeney and Chelsea Davis. So for those of you who have not testified before or are going to be coming to testify for the first time, our procedure is when you come to the mic, you introduce yourself and tell us who you are representing, or like what organization you represent, or if it's yourself, that's fine as well. And then you go ahead and speak. So, which you want to let the young lady go first? Perfect. Look, can you help her pull that microphone? Perfect. Okay, if you wouldn't mind, introduce yourself for us, and then you can go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zenobia Smith. I am 8 years old from Shreveport, and I attended Southern Hills Elementary. I am also a proud member of the People's Promise Youth Division. I am here today to oppose SB 121 because I know this is not a fair map. Fair means everyone should have a voice and equal representation, and when maps are unfair, it makes people feel like their voices and communities do not matter. I may be young, but I am learning about justice, equality, and standing up for what is right. Kids like me are paying attention, and we want a future where everyone is treated fairly and has the same opportunity to be heard.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. All right. Before you start, I just want to so we also have just kind of on deck as well, Brecca Peoples, and Caitlin Peoples. Y'all are going to be on deck right afterwards, so just to kind of give y'all a heads up. And then we have some representatives that are going to be following them with Ms. Sylvia, Representative Sylvia Taylor, Representative Terry Landry, and Representative Regina Barrows, so just so that everybody kind of knows the order. So, okay, if you might maybe give them the name over here, and we can try and find a card. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ishmael Sweeney, an 18-year-old from Shreveport, Louisiana, and I rise today in strong opposition of Senate Bill 121. And I am here in representing the NAACP Shreveport chapter as well as the People's Promise Youth Division. Let me be very clear from the beginning. At the urging of Donald Trump, a 34-count convicted felon, might I add, some of you are choosing partisan politics over the very people who elected you to sit in these seats. And the sad part about that is Donald Trump does not care about the people sitting on this committee. He doesn't care about the committees or the communities represented in this room. And he certainly does not care about black voters in Louisiana. But the people of Louisiana, we care. And the people are watching. Because we've already seen what happens when this legislator ignores the voters. In March 2025, Louisiana voters rejected those constitutional amendments, and then just days ago, the voters spoke once more. At some point, the message should be clear: when communities feel ignored, manipulated, or disrespected, they react accordingly at the ballot box. Because for many of us standing here today, it feels like every time black voters gain political influence, someone starts scrambling, trying to change the rules. And in a world of redistricting, we know exactly what that tactic looks like. Packing black voters into a few districts as possible to limit our influence everywhere else. Or cracking black communities apart so that our voting strength gets diluted across multiple districts. Different strategy, but the same outcome. Less black political power. And then came the comments about potentially discarding 45,000 ballots and simply telling them that they can come back in November. Think about how dangerous that is to voters who already feel like their voices are constantly being challenged in courtrooms and legislatures. Because voting is not a game, representation is not a game, and black voting power is not disposable. Our ancestors survived slavery. They survived segregation. They survived literacy tests, poll taxes, and intimidation to keep them away from political power. So no, we're not going to sit quietly while people attempt to weaken representation now. If you work to eliminate our districts, voters will work to eliminate your reelection. That's not a threat. That's just democracy and how it works. We will organize. We will mobilize. We will register voters, and we will remind the people exactly who stood up for fair representation and who didn't. These seats belong to the people of Louisiana, and the people of Louisiana have already sent y'all messages constantly at the ballot box twice. Keep ignoring the people and their messages, and the next time that message comes forth, it will come with pink slips and brown boxes. Black voters in Louisiana are not going backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. White. Ms. Davis?
Okay. Ms. Chelsea Davis, please.
Hi.
Go ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jaleese Davis. I am a Bossier-born senior student of the University of Louisiana at Monroe. In addition, I am a member of the NAACP and the Youth Education Director of the People's Promise Youth Division. My peers and I stand before you clearly frustrated. Said frustration stems from having to take the same position as our legendary activist predecessors in the year 2026. Again, the black youth calls this legislation out for its hypocrisy, manipulation, and negligence. Our heads are no longer stuck in the sand. We know what you are trying to do. And we won't sit idly by while you steal our right to representation in this state and this country. Repeatedly, this state has shot down Jeff Landry's attempts at bleeding our state of its humanity and running our government as a corporation fueled by greed, deception, and racism. This should be familiar to Morris. Let's talk about Governor Landry. According to the records produced by the Secretary of State on October 14, 2023, Jeff Landry won the seat with a 52% landslide. He gained 574,827 votes of 1,062,498. Impressive, right? Well, as of today, Louisiana deserves better. A petition to remove him as governor has earned over 500,000 plus verified signatures and counting, according to the KTBS News. For those who are just finding out, you have until November to get us to 600,000. This state is tired of Jeff Landry. This state is fed up with you and all your constituents perpetuating your behavior in our capital. Now you have stooped so low as to try to phase us out of the House to silence our voice for the second time. Morris has no genuine idea what gerrymandering is. If he did, he would be very familiar with how my community has historically been subjected to a suspended state of poverty and underrepresentation. With this knowledge, to continue to do what you have set forth is evil. We make up at least 1/3 of the state population as described by an outdated consensus from 2020. The 6th district was not a snake as described by Chief Justice John Roberts. It was a life raft giving the large population of black people in this state a fighting chance at maintaining and progressing beyond the rights cemented in our country's constitution by the likes of MLK, Rev. T.J. Jemison, Rev. R.L. Davis, Kate Wickham, and many others. You will not trickle down the chaos of the executive branch to this state. Like we did before, we will bounce back and show you that we stand strong and true in justice. From the babies to the barely grown, we will scream till our voices go hoarse. Back off. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Brika Peoples and Ms. Caitlin Peoples? Yes. Oh, hold on. All right.
Wait, that's more.
Hold on, right here. Okay. Go ahead, Rep. Walters.
Thank you so much, Rep. Laverdane. Thank you all for being here, People's Promise. I am glad to be your state representative. Thank you all for the work that you continuously do. Congratulations on your graduation. Ishmael, we are very, very proud. And who is your congressman at this time?
At this time, it is Representative Cleo Fields.
Okay. Are you pleased with his representation?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
Is it an issue for
Speaking
you
to the
that
mic.
he
Speaking
is?
to the mic. I'm sorry, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Are you pleased with his representation?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does it bother you that he lives in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we are in Shreveport?
Not at all, because he's reaching all parts and doing the work that needs to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rep. Walters. Rep. Marcel?
Tell the young people, thank you so much for coming out and being so intelligent and voicing your opinion. That's what it's all about. You all are the future generation. You all can change what happens. And I want you, Ishmael, to go get you some more Ishmaels and get them to the voting polls. Will y'all do that for me?
Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. You all are very smart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Marcel. Ms. Brinker Peoples and Ms. Caitlin Peoples. Ma'am, are there any other folks from, okay, do they have a card?
Yes.
Are they going to speak? Okay. We're trying to get these folks back to Shreveport, ladies and gentlemen, so please bear with us. And who's the next person you have?
Come on, Lauren.
Please take that last seat and make sure we have a red card. What's your name, ma'am?
Lauren Calhoun.
Lauren, we'll pull your card. She has a card? Okay. All right, Ms. Brinker, you want to go first, ma'am?
Let Caitlin Peoples go first.
Caitlin?
The baby.
That's the one in the middle. State your name for the record, please, and you may proceed.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Peoples. I'm 10 years old from Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm the mini chairwoman of the People's Promise Youth Division. I'm the chairwoman of the People's Promise Youth Division. I stand before you today not just as a youth leader, but as a future congresswoman who believes every child deserves a fair shot. I have taken many rides up and down this road since I was 3 years old, fighting for youth justice with my community. And sometimes I feel like you all do not want us in democracy that my ancestors helped build with their blood, sweat, and tears. I have listened carefully during these conversations about fair maps, and honestly, I don't think Senator J. Mars truly understands what fairness means. So let me define it. Fairness is not about politics. Fairness is not about protecting power, and sometimes something can be legal and still not be fair. Fairness means doing what is right even when it makes people uncomfortable. Right now, many of us, especially black families and young people, do not believe this process is fair. At the People's Promise Youth Division, we teach kids what justice, equality, leadership, and courage look like. We teach young people that their voices matter too. And I want you all to remember something. One of these brown-skinned kids sitting in Louisiana today could grow up to save your life, lead this state, become a doctor, a judge, a teacher, or even a member of Congress. So when you draw these maps, you are shaping the future of children like me. If we really want fairness, then fairness looks like a true representation. Fairness looks like a 3-for-3 map. And before I leave, I want to share a Bible verse. Because I am a Christian and I believe God calls us to treat people with justice and equality. Micah 6:8 says, He has shown you, or Marta, what is good, and what does the Lord require you of? To act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peoples. All right, Ms. Lauren Calhoun, you want to say something
I want to say something
to her? Okay. Rep. Marcel?
Wait, you have to turn the mic.
Hold on.
I did. Welcome to the Capitol, Congresswoman Peoples, right? Okay, I'm just waiting. I'm going to hold your seat for you till you get here. But I think Representative Joy Walters got some smoke coming behind her. She better get out of your way. I want to say thank you. You are a very intelligent young lady, and I look forward to you being in the House, or the Senate, or just go straight on to the Congress, because sounds like you could just bypass us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rep. Marcel. Rep. Walters from the Shreveport area. Go ahead. Okay. Here.
Testing. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Rep. Laverdane. To the many chairwoman of the People's Promise, we appreciate you for being here and traveling all the way from Shreveport, Louisiana. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Also, we have Ms. Breaker. You want to go, Ms. Peoples?
I'm letting Lauren go.
Okay. Go ahead, Lauren. Go ahead, Ms. Lauren.
Hello, my name is Lauren Calhoun. I'm a student at the University of Louisiana at Monroe, a member of People's Promise Youth Division, and most importantly, a lover of my home state, Louisiana. I've recently discovered a love for Louisiana and a want to start a family and career here. However, over my many years at ULM, I've met people from all over the state and have learned that many do not share these ideals. So far, I've heard much of the following from my fellow students of all races and all parties. I like Louisiana, but I'm definitely not staying here. I hate Louisiana. I'm moving as soon as I graduate. I can't stay in Louisiana. There's nothing here for me. I hate it here. I'm moving up north. It's so racist here. And it's bills and legislative behavior like Senate Bill 121 that only reinforce these sentiments in the youth, and why Louisiana is ranked as the #1 state residents are leaving, according to the Shreveport Times, which, if you're familiar with Louisiana, then you know we're not #1 in much. In my several years in university, I've had the privilege of meeting other students that share my love and hope for my state and want to stay and pour into it. Other students that see the beauty and drive in the state's people and love the culture that Louisianians have fostered between us despite our government's constant attempts at dividing us. I've not only met students at ULM who share this love, but also from the many other educational institutions in the state. And contrary to popular beliefs about my generation, these students and now recent graduates are full of passion, dedication, intelligence, excellence, talent, work ethic, and a strong commitment to these traits and their respective crafts. If Senate Bill 121 is passed without an amendment that will restore the second majority minority vote taken away by this bill, it will not only further drive out a third of the state's next chance at betterment and hope, but it will also engender all demographics of young people and their talents and their contributions to Louisiana's economy to flee en masse. If Senate Bill 121 is passed, you will kill the state's and many children's futures through the schools that will be affected with this racist redistricting. If Senate Bill 121 is passed, all of Louisiana and its inhabitants, not just the ones you don't like, will be left in the dust and in stagnancy, and you will solidify Louisiana's reputation as the enemy of progress and prosperity. And for all these reasons, I oppose Senate Bill 121. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lauren. Thank you, Ms. Lauren. Is it on now? Hold on.
Oh, no.
It keeps going.
Okay, no, it is.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lauren, for your comments. We have Ezrael McLean. Okay. Come forward, sir. No, hold on. You're going to speak real quick? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Who you have next?
Jaden Williams.
Okay. Okay. You want to go ahead, Miss?
I can go ahead.
Go ahead, because I'm gonna clear that. Once you get, I'm gonna clear the table. Thank you, and bring them up.
Okay. Hello.
Okay.
My name is Brika.
Ma'am, state your name and who you represent, real quick, Ms. Breaker.
Hello, my name is Brika Peoples. I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana, and I'm the founder of the People's Promise Youth Division, and I oppose SB 121, but I support the amendment by State Rep Lyons. I work with young people every day, and one thing I can tell you is this: the people of Louisiana are paying attention now. People are tired of feeling unheard, tired of watching decisions get made without the community, tired of seeing power protect itself while everyday people struggle to represent fairly. And honestly, that's why you all saw the amendments fail 2 years in a row. That's also why recall petitions be being pushed across the state, because people are frustrated and they are sending a message loud and clear that the people still hold the power. You cannot keep asking communities to trust the system while they feel like their voices are constantly being weakened the moment they organize effectively. The youth see it, the parents see it, the church see it, and the people see it. I brought youth here in 22, and they also fought against that map. At People's Promise Youth Division, we teach young people how government works. We teach them about voting, organizing, policy, and civic engagement. But it gets hard to tell kids that their voices matter when they keep watching decisions that make communities feel shut out of the process. And let me say this respectfully, representation should not be treated like a threat. Wanting fair representation is not division. Wanting communities to have a real voice is not radical. Wanting democracy is actually reflected. The people is not wrong. Reflected, the people is not wrong, I'm sorry. Our young people came to the Capitol because they care about Louisiana, despite what my Lauren said. They want to stay here, build here, lead here, raise family here, but they also want honesty, fairness, and accountability. And if this body keep ignoring people, are saying the frustration across this state only grows. We are not going backwards quietly. We are organizing, we are educating, and we're going to continue to build power in this state. And I want to say this to Senator Jay Morris. Let me lead this with you. You can call it partisan strategy all day, but the people see it for what it is. Across the U.S., elected officials are losing seats over unfair maps and political games. Don't be shocked if everybody that support this map is gone, because we coming in your rural area, and I'm coming with the youth, even the youth that look like you, because we have me in the People's Promise Youth Division. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Breaker Peoples. You have two other people with your group?
Yes, one more.
Okay, can you three exit, and Mr. Jaden Williams and Ms. Azriel McLean, please step forward. After that, we're going to have Ms. Roberta Brown and Ms. Judy Morris from Urban League. And that will conclude your group. Okay, thank you. We're trying to get you back to Shreveport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Roberta Brown, can you start first? No, that's not, no, hold on. No, I'm sorry, hold on. No, I'm sorry, hold on. Mr. Jaden Williams, go ahead. Please proceed, sir. State your name and address state your name and group for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Jaden Williams. I'm 16 years old. I attend Southwell High School in Shreveport, Louisiana, and I'm proud to be a member of the People's Promise Youth Division, which is the top youth civic organization of the state of Louisiana. I'm here today because us young people across Louisiana are paying attention to what's happening with these maps. There are too many adults that think that youth are not watching politics, but we are. We see what's happening, and we understand when something unfair is happening. Louisiana definitely has a painful history when it comes to black representation in Congress. Charles Edmund Nash became the first black congressman elected in Louisiana from 1875 and served until 1877. I want you all to think about that for a second. From 1877 until now, Louisiana has had very few black voices elected to Congress. Congressman Cleo Fields is now one of the latest black leaders to represent our communities in Congress, and the fact that lawmakers are trying to remove his district for the second time now has put us all on alert. To many of us, this feels personal. It feels like every time black communities finally gain representation, somebody tries to redraw the lines and take that power away. Young people see that. We may be young, but we are not blind. At PPYD, we are taught about justice, leadership, civic engagement, and how to stand up for our communities. We are learning that representation matters because the decisions made in this building affect our schools, our neighborhoods, our futures, and our families. And let me make something clear. We will not allow history to repeat itself. They will not run us out of this state. They will not silence our communities. And they will not stop this generation from organizing. If adults refuse to fight for fairness, then the youth will rise up and do it ourselves. We are organizing young people across Louisiana because our future deserves fair representation too. Yes. The youth are awake, the youth are watching, and the youth are ready. Thank you.
All right, you got it? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. McLean? State your name and who you're with, sir.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I'm a Baptist preacher, so I want to be heard.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm Reverend Alfred G. McLean, pastor of New Morning Glory Baptist Church of Mansfield, but I'm also vice president of the Baptist Pastors Fellowship of Shreveport and vicinity, and our constituents are about 10,000 members given to churches. I'm here to ask a no vote on SB 121, sorry. Now, may I say this? I love Louisiana. Louisiana is shaped like a boot, but but she is at the bottom of the shoe in everything. It is embarrassing that we're fighting over fairness in terms of representation. Now, I want to talk to my conservative friends. What are you trying to conserve? Sometimes it's like a preservative to keep us in the past. We cannot go forward with health statistics where they are, education, poverty, and so forth. May I also remind you, I'm speaking from as a moral agent, no civilization can last with an entrenched underclass. That is where we are headed as a nation and as a state. And remember this, heaven judges it and history frowns on it. Second thing is I'm opposed to this bill because, again, it disenfranchises 1/3 of the great people of this state. And remember this, the scripture tells us to let justice run down like waters and rise like mighty stream. Now, may I also say this about our state and the South. We suffer from what I call post-Civil War traumatic stress disorder. We are still spiritually and psychologically fighting the Civil War. We got to get over that. The war freed the slaves. 6 years later, our bills were passed to give equality. We are not going back to the past. If you lock folk out of the system, they will take to the streets. And y'all don't want that. God bless you. God keep you. Amen, amen, and amen.
Thank you, Reverend McLean. Thank you for being here. Rep. Walters.
Yes, thank you so much, Laverdane. Thank you, Pastor McLean, for being here. And it is not lost upon us, all of your contributions, even to the civil rights movement. And so thank you so much for being here and for speaking up and for speaking out and speaking for the Baptists and not speaking too long and not preaching too long. We appreciate your testimony, Pastor.
Fellow Princeton graduate.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Ms. Brick, is that all your crew? Yes, sir. Thank you all for being here and safe travel. You're Ms. Roberta Brown?
Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, and Ms. Brown, state your name and what group you're with.
Roberta Brown. I'm with Women on the Move, Women Standing Up, and Concerned Citizens for a Better Algiers. And I'm a concerned citizen. And I can't understand this bill. I don't want to understand it because I feel to believe we fighting to get 4-2, but it should be 3-3 from listening to your numbers. You know, y'all taking us back to when I was 15 years old. I'm 90 years old now, and y'all bringing me back to 15. 15 years old, I was fighting this fight.
You don't look
and Gretna, I was fighting this fight. Politicking at 15 years old, standing up, putting out signs when Paji Miller from Gretna wanted to close my daddy down because I was out there with a sign for someone else. I'm going back to old stuff. And I tried to forget it, but this what you're doing here is bringing me back. And I don't, because we're not going back. I've been fighting since I was 15 years old. I'm from New Orleans. I'm a fighter. I like to fight. And so I'm telling you, we fighting up down there. We're not going to sit down and watch y'all bring us back to the 1950. You know, I watched the policemen, how they put our black men in jail. And when I heard our governor talking about Angola and how many acres you have, well, guess what? He got to put the whole New Orleans on them acres because we ready for this fight.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, took Dunkins away from us who've been to prison for 28 years and came out and won an election that you backed, Governor, you backed the criminal clerk of court
who did not win. So now you feel like a month later, you're going to take it from us. You're going to merge those seats. I don't think we're going to let that happen. Now you want to take our mayor from us and our city council. We can't sit back and let you do this to us. Now you want to take our congressman, the 2 congressmen from us. If that ain't racist, Senator Morris, I don't know what you are. And if you got a family, Senator Morris, a family and got children, we're going to have another January the 6th that we had in Washington, D.C., because that's what you're raising your children up to do right now if you're taking us back like this. We got a congressman that we love in New Orleans. We love Cleo Fields too. And we cannot fight for just 1 seat, another seat. We need to fight for 2 more. Please, I hate what you're doing to us, but you're coming in the wrong lane, our lane called New Orleans.
I understand, ma'am. I understand.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Rep. Marcel and Rep. Boyd.
Yeah.
Rep. Marcel, please.
That's my friend, Miss Roberta Brown, that came down here stirring up mess. But thank you for
You the one. Love you
now,
too.
on a
And you
very
stay
serious
strong.
note, 90 years old, and you're still active. I really appreciate your voice. I call her all the time for advice. Many of you may not know. That's my good friend from Algiers, and she don't take no stuff. But you look wonderful, and I wish we had more people that were concerned about democracy like yourself. For you to come down here, you've been sitting here a long time today, in order to come up here and speak for 3 minutes. That's admirable. I just don't have words to say. And regardless of whether you on her side or not, the fact of the matter is that she's still fighting. She's been fighting, she's still fighting, and she's not going to give up the fight. And I like the fact that you speak your mind, and I love you. Thank you for being here today.
All right.
Thank you for always answering my calls.
Thank you, Rep. Marcel. Rep. Boyd, please.
If I tell the story that happened when I was 16 years old, everybody in here be crying. I cannot go back to that. I can't go back to color and white bus, sitting on the bus, standing up till I get to school and all those other seats available. I can't go back to that. We are not. I'm 90 years old. I'm going to die for something, baby. I'm ready to go to Angola.
No, we don't want you there. Rep. You got it?
Okay, thank you all. Thank you for having me, really.
All right. Rep. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Ms. Roberta, thank you so much. Ms. Roberta is actually my constituent. And she called me earlier this week and she said, Dee, I'm coming. I'm coming and I'm coming to tell it all. And I encouraged her to come, and I've heard from her literally every day up until today. And not only has she been here since 8 o'clock this morning, she drove in last night through 3 hours of traffic because there was an accident on the bridge. She was determined to get here. This is who we know her to be in our district. She was going to come and speak for her congressman here and for all of the elected officials in New Orleans. I thank you, Ms. Roberta. The first thing she said to me, the first day we spoke on the phone that morning, we talked about almost 45 minutes, was she was determined to make sure that we were unified. She wanted unity. She wanted to come stand with us, speak with us, because she was not going back. And she was going to show us the blueprint that they used when she was younger and how to win this war on representation. So once again, I thank you so much for being here. You are loved as well. We love you. So thank you for coming, Ms. Roberta.
Thank you all for being here. You all can exit the table and bring some more folks in.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Ms. Judy Reese, please come forward. Ms. Judy Morris from the Urban League. Mr. Larry Eli Ellis and Ms. Omari Hossein. Ms. Omari Hossein. Mr. Larry. Is that the great Mr. Larry Ellis?
Ellis.
From Alexandria?
Yes.
Your father was a great man.
Thank you.
I knew him well. How's mom doing?
She's doing good.
Good seeing you.
I'm good.
Good seeing you. Ms. Judy Morris, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Real quick. Rep. Boyd, you want to say something? Is Rep. Boyd just walked out? Okay, she walked out. All right. Ms. Judy Morse, go ahead for Urban League. Go ahead.
So much,
State your name and who you represent.
Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Judy Reese Morse, President and CEO of the Urban League of Louisiana, the largest Black-led, Black-serving policy, advocacy, and direct service delivery organization in Louisiana. And I'm here today in strong opposition to SB 121. At this point, you are more than aware of the overwhelming opposition of at least 1/3 of the state's population regarding this bill, which clearly disenfranchises Black residents in Louisiana by taking away their choice for equitable representation. You understand that moving forward with a 5-1 map says clearly that this legislative body stands firmly on the position that Black people who make up 1/3 of this state's population have no place in the state's definition of democracy. SB 121, as has been said many times already, packs Black voters in a single district, thereby weakening the collective voice of Blacks across the state. It tells more than 1 million of Louisiana's voters that their participation in democracy isn't worth the same as others because of where they live and what they look like. And based on the strong civic participation of people from across the state the past 2 weeks and here today, you know that people understand the impact of your decision. And they understand this legislative body and how it operates more today than ever before. But what I want you to know is that there are many, many, many more who see you, who see all of this in Louisiana and beyond, that are outraged, confused, and reaching out to connect around actions that push back this effort to dilute and erase meaningful Black participation in the democratic process. From parents to job seekers to small business owners, from churchgoers to students, from young professionals to retirees, people are locking in on what's happening here at the Capitol, on this effort to silence their voices and their very existence. And they are saying, and you have heard it, no. We can't and we won't let this happen without a response. Not just in this moment, but an organized, ongoing, coordinated response that proves that Black people in Louisiana will not be silenced, they will not be erased, and they will not be ignored in a state that we built and which, without our continued contributions and resilience, would be less of a place that millions choose to visit, spend money, and invest in every year. In Louisiana, we spend a lot of time and resources talking about the environment needed to recruit and retain businesses so that our economy can grow. We must also create an environment where all people, not just some people, have a fair opportunity to choose their representation and ensure their voices are heard on issues that are important to them, like the economy and other quality of life issues. What people in Louisiana and around the country are seeing is a legislature that is moving at breakneck speed to redraw maps, disenfranchise 1/3 of the state's population, and communicate very clearly that Blacks do not have an equal say in who can represent their interest. This isn't a path forward for growth, innovation, and the future, certainly not one that considers and represents the entire state's population. Here's what this legislative body should be clear about. The people have a different vision. They are coming together and working together to build a Louisiana where Black people and others of the global majority have economic self-reliance, generational wealth, civil rights, and equitable representation. They are focusing on more civic engagement, not less, more education about the process, not less, more organizing and coordination, not less, because all residents are worthy of a bright future and a government that exercises democracy for all. Your choice to continue down the road of a 5-1 map shows that you are choosing a future for Louisiana that diminishes everyone, including your constituencies. You are choosing division and fear over courage and opportunity. At the Urban League, we will continue to urge that anyone who believes that democracy should exist for everyone must stay informed, engaged, and act. We urge you as legislators to see all Louisianans in your definition of democracy and to reject SB 121. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Judy. Thank you, Ms. Omari, please.
Yes, if I may, I have two folks that got up at 5 this morning and came on the van from Shreveport, Mr. Charles Robinson and Mr. Terrence Wynn. I don't mind letting them speak before me, if that's okay.
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Go ahead and speak, or let them.
Repeat that.
Right.
Go ahead, Ms. Newell, Rep. Newell.
Mr. Charles, you ready?
The young, what's your name, ma'am? The young lady asked if she can switch
Mr. Charles
places with
Robinson is
Mr.
in
Charles.
Yeah, if he could.
Because Mr. Charles
And then
gotta
I'm
go.
okay with speaking after him, because I don't have to leave as soon as they do. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, okay. What's the?
Why is he not listening? Mr.
Charles
Charles.
Robinson.
Charles Robinson and Terrence Wynn? Okay,
He's on his way in.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. I've got Mr. Ellis here. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis. Yeah.
My name is Larry Ellis. I am the branch leader for the Shreveport NAACP, the second oldest branch in the state of Louisiana. It is my pleasure to be here today, Chairman and members of this committee. Thank you for allowing public comment. I'm 47 years old. I was born and raised in the middle of the state, Alexandria, Louisiana. But I have called North Louisiana, Shreveport, that is, my home for the last 26 years. I'm not a lawyer or a map drawer. I'm a voter who has watched our congressional lines change 3 times in 4 years. I'm here to ask you to vote no to any plan that cuts Louisiana from 2 majority black districts down to 1. Louisiana is about 1/3 black. That is not a talking point. It is who we are as neighbors, co-workers, and families. After years of litigation, we finally had a map that gave black voters a fair chance to elect candidates of our choice in 2 of 6 districts. The second in New Orleans, and the 6th district that runs from Baton Rouge up to Shreveport. That map reflected our population.
Go ahead. Did your phone die?
Yes, hold on.
Okay.
Reflected our population. Now, following the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Louisiana versus Callis, this committee is being asked to go backwards. The bills before you, SB 121 and the House companions, will produce a map with 5 Republican-leaning districts and only 1 Democratic-leaning district. Senator Morris himself described plans that would likely give Republicans 5 or even 6 seats, and Senator Klein-Peter has publicly said the goal is a 5-1 map that eliminates 1 of our 2 majority black districts. That is not race blind, that is erasure. The court may have hollowed out part of the Voting Rights Act, but it did not order you to take representation away from 1/3 of your constituents. You have already seen the cost of rushing. Governor Landry postponed the May 16 House primary after tens of thousands of ballots were mailed and voters showed up to locked doors. As the ACLU noted in Baton Rouge last week, folks are unsure of what is happening with these ballots. That confusion is on us, the state, not on voters. I sat in the overflow room during the Senate hearing and heard Leona Tate, one of the New Orleans 4 who integrated our schools as a child, tell lawmakers that dismantling a black district today feels like watching the same mob she walked through, just with better suits and a parliamentary procedure. She is right. Process matters, but impact matters more. The 6th District matters to Shreveport. It connects black communities in Caddo Parish to Baton Rouge, not because someone drew a squiggle, but because we share churches, HBCUs, hospitals, and economic challenges that get ignored when we are cracked into district designed to dilute us. Taking that seat away from us tells my daughters that their voices do not count. You have a choice. You can adopt a map that keeps 2 districts where black Louisianans have an equal opportunity as we have had for the 24 election, or you can adopt a 5-1 plan that guarantees years of more lawsuits, more canceled elections, and more distrust. I respectfully ask you to reject any 5-1 map, keep both the 2nd and the 6th as opportunity districts, and let us vote on stable lines in November without the court telling us we got it wrong again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Rep. Walters, real quick.
Thank you, Rep. Laverdane. Thank you so much to the founder of the crew, Mystic Crew of Imani, for being here and testifying. None other than Larry Ellis. And so please tell Aunt Golden I said hello. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Be careful on the road back to Shreveport.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Walters.
Thank you. Mr. Charles Robinson, please. State your name and what group you're with, sir. Is there Terrence Wynn here also?
No, he hadn't made it yet.
He's on his way in.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Charles Robinson. I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm with the ASA, All Boots on the Ground, ASAP. And I'm here to, I'm against SB 121. When I come here, I didn't really have anything to say, but then I thought about it. And I come up in a time, I'm 72 years old. I come up in a time of the civil rights movement. And in Shreveport, it was very ugly. And I think that it's always an opportunity, it's always we're attacking one, the opposite group, I'll say, always attacking the black group. We don't never have to talk about when we attack the other group because they pretty much control things. But I'm here for John, like John Lewis said, I'm here to fight the good fight today. I think that we need to stop. The Lord only made 2 people, man and woman, and we always deal with color. But this is not about color. This is about this administration wants to eliminate one group of peoples in order to raise up another group. But in Louisiana, we are one of the poorest states it is anyway. So we need to work together and try to stay together and keep everybody in place. What we really need to do is try to add more diversity to our state. And I think that's one of our biggest problems, that we so divided until we constantly fight against one another. But I think that Cleo Field is doing a very good job, and I think that the rest of our black representatives are doing a very good job, as well as the white ones. But I don't think that we should separate or try to eliminate one group from another. I strongly support Cleo's Field as a representative, and I just wanted to give my opinion about it today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for testifying. Y'all can exit the table.
Thank you.
Oh, you hit? Okay. Hold on. Rep. Boyd, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got you.
You got it?
All right, thank
Rep.
you. I
Boyd,
just
go
wanted to say to my dear friend Judy, thank you so much for your profound wisdom and impact that you have on our community. Thank you for being here to use your voice for this crucial time where we are right now. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for waiting. And thank you again. And then, Mr. Acting Chair, I've been trying to read this statement for hours now. Our Congressman Troy Carter sent a statement that he'd like read into the record.
Please proceed, Rep. Boyd. Statement from Congressman Troy Carter, who's a congressman in
Congressman of Congressional District 2.
Yes.
Dear Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit this statement for the record regarding congressional redistricting process before this body. While Senator Price's SB 407 did not advance from committee, I continue to believe its core principles represented a fair and balanced approach worthy of serious consideration. The proposal sought to keep African American communities relatively whole while preserving meaningful opportunities for voters to elect a candidate of their choosing. It is my hope that the core principles embodied in SB 407 can still be thoughtfully amended into SB 121 as this process moves forward. I strongly encourage this body to pursue a map that is fair, constitutional, and relative of Louisiana's true demographics and diversity. This process should never be about protecting politicians. It should always be about protecting the voices and the voting rights of the people where we serve. I remain committed to working with anyone willing to pursue fairness, equity, and proper representation for all of Louisiana. I know each of you are being pulled in many different directions during this process. I sincerely pray that peace, wisdom, and fairness guide your final decisions. Thank you for the time, your consideration, and your service to our great state. Congressman Troy Carter.
Thank you, Rep. Boyd. At this time, the chair recognizes Vice Chairman Lyons.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I have a communication from Congressman Cleo Fields that I'd like to share for the record. Dear Chairman and members of the committee, I write to you ahead of the committee's upcoming consideration of redistricting in Louisiana to respectfully urge the committee to adopt a fair and equitable approach to drawing our legislative maps. Louisiana is a diverse state. Minority residents make up more than 33% of the total population, a significant share that demands meaningful representation in our legislative districts. Any map that fails to reflect that reality fails the people of this state. Voter registration data from as recent as this month makes the case even more plainly. Of the 2.9 million registered voters of the state, 36.1% are Democrats and 35.6% are Republicans. That is not a Republican state. That is not a Democratic state. That is a state divided nearly in half, and our legislative map should reflect that. A fair map produces an equal number of Democratic and Republican districts, 3 and 3. Anything else is not representation, it's manipulation. The people of Louisiana deserve a process that is transparent, equitable, and representative of all its citizens, and I trust this committee will meet that standard going forward. Thank you for your time and your service. Respectfully, Cleo Fields, Member of Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
You put me on.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chairman. You all can exit the table. Ms. Lady Fontanette Brown, also Ms. Omari, and I've got, I think, Rep. Terry Landry. Is he still here? He just stepped out? All right, does he want, you want to speak, sir? It can be whatever you say, Terry. Okay. Yeah. I saw you walk in. I said you might want to say something, so that's no problem. I'm going to ask the ladies first.
I'm away. But
you can speak.
Listen,
you sure?
Mr. Yes, I realize that people have been here for over 5 hours. I respect the people's time, and so while this is a very important matter, I don't want my constituents or anyone else to think I'm just backing off. I extremely oppose this bill, but I respect that people have been waiting for 5 hours, and I will yield my time to the people. But thank you for the acknowledgement. And
thank you, Rep. Landry. Thank you for your professionalism. We appreciate it. Miss Omari.
Okay.
And next, Miss Brown. Go
Good
ahead,
afternoon.
please.
I am Omari Hossein. I'm an organizer and political organizer from the Shreveport-Bossier area, and I work alongside working class people every single day who are not just navigating this political crisis, they are navigating a survival crisis. Rising insurance costs, potential hospital closures, food that they cannot afford, and environmental threats that are killing people slowly and sometimes not so slowly. But I am not here to beg. There's a saying that moves through political organizing like a current. There are no permanent enemies, no permanent allies, only permanent interest. And I want this committee to really sit with that, because I'm both curious and concerned about what your interests are. Just 5 days ago, Louisiana voters rejected all 5 constitutional amendments that Governor Landry backed. That wasn't just Republicans, it wasn't just Democrats, it wasn't just black or white, rural or urban. Together, people said no. That was the message. And the accountability movement building across the state of Louisiana right now looks exactly the same. What this committee does today will determine whose line people will stand in next. Will it be members of this committee who decide to vote to support SB 121? But SB 121 is a transaction. And before I name the donors, I want to name what the author already put on the record himself. These maps are drawn to maximize Republican advantage. Every redistricting principle this legislature has adopted, compactness, preservation of parishes, communities of interest, competitiveness, collapses the moment that sentence left his mouth. But today, we learned something else about the author of this bill. Senator Jay Morris helped bring Meta's Hyperion data center to Richland Parish. He co-sponsored bills that enabled the land deal. He voted for $3.3 billion in tax breaks for Meta. And while doing all of that in his official capacity, he and his business partners were buying and selling land surrounding this project. As recently as February, Senator Morris sold nearly 300 acres to Entergy for a methane-burning power plant while under a non-disclosure agreement with Entergy, and then personally lobbied a public service commissioner to approve Entergy's $3.2 billion power plant plan without disclosing the financial relationship. Professor Dane Colino, a government ethics expert at Loyola University, said what makes this particularly egregious is not just his isolated vote. It is a sustained pattern of creating legal authority for a specific land deal backing a huge tax break. So here's what this means for what's happening in this room today. This map was not drawn in a vacuum. It was drawn by a man with a financial relationship to its largest funder. Undisclosed, documented, and published. Every line in SB 121 runs through that relationship, and every yes vote today ratifies that. This map doesn't just split black communities. It splits yours, Representative Farnham. Calcasieu Parish cuts in half. Representative Schermerhorn, Beauregard is fragmented. Speaker de Villiers, St. Landry is divided 3 ways. And yes, there is an amended map that affects hundreds of thousands of people, but just because those districts may be made whole, this map is still woefully incomplete.
Ms. Jose, go ahead and wrap it up real quick. We're trying to stay.
I sure will.
We had some young folks that, Okay. So, in summation, the Calais ruling is not a permission slip for what's happening here today. When you split every majority black community while keeping white communities whole, courts don't need you to say the quiet part out loud. The pattern is in the evidence and it's already on the record. So it will take about roughly 7,000 signatures to recall members of this committee because there are less than 45,000 people in those particular districts. I think it is important to remember that as we make our decisions and our votes today. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And the last thing that I will say, the amendments that have been offered on this bill should have been allowed to be spoken to by members of the public. It is very unfair. The representation is already incomplete. We don't need SB 121 to pass in order for there to be incomplete representation. But I pray that the members of this committee remember your duty, not to the funders, not to Entergy, not to the Hyperion build-out, but to the people in your particular districts. Thank you so much for having me today, and I pray that you have safe travels back to your home. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Omar. Rep. Marcel, briefly, and after that, Lady Brown. Okay. Rep. Marcel?
I'll yield to the next speaker. I just want to thank the young lady for her passionate testimony. I know, and I was going to say, I think
That's another group. Hold on.
what happened, people did their speeches based upon what happened last week in the Senate, and it was 6 minutes, so it was double. We cut it down to 3 minutes, and I know you guys didn't know it was unfair to you. I get it. But I know when we started out, you were in the other room, it was 3 minutes. That's why they were trying to cut you off. But I know you prepared your speech for 6 minutes, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Marcel. Ms. Lady Fontenette Brown, and then I think Mr. Terrence Wynn. Perfect. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here today in opposition to Senator Jay Morris's proposed 5-to-1 congressional map. And I want to be clear from the beginning, this isn't about politics for me. Unlike Senator Morris, who says this map is about supporting his Republican politicians in Washington, D.C., well, I'm here to say that my testimony today is not about party, but about the people, because the people should always come before politics. The very people whose voices are being reduced through this map are the same people whose culture Louisiana markets and sells to the world every single day. I think Senator Morris would agree with me that much of what the world associates with Louisiana's culture was built and preserved by Black Louisianians: jazz, zydeco, second lines, Creole cuisine, Mardi Gras Indians, festivals, and New Orleans music culture. So let's talk about that culture. That culture is not just entertainment, it is economic power. Louisiana tourism generates roughly $23 billion. That revenue supports hotels, restaurants, airports, transportation, festivals, sports venues, musicians, bartenders, food vendors, small businesses, and local tax revenue all across this state. Entire local communities survive because of the culture Louisiana sells to the world. Now let's talk about representation. Black people make up roughly 33% of Louisiana's population. Right now, Louisiana has 2 Black congressional districts out of 6. This proposed map would reduce that down to 1 out of 6. That means representation would effectively be cut in half, from roughly 33% representation down to roughly 16%. Like the young folks say, that math ain't mathin', and that contradiction becomes difficult to ignore. Because if Louisiana can proudly market Black culture across tourism campaigns, festivals, sports, music, food, and entertainment, then why should the representation of the communities helping drive that culture be reduced by half? And I want this committee to really think about that economically. What would happen if Louisiana's tourism economy, was cut in half? What would happen to New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Lake Charles? What happens to the hotels, restaurants, festival workers, musicians, food vendors, nightlife, small businesses? What happens to Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essen Festivals, Second Lines, and zydeco festivals? What happens to the image of Louisiana as itself? Because Louisiana does not sell skyscrapers to the world, it sells culture. So I ask those that support this bill, does it not feel contradictory? Does it not contradict you? Do you not feel contradicted to celebrate Louisiana culture publicly while minimizing the voices and political representation of the very communities that help build that culture? Because culture is economic power, and in Louisiana, Black culture is one of the state's most valuable economic assets. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Next, sir, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Terrence Wynn. I want to speak on behalf of the voiceless, because it was hard for me to come up here today knowing that this decision is already made. So from that stance, I would like to thank the Republican Party, because what y'all are doing is showing us how to stick together. Y'all are giving us a real demonstration in unity, because that's why we're here. From 1857, a decision was made in Dred Scott. The Dred Scott decision was decided in 1857, and it said Black people was 3/5 of a man. In 1898, Louisiana had a constitutional convention. The Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, told each legislative member at that point, don't bring up race. Whatever y'all do, don't bring up race. So they constructed a plan not to speak on race. but one person within that Constitution Convention spoke on race. And he said that we're here today to speak on the supremacy of the white race. From 1898 to 2026, we still here and we're not speaking on race. Yet we know race is the biggest factor that we're speaking on. So when we speak along party lines, we're speaking along racial lines, because we're in a state that's dominated by Republicans right now. And the Democrats are the black people, the people who are going back to being overlooked and not being looked at as human beings. So the 1857 ruling still dominates right now. The 1898 ruling still dominates right now. Both of these rulings came from the United States Supreme Court, as the Callis ruling came from the United States Supreme Court. Every ruling from the Supreme Court has always did a George Floyd on us. They've always crushed the black people. But what black people are here doing today, knowing that these decisions are made, we're fighting. We just fighting just to be recognized, because we are human. As much as the court said we're not, and as much as y'all look at us as not being humans, unless it's making a profit for y'all, we got to fight y'all back. And this is how we fight back, with our voices. You know, we plead in situations where you guys would not plead with us, because we understand how January the 6th went. It didn't have anything to do with pleading, it was demanding things. But black people, we have never demanded anything in this country, because we understand this country will crush us. We got evidence of the Philadelphia bombing, when our government turned bombs on the citizens, and black people were killed. But y'all are crushing us. Y'all have always crushed us.
Thank you very much. We have a question, Rep. Newell.
Newell, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to thank each of y'all for coming up and sharing your testimony. And Mr. Wynn, thank you. I'm glad you got over your nervousness to come and sit at this table, because this body sure ain't nervous about what we've been doing to the citizens that we're supposed to be representing. And I always speak collectively, but you've seen my vote. I'm also glad that you said what you said about the insurrection, because those people went to go and demand something they didn't deserve. The person they was fighting for didn't win that election. However, what we're fighting for, we deserve, because our numbers indicate that we deserve a third of the representation in Congress, which is 2 congressional seats. And with the numbers that once we started really dealing in it, we deserve 3. So we're not fighting for something we didn't earn. We're just fighting for something that we most definitely deserve. And we talk about the culture of this state, and you say how the children say the math ain't mathing, where the children also say they want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. Mm-hmm. You can't have one without having the other. And to constantly have this fight, have this discussion, this turn of nose, and if you heard all the heavy breaths I'm hearing up here, you can't have one without the other. And you can't tell me and look me in my face and say how much you love me, how much you like hanging out, and then turn around and do this, because you're not just impacting the people that I represent, you're impacting me too. Yes. With the votes that we take, the statements that we make. We can't just love our young black boys and black girls when they dribbling or passing a ball. We got to love them too when they're wanting to be in these seats in the rooms of decision making. Mm-hmm. So I want to thank you again, each of you, for coming up and sharing what you all have said. And as I'm talking, thoughts are just running through, as I don't know about the turnout of the votes and how many people came out and voted this time and voted against those bills. I've heard before that back when Katrina, there was some wants to do takeovers of the school system in New Orleans, and it was put on the ballot so many times. But it finally happened in 2005, it's 2006, when we weren't there, and the statement was made that Mother Nature did what we couldn't do. which was the takeover of New Orleans schools. And I want to thank the governor for doing what we have been trying to do, and that was increase the black voter turnout. Because with the actions that we've done in this building, with taking away Calvin Duncan, trying to reduce the judges in my city, we have turned out the black vote across this state. And although I don't like what's happening in with this legislation, I hope it continues to increase the black vote across this state so we can flip seats that we didn't even consider in the beginning. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Marcel?
Can I say one thing?
Yeah. So, ma'am.
Can I say one thing?
You can go ahead on my time. Go.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make a rebuttal. Rep. Noel, you stated about sports, right? So basically, let's just present this analogy, right? So LSU's football team, it's a majority black, right? So imagine if LSU said, hey, only 1 of 6 black athletes can be on that field while we're playing. We want the revenue, we want the championship, we want all of the victories that comes with it, but we just only want 1 of 6 blacks on that field. That's basically what this map is doing, reducing the representation. Do you really think that LSU would be winning these SEC championships and performing so well if you said, hey, only 1 of 6 black athletes could be on that field?
You can't ask me questions, but the answer is absolutely not.
Right. The answer would be no. So if it doesn't work for LSU, and you know that 1/6 of black athletes on a field would not improve LSU's margin of victory, why do you think that 1/6 of a representation would be okay with moving Louisiana forward in the right direction? I yield back.
So, yeah, thank you. I was going to thank you guys for coming, and you're absolutely correct. The math ain't mathin'. If you want us to do one thing, then we ought to be good enough to do the other. I think all of us, and I said this earlier in my testimony, I don't know if you were in here, all of us attend the same schools. We go to school together. Many of us go to church together. Many of us worship together. If we're good enough for all that, why aren't we good enough for Congress? And why aren't we good enough to lead? And what this legislature have consistently said is, I want to keep you in a box, right? I want to use you when it's convenient for me. And it's just unfortunate, and that's why I called it what it was. It's hypocrisy, right? And so we can, and so people ask me all the time, why you didn't come to this, or why you didn't go to that? And it's tough for me to sit here and see you vote one way, and then for me to go across the street and eat some crawfish with you and drink some drinks, and we lollygagging, because I don't drink anyway, but I don't even want to drink no Coke. After many days in this building, I feel like they say one thing and they do something else. And so I do get what you're saying. I thank you guys for being here. I thank you for all 3 of your testimonies. Ladies, keep fighting the fight, and young man, keep fighting the fight. You didn't seem nervous to me. I really appreciate you all, but this is and I want to say this. It may look easy for us sitting up here, the African Americans, but it's tough.
I know.
It's tough to do. It's tough to still come in and be cordial, to keep the decorum. It is tough because it affects us deeply, especially when we have seen and have our ancestors fought to getting voting rights. That is tough for me. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you for understanding our positions.
Rep. Marcel, may I say that I understand that it's tough, not through experience, but I'll say we have several hundreds of people ready to lose our decorum for you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Walters.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I just wanted to thank Omari and T-Win for traveling all the way from Shreveport, Louisiana here, as well as Lady Brown. Thank you for coming from Iberia Parish.
Thank you.
Iberia?
Okay, Representative Marcel, you want to read a statement? And while she's doing that, we're looking for Larry Ellis or Ewis. He's already gone? Okay, not a duplicate card. How about Lady Fontanette Brown? That's you. Okay, she's gone. Okay. Lindsay Garcia. Maurice Scholes, you can make your way up here. Dadrius Lannis can make your way up here. And Angel Mariah can make your way up.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I was handed this letter to read by a young person who works in this building, but because they work in this building, they wanted their testimony on record, but could not come and testify. The letter reads, "Good afternoon, representatives and senators. I am a 17-year-old African-American who just graduated high school today, and I write this letter in opposition to Senator Morris's redistricting bill and the amended version. Throughout my life, my parents have taught me the history of this state and this country. They taught me right from wrong, how to judge people based on their actions and how they carry themselves. I have spent a lot of time in this legislature, and over time, I have learned how things work in this building. Republicans currently hold a supermajority in both the House and Senate, along with the governor's office. And throughout my time around this legislature, I have seen how people like the governor or even the president can heavily influence both chambers, whether it is changing the agenda overnight or like we are seeing now, completely taking over this entire redistricting process after the Supreme Court decision in Calais. Government is supposed to have 3 independent branches with checks and balances: the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. But right now, in both Louisiana and America, it feels like all 3 are moving as one with little accountability or independence. What is truly sad to me is that we have representatives and senators from completely different parts of this state, from places like New Orleans to more rural areas like Houma and Thibodaux, representing people with different lives, different needs, and different concerns. Yet when you look at the bills they file and the votes they cast, you can barely tell the difference. What happened to true representation? What happened to the people in this building being leaders instead of followers? This bill would diminish Democratic representation in this state, and Senator Morris says race was not considered when creating this map. The problem is that it is hard to believe when nearly 90% of the Democratic Party in Louisiana is African American and nearly 90% of the Republican Party is white. At the same time, Senator Morris openly says this map favors Republicans and creates more Republican majority districts. So I would like to know, what is the difference and how is that not considering race when drawing these maps? Before I conclude, I also want to point out that Louisiana elected both Bobby Jindal, a Republican, and John Bell Edwards, a Democrat, within the same decade. They were 2 completely different leaders, and I say that to say political power is never permanent. Republicans may control the presidency, the governor's office, and the legislature today, but that will not always be the case. I want this legislature to know that young people, black, white, Hispanic, and other races are watching. I just registered to vote, and so I have thousands of other people my age. We see what is happening, and we will not forget it. As I prepare to go to college and then law school to become an attorney, I will sit in the same seats many of you sit in now, and most likely even higher. And I will not forget this moment. I will make sure your children and grandchildren do not forget it either, the same way previous generations made sure America never forgot slavery or Jim Crow, no matter how much people try to erase or rewrite that history. I hear people say my generation has fewer rights than our grandparents did, and that history repeats itself. In many ways, that is true. But history also repeats itself when people stand up, organize, vote, and demand change. And my generation is paying attention and will do just that. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Representative Marcel, for reading this.
Thank you very much. So at the table, we have 3 people up. Just state your name for the record, and let's go.
Yes, Ms. Garcia, Lindsay Garcia.
And I did prepare for 6 minutes because that's what's been going on, but I did condense it. I did condense it, but I wanted to write it down so that way I didn't get kicked off for cursing. My name is Lindsay Garcia. I speak in opposition to SB 121 as a candidate who just had my election for U.S. House canceled after thousands of ballots had already been cast. I first came here for Calvin Duncan a few weeks ago after this very same House erased the clerkship. He won with 68% of the vote, and I knew that none of us at that time were going to be safe, and now here we are. I was the first to file suit after the governor canceled my election, and by your own admission, Republicans are in power, and you believe that power means you can do whatever you want. I'm here to tell you the power of the people will always be more powerful than you people currently in power, and you are not colorblind, and you're not fooling anyone because all you did was change white for red and black to blue. While you consolidate control, Louisiana is facing a mass exodus because families are drowning under healthcare and housing costs, grocery and gas prices, and our land is stolen or polluted as you sell it to carbon capture or data centers. People are fighting just to survive here, and this body has spent its energy manipulating maps and denying wage increases for working people while you try to secure wage increases for yourselves. As a historian, I recognize this moment for what it is. It's a racist extinction burst. Because when a racist system feels power slipping away, they try to tighten their grip and try to secure themselves before the consequences hit. I told you back then that the world would be watching, and before dawn, millions had seen that message. I promised that I would flip tables, and some heard anger. But when Jesus flipped the tables at the temple, he did so because corruption had turned faith and sacred institutions into a marketplace for power and greed, and that is you. Please know that history is not done with you, and neither am I. Because as a teacher and a mother, this is the greatest civics lesson that I never planned for. Since nothing I say today will change the outcome of this room, flipping tables will look like endless litigation that I will champion if I must. Malicious compliance, recalls, voter registration, economic boycotts, and sustained organization until each and every one of you standing in opposition to equity and the Constitution feels the full wrath of its consequences, so help me God. Because all we see is who you are protecting, which is Trump, and all of you from accountability. Accountability for $2 billion of taxpayer money to insurrectionists, double tap strikes amounting to war crimes, elections bought by foreign nations, federal agents killing Americans in broad daylight, more endless wars, unconstitutional tariffs, and let's not forget protecting pedophiles and predators as they enrich themselves, their families, and businesses off the strength of our backs and the sweat of our brows. Look at how the people vetoed all 5 constitutional amendments on Saturday. That will be each of you next year. That's the promise that I made to y'all, not the threat. Now I close with speaking once again directly to the people of Louisiana, because we are all grieving democracy today, and I beg of you not to surrender to it. Because when people have to change the rules to win, they say that tells us that they already know they cannot survive a fair fight, especially when the opposition outnumbers them like Democrats do here, and instead of drawing a fair 3-3, they decided to pass a 5-1, even though a 4-2 was the compromise, and then they had the caucasity to say, you should shut up, boy, and be grateful it wasn't a 6-0. I need y'all to really listen, that this is the Infinity War, and Thanos has snapped half of the heroes out of existence, and it feels like all hope is lost. But movements are bigger than mere moments, and they just need warriors willing to fight, come hell or high water. There is nothing special about me. No one is coming to save you, and I promise that you are the hero that you are waiting for. So please remember that Infinity War was not the end of the story, and our end game is coming next. AOC was right when she said that all roads lead to the South, because pre-1965 just started right here in Louisiana. So if, like me, you're young enough to have wondered what you would have done during the civil rights, you're doing it right now. Last time I was here, I told y'all that the Tree of Liberty was on fire. Now I'm telling you to stop negotiating with the arsonist still currently holding the matches. This is your assignment, so do not panic, organize, flip some damn tables, and remind them who the hell they work for at the ballot box.
That's good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next. Say your name.
Darius Landis, Executive Director for the Louisiana Democratic Party. And Vice Chair Lyons, let me ask you a question. You know what the toughest job in America is? I know you can't answer it, I'm going to answer it for you. The toughest job in America is being black. This is the history that we have faced time and time again: mass incarceration, the lack of representation, separate but equal, police brutality, slavery, church bombings for the sake of worshiping, redlining, poor housing, mass unemployment, black codes, Jim Crow, and now we're dealing with Jeff Crow. That's what we're dealing with today. You know, the thing that gets me the most is that you all have no problem going to sleep on your comfortable pillows every single night, but you have literally no issue upholding MAGA policies like the ones you're trying to push today. And what is MAGA policy rooted in? It's rooted in racism at all levels, protecting pedophiles, rape, hate, murder, fake Christian beliefs, genocide, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, warmongering, and corporate exploitation. You have no problem going to sleep with that at night. But you have an issue talking about color blindness inside of this building and speaking as if the Constitution never spoke towards it. In 1784, because we got to do a history lesson, the Constitution was written. 1787. In 1787, the 3/5 clause stated that the purpose of political representation and taxation in enslaved black people would be counted as 3/5 of the number of white inhabitants. So the nerve of you, the audacity of you to desecrate the Honorable Thurgood Marshall's name by trying to state that he talked about color blindness. Literally the audacity of you today. You want the truth? As they say in the movie, you can't handle the truth. But here is the truth. SB 121 is not focused on partisanship, it's focused on race and eliminating it since the very beginning. Senator Morris has always been who he always is. He is a post-Reconstruction Dixiecrat Republican, and anybody who supports this bill is no different. Representative Johnson and Senator Morrison used the words race over 50 times in a 10-minute exchange. But you're telling us that it's not about race, but you have to go so far at so many lengths to prove that it's not about race. Why use the word if it's not about race? Why not just talk about partisanship? And using the African American vernacular English, or what we call Ebonics. Representative McMakin, you ain't slick, buddy. You ought to pay attention to the way that he blew the amendments. Understand that under the last map, he had to run inside of District 5. Now look where his district is now. He's trying to play a game on the people of Louisiana, and I want y'all to know we're watching. Understand how many people went out and voted. Understand how many Democrats went out and voted. I'm sorry, Chair. I yield.
You yield. Yeah, you yield. Thank you. Thank you. Is it Angel?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Angel Mariah, and I live in Lafayette, Louisiana. I represent Black Voters Matter, and I'm here in strong opposition of SB 121. I speak today from my heart, from my lived experience, and from the spirit of my ancestors who came before me. As Black Americans, we have endured so much in this country. From slavery to segregation, to lynchings, to discrimination, to Jim Crow, to mass incarceration, to economic exploitation, and to this day, injustices too numerous to name. And still, we keep going. We keep building. We keep moving forward. And through it all, we have continued trusting in a country that has too often returned injustice for our loyalty. That matters today because this redistricting issue is not just about legality. It is truly about morality. Yes, laws define rights, but do laws always define justice? There was a time when slavery was legal. There was a time when segregation was legal. There was a time when lynchings were legal. So for Black Americans, legality has never been synonymous with justice. And this is the issue before you today. Not simply what is legal, but what is just, what is moral, what is right. History shows us that justice in America has depended on who is in power. power. But perhaps how long they stay in power is determined by how well you dispense that justice. Dr. Martin Luther King said it best. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it does indeed bend toward justice. Every generation faces moments where it must decide what side of history it will stand on. This is one of those historical moments where the people feel ignored long enough, they do not disappear, they rise. We will organize, we will engage, and yes, we will vote. History shows us that pressure does not erase people, it awakens them. So the question is not whether there will be a response, but what kind of response this moment will create. Because once to every man and nation comes the moment to decide. And today what happens here in Louisiana will echo far beyond this room, for the good or for the evil side. My certainty is this: justice will prevail. It is just a matter of time, because God says, I have set before you life and death, blessings and cursings. Therefore choose life, that you and your seed may live.
Excuse me, you have a question from Representative Marcel?
Actually, it's for Dadrius Lanus. Mr. Lanus, thank you for being here. In your testimony, I think you were trying to answer something at the end, and you were cut off. Mm-hmm. Can you finish that for me?
I just thought it was very interesting the way that the amendments were presented today that you all get ready to vote on. I find it interesting that Representative McMakin would bring these amendments and you would not allow the public to speak on those amendments at the time, understanding that the way that the districts were cut, it allows him a specific advantage in running in a particular district because he did not want to go against one of his colleagues, said colleague Blake Miguez, who got the endorsement from Donald Trump. That is exactly what we saw happen inside of his amendments.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for continuing it, to come and testify. What area do you live in? Where do you live?
I was in District 5.
Where's that?
The one that he basically, I'm in Livingston Parish. So
you're in Livingston?
Yeah,
okay.
So I was in District 5 that was going up against the Republicans and Blake Miguez and Mike Echols and Rick Edmonds and the like. And I can't even tell you at this point whether you gerrymandered me in or out, because I had 121 put me in.
You haven't had an opportunity to look at the map.
The new and gross
right.
one, and that's kind of the point that we're making right now. We didn't have an opportunity. You literally just brought it and threw it up right here in committee, right on the spot, and then you voted on it before any of us had an opportunity to even.
But ensure that he was cut in.
The reason I wanted to hear more of that because I was concerned with the amendment being put on as well without the public being able to weigh in on those amendments. And I think the chairman said that you all would be able to weigh in on those once you came to testify. So that's why I was giving you an opportunity to continue your testimony as it relates to the amendment that was put on.
Thank you,
and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you very much.
Wouldn't there have been two public comments? Like, I came in to prepare to speak on SB 121, and then there's now the amendments part, so I guess I was expecting two separate comment sections.
Well, that's not what they chose to do, and I'm not the chair of this committee, but I did voice my opposition to us doing it that way because the public did not have a chance to weigh in on the amendments. And when you limit people to 3 minutes, they can only talk about the bill. They don't get the opportunity to talk about the bill and the amendment. And you may want to talk about both. Some people may not. Some people come here and sit and talk about the governor or whatever they want to talk about. We're allowing that to happen, but I think it's unfortunate that we, the members, didn't get the amendment until this morning as well. And that's pretty much the way this process has been going as it relates to the entire bill. The Senate Bill 121 was held close to the chest. I mean, if we all had to vote on it, I think we all should have had it in time to digest it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna have Christina Martin, Marshall Camille, and Frankie Robertson as they make their way up. We can have, if you're downstairs, Caitlin Joshua, John Wesley III, and Doyle Spell. You can make your way up if you're downstairs. Okay, so we have Ms. Martin.
You want me to go ahead and start?
Yes, please.
All righty. Good afternoon, members of the committee and Acting Chair Representative Lyons. My name is Christina Martin, and I'm from Jefferson Parish. And I'm here today in strong opposition of SB 121. I ask that you hear me today, not as a vote, but as a daughter of Louisiana. Legislation like SB 121 represents not just simply a political disagreement. This is a moral issue. Louisiana knows what it means for communities to be treated less deserving of power. Cajun culture is romanticized today on festival banners, restaurant signs, and tourism campaigns. But history was not nearly as beautiful as the people who had to live through it, like my ancestors. And while I know some people become very uncomfortable when history begins sounding familiar to them, the truth is that these moments are connected. Whenever communities become organized, politically engaged, economically stable, and capable of influencing power, systems are often created to weaken that influence. That is exactly what this legislation represents. You can call it strategy, you can call it politics, but history has always had another word for it. It's fear. Fear of demographic change, fear of losing control, fear of communities finally having equal influence. It is wrong for politicians to choose their voters instead of voters choosing their representatives. I believe in freedom, democracy, and fair representation, and I refuse to stand silently while we repeat cycles of exclusion under cleaner language and more polished presentations. Because history does not always repeat itself through violence. Sometimes it repeats itself through policy, through systems, through maps, carefully designed to determine whose voices matter more. And that should concern every single one of us. What has always carried us forward has been our people, all of us together, not perfectly, but together. Loving Louisiana means demanding better of her. It means that the people of this state deserve districts that reflect their communities, not politicians drawing maps to preserve themselves. Years from now, our children will not ask which party won this vote. They will ask whether we were brave enough to protect our democracy when it mattered, whether we chose fairness over fear, and whether we chose people over power. I'm almost done. We will not go back. Not today, not tomorrow, and not ever.
Thank you.
Please do what's right and reject SB 121 and any map that does not fairly put equal representation for all citizens of Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Camille.
All right. Good evening. I'm Marshawn Camise. To Miss Marcel and Miss Noel, I'm here to lose my decorum for you. We had children come up here, elementary school children, that came up here to testify on behalf of how trash these MAGA maps are. And the two things that crossed my mind is that A, Donald Trump is probably watching this thinking about who he gonna date in 10 years, and that we have a room packed with people that worship the ground he walk on. Donald Trump picked y'all and facilitates y'all job based on the morals that you do not have. I wasn't disappointed the last time I spoke. I won't be disappointed today. Y'all didn't speak up when the crackhead over Health and Human Services decided to tell people that Tylenol and circumcision was the cause of autism. Y'all also don't speak up when the alcoholic Secretary of War Crimes is sending our soldiers to die in wars that they should not be in, that they should have never been involved in any way, shape, or form. Y'all also stayed awkwardly silent when we had the cosplayer over DHS labeling VA nurses and poets and American mothers as terrorists after they were murdered by the same ICE agents that y'all champion and share music videos of. Fact of the matter is, Donald Trump picked y'all because y'all don't have no morals. He picked y'all because y'all don't have a spine. And if y'all ever did, he would make sure he ran to Twitter to send death threats against y'all so y'all can have bomb threats the same way that the Indiana Republicans do. If Donald Trump is okay with you, it's because he know you won't stand on anything. And the beautiful thing about it is, y'all have become the greatest mascot for Democratic wins in elections. When I think about what's going to keep Democrats in power after the midterms, it's not Chuck Schumer, it's not AIPAC Shakur, it's Donald J. Trump. It's the failure of his party, it's the failure of his morals, it's the weakness of his candidates, and the stupidity of him as a man. So at the end of the day, what y'all gonna do here is already known. We know what y'all came here to do. That's not going to change. Y'all going to ignore all the stories that y'all have heard from people that are 90 years old that lived through Jim Crow. Y'all going to ignore everything that y'all heard from children that's going to have to live through the trash that y'all going to continue to put out until we can impeach your president. But at the end of the day, everybody see it. And the beauty of it is, it's going to be the reason why y'all lose election after election. A more progressive future will be brought to America based on your failure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Martin. Thank you. Next up, we're going to have, so Maurice never came up. Frankie Robertson. Frankie never came up. Okay. Caitlin Joshua never came up. John Wesley never came up. Doyle Spell. Where you at? Come on up. And after him, LaTanya Mosley. Hold on one second, sir. Let me come up. Rep. Larva Dane, read it just while y'all getting settled. Hang on. Go ahead, Rep.
I got to read the state. I know. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I've got a letter from Ms. Celeste Reish Harper. Dear members of the House and Government Affairs Committee, I'm writing regarding SB 121. Unfortunately, work obligations may prevent me from attending tomorrow's committee meeting, though I attended last week's Senate committee hearing and later listened to the full debate. During that debate, Senator Cloud, my senator, stated plainly that she, like the bill's author, supports this bill because it advanced Republican Party priorities and helped secure her party's grip on Congress. As a registered no-party voter, hearing elected officials speak of governments as though it was a territorial conquest rather than a public service was chilling. It left me wondering, are our Louisiana legislators still representing all the people or just merely standing bearers for the party machinery? If representation is now conditioned upon party loyalty, where exactly does it leave the growing number of Louisianans who stand outside the red-blue trench warfare consuming our politics? Where does it leave all of the Louisianans who are expressing their frustration and desire for change by signing recall petitions and voting down amendments? The atmosphere surrounding this bill honestly felt less like democracy and more like a theater, stage production where the public is invited to deliver heartfelt testimony after the final act has already been written. Last week, Louisianans came before the Senate committee and sincerely logic, outrage, and genuine concern for the future of the state. They expressed valid concerns about the disenfranchisement of black voters and the fear about the nation of their very humanity. Yet their words seemed to dissipate as soon as the buzzer sounded, leaving our discernment trace of impact. What is being done here may satisfy short-term political appetites, but it comes at a cost of further hollowing our public trust and further eroding of the unity required for a productive future. Our state is losing talented young people, business growth, and possibilities for a future. Where we're not at the bottom of the list for every positive metric. We have communal fears about the safety of our land, our rights, and our future due to retrice towards fairness and inexplicable overriding commitment to the bidding of entities outside our state. Every time legislation is crafted to preserve party dominance rather than optimal outcomes for Louisiana, another brick is removed from the already cracking foundation of civic faith. You are not simply drawing maps, you are drawing boundaries around where voices matter and where who's flagrant ignored. Seemingly, it is those of Louisiana most impacted that are going unheard. No one is asking for special treatment. We're asking not to be treated in collateral damage in the endless partisan arms race. We want a Louisiana where government resembles a table large enough for disagreement, debate, and deliberation, not a winner-take-all coliseum where power is hoarded like battle spoils. As I conclude, please reject SB 121 and allow time to pursue alternatives that strengthen true representation rather than deepen division. The haphazard response of the whims of leaders who feel their authenticity, credibility slipping away does no favor for any of us. Louisiana deserves better than governments driven by partisan preservation at the expense of public confidence and democracy legitimacy. Please reject or table SB 121. Ms. Celeste Harper. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Boyer.
Wants to say?
I'm sorry, wait a minute. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, yeah, thank you. Look, just to kind of, let's a point of clarification, if there is, and I respect a couple of the handful of written letters that we had come to the committee, and we let it go, we let them be read into the record. If there are any other letters that we have, we normally do receive them. We all get them in email, so those will be disseminated. I don't want to start a precedent where we all of a sudden get a flood of emails where we have to start reading them all publicly. That's part of the testimony, but we do receive written testimony and we do read them. So if we have any other letters, we're gonna go ahead and enter those into public testimony, and we'll be happy to read them. So just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the table, we have, is it Doyle?
Yes, sir.
And then we have Latanya?
Yes.
Okay, so while they're there, we're going to have Kenya Reed and Chandra Foster make their way up so they can come up after them. And we can start with you, sir. Doyle?
Thank you, sir. My name is Doyle Spell. I'm better known as Buddy Spell. I'm from Covington. I'm represented in this room by Representative Mark Wright, and who I occasionally agree with, and Steve Scalise is my congressman. I never agree with him. I'm representing myself and my law partner who could not be here, who is also my life partner. Her name is Annie Spell, not the one you all know necessarily, although we get her emails and phone calls, but the Annie Spell, who is a civil rights attorney, community activist, and former president of the Greater Covington NAACP. I had the benefit today of hearing Mark Morial speak with you all, and he took all my fire. I would like to adopt each and every word that Mr. Morial put on the record. And that kind of winds it up. Here's a trial lawyer who's not going to use this whole 3 minutes, but I would like to say that I am here representing the aspirations of the Constitution of the United States. It's been said today, I'd like to repeat it, just because you have a big stick doesn't mean you need to use it. One day the big stick might be in someone else's hands. You might want to consider that as well. I want to be on record for my daughter and her children that I hope she'll have one day, that I was on the right side of history on this issue. This is wrong. You're disenfranchising your citizens, the people that you swore to protect. You're undermining the aspirations of America, which you swore to protect. And when I drive back to Covington this evening, my soul will be intact. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you, and thank you for your service to the state of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Spell. Thank you. Latanya?
Okay. My name is Latanya Mosley, and I'm traveling from New Iberia, Louisiana. I stand before you today in strong opposition to Senator Jay Morris's proposed 5-to-1 congressional map. I want to make sure everyone is awake. We heard some snoring on the mic later. So I just want to make sure you're listening, because we the people, we have a message. When I look at this map, I don't see politics. I see a power protecting itself the same way it has always done in history. People want us to believe maps are neutral, but they're not. Maps have always been used as weapons by people in power to divide communities, weaken populations, and maintain control while pretending the process is fair. We've watched colonizers carve up Africa with rulers and ink, splitting tribes, separating people, and deciding who would have power and who would not, and all from the rooms that are far removed from the actual suffering their decisions would cause. Today, many of us look at these proposed maps and feel the same spirit operating again. This nation has a long history of embedding systemic racism in every institution imaginable: housing, education, economics, criminal justice, and voting representation. None of that happened accidentally. It's been intentional. When communities finally begin gaining representation after generations of exclusion, somehow the line has been moved again. That's why people are angry. That's why people are no longer trusting the process. Too many lawmakers continue to treat Black representation like a political inconvenience instead of a constitutional right. I would love to believe that the people pushing these maps are nothing like the villains in history who've manipulated borders and displaced populations for power, but over and over again, the actions tell a different story. At the same point, we have to stop pretending these patterns are by coincidence. When you repeatedly redraw maps in ways that communities believe silence their voices, weaken their voting strength, and preserve political control for a select few, people are going to call it for exactly what it looks like. Louisiana deserves better than the recycled injustice wrapped in legislative language. Our communities deserve fair representation, and our voices deserve to be protected. A history deserves to stop repeating itself through policies designed to preserve power instead of people. And for those reasons, I stand firmly and wholeheartedly in opposition to this proposed map. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mosley. Well timed. Thank you, Ms. Spell. Thank y'all for your comments. Thank you. Ms. Kenya Reed, is she here? Yes. Come on up. And Chandra Foster, are you here too? Okay. And while they're coming up, we want to have, Dietrich Wallace be up next. Jamie Segura can make your way up.
Miss Segura had to go back home, so she won't be here.
Okay, she won't be here. Okay, and Julie Schwam Harris. Okay, ladies, let's Miss Reed.
Thank you.
You can begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the House and Governmental Affairs Committee. My name is Joaquina Reed, and I'm representing myself. I'm a resident of Baton Rouge, a descendant of enslaved people, a public scholar, and a concerned citizen whose work focuses on justice, equity, history, and reparative justice. And today I'm here to oppose SB 121. And I want to start by contextualizing why I'm actually in this building today. Last week and also today, the author of this bill, Senator Morris, sat in this building on the Senate floor and stated that part of his motivation behind the bill was to ensure that his party, the Republican Party, would hold the majority of Louisiana's congressional representation. He named that this bill would favor his party and invited Democrats to leverage the bill however they could. And what I can say is that if there is anything I can appreciate about that moment, it was his explicit and clear advocacy for one particular group of people, that group of people being Republicans. So let me be clear today and borrow that same kind of posturing when I say what I want to say today, that I am clearly and unapologetically and explicitly here on behalf of Black communities in Louisiana and in solidarity with other vulnerable communities in this state whose interests are not protected or prioritized by Senator Morris or many of the people who were part of that 27 vote majority. And today I want to invoke the radical power of Louisiana's very own Queen Mother Audley Moore, a daughter of New Iberia, an educator and an organizer, and one of the chief architects of the modern reparations movement from this state, who spent decades connecting the freedom struggle of Black people in Louisiana across the United States. She reminds us that Black political power, self-determination, and repair have never been local concerns. And what happens in Louisiana doesn't stay in Louisiana. I evoke her today because Louisiana is not absent of Black political imagination. Louisiana is not absent of Black leadership. Louisiana is not absent of Black organizing, brilliance, civic engagement, resistance, or Black people willing to come to this capital, sit here for 6-7 hours, and demand better. What Louisiana does have is a long and documented history of Black people pushing towards freedom and being opposed. And this bill sits in that history. This bill is not just about lines on a map. It is about rather Black people in Louisiana will have meaningful representation in a state where Black people have always helped build the political, cultural, economic, and moral life of this place.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chandra Shea Foster. I am the Louisiana State Policy Director for the Southern Poverty Law Center. I am here in strong opposition to Senate Bill 121. This is an issue that I speak to from both the professional and personal lens. This work is a part of what I do professionally, but I am also a resident of Louisiana and a registered voter here in this state. The outcome of this map affects the communities I work alongside and the communities I belong to. I was present during the 2021-2022 redistricting roadshows. I traveled to several of those meetings. I sat in those rooms. I listened to people from Shreveport, Monroe, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Lake Charles, New Orleans, and communities all in between explain what their Louisiana looked like. People came from all walks of life, different races, different generations, different parts of the state, different life experiences, and different political perspectives. Some were seasoned advocates, and some were everyday people who simply felt compelled to show up and speak for their communities. But the thing they all had in common was this: they wanted fair representation and they wanted to be heard. That is what I witnessed then, and despite this process being much shorter than those roadshows years ago, I witnessed that same spirit again over these last several days. Hundreds of people from across this state have again showed up. Faith leaders, community advocates, students, elders, voters, people from urban communities and rural communities alike. And what has stood out to me most is this: there has been passion in these rooms. There has been frustration in these rooms. And honestly, there should be. People are tired. People are exhausted from having to repeatedly defend their right to fair representation and equal voice in this democracy. But even with that frustration, people still showed up in good faith. They waited hours to testify. They shared personal stories. They participated in this process because they believed their voices mattered. They showed up to explain what their communities of interest are. They showed up to explain why representation matters. They showed up because they believed their voices would matter in this process. And that is why the advancement of Senate Bill 121 feels so disheartening to me. Respectfully, the vote that came out of the Senate and Governmental Affairs Committee and then again from the Senate floor does not reflect what has been heard in this room from the majority of people that showed up and spoke out. Public testimony stretched late into the night and into the early mornings. One hearing ended around 4:30 a.m. It does not reflect the testimony we heard in 2021 and 2022. It does not reflect the testimony we've heard over these last several days. The people did what we asked them to do. They showed up, they participated, they waited hours. They trusted this process enough to engage it. The question now is whether this process will trust the people enough to hear them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foster. Thank you for that. You did a lot. You did a redistricting a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is it Dedrick?
Dedrick.
Dedrick Wallace.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Wallace, you go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Dedrick Wallace Jr. and I am 16 years old and a student at Louisiana State University. I come before you today because I am deeply concerned about the direction of our redistricting process, what it means to fair representation here in Louisiana. I am frustrated that my generation is still dealing with the long-lasting effects of unequal representation and division. While I understand that race cannot be the sole factor in drawing congressional maps, I also understand that redistricting can still be used in ways that dilute the voice of entire communities. I look at the SB 121 maps, I see serious concerns. It appears that representation has been reduced in a way that may weaken the ability of certain communities to elect candidates of their choice. In practice, this can leave only one district truly reflecting that community political voice, which raises questions about fairness and balance. Furthermore, the author of this bill, when questioned, his goal was to protect Republican representation, noting that Louisiana currently holds the majority leader and the Speaker of the House. But I have to ask, what has that translated for everyday people in this state? Because despite that political power, Louisiana still ranks near the bottom nationally in opportunity and upward mobility. That raises an important question. Should redistricting prioritize protecting political advantage or protecting fair representation for communities? When I evaluate these maps, I see patterns that reflect that legal standard have described as cracking and packing, where communities are either split apart or concentrated in ways that weaken their voting strength. I will also point to the standards established in Thornburg v. Jingles, which guide how courts evaluate whether minority voting strength has been improperly diluted. Under the Jingles framework, a map cannot dismantle or dilute a compact minority community just because a political outcome. Passing this bill will not end the debate. It will simply walk us right back into federal court under another Jingles challenge. Our state population is roughly 1/3 black, yet this map will reduce majority black representation down to 1 out of 6 districts, a mere 16%. We already know a second compact district is mathematically possible because we just had one. Dismantling it to secure a 5-to-1 partisan advantage is textbook example of voter dilution. At the end of the day, my concern is simple and direct. Every community deserves a fair opportunity to be heard and a fair opportunity to be represented. Instead of passing a map that guarantees another costly, predictable lawsuit, I urge this community to prioritize real, meaningful representation over political protected power. Thank you for your time, and I yield.
Okay, hang on one second. I think you have a question from Rep. Marcel.
You do. Dedrick? Is it Dedrick? Okay, Dedrick, did you say you attend LSU? Is it lab or university?
University.
So how old are you?
16.
You're 16 and you're a student at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. So what are you studying?
Business.
Business? You sure you don't want to go into political science?
I plan to go to law school after university.
Okay. Is he a freshman? How are you classified there?
I am currently a freshman going into my second semester.
Your second semester?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you go ahead on there, boy. Where are you from?
I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but my family is from the Slaughter area.
It's from the Slaughter area. You just might be kin to me. We got to talk. Well, let me just say that thank each and every one of you for your testimony. But I always think it's important for us to encourage young people to come to the table. So many of them doing so many things wrong, and we need to recognize and commend young people when they are doing the right thing. Regardless of whether we agree with their stance or not, I think we should commend them. And I commend you, young man, for coming forth and being a student at LSU is awesome at 16. I don't know how you got that smart, but I
I'm honored that you're here today. Is there anything else you want to add on my 3 minutes? You got something else you want to say?
I would urge for the representatives to look at District 1 as it proves my point specifically because I believe, and my math is correct, it is a 71% majority as far as if we're looking at race, which could be argued in a Supreme Court under Jingles.
You sure you don't want to go to law school? I'll help you pay for it.
He's right.
That's right. I like that. Okay, thank you, young man. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Julie Swarm Harris, and Ms. Francine Browning, she can come up. And while they're coming up, can we get Brian Turner to come up and upstairs or across, Ms. Lisa King and Angela Atkins to come up.
She had to leave.
Angela had to leave. Okay. Mary Ann Muschat, if she's here, she can come up. Okay. Ms. Harris, go ahead.
Julie Schwam Harris. And if you see a second card, I started doubting whether my card got through because I was here at 9, but it obviously got through. Okay. So throw away the second one. My name is Julie Schwam Harris. I'm from New Orleans, and I am a person who retired some years ago from working in the city of New Orleans as an administrator, and I have been very active politically on economic security, issues of equality, equity, etc. I came today to the committee to ask you to vote against SB 121. I'm sorry, I can't see everybody, and I know they can't see me, although it's on TV. I was going to say that there was still time for you to do what I think is the right thing, and that would actually say to the world that Louisiana wants to move forward, not backward, in nonpartisan relations and in how it wants to advance for its people. It would be a positive model for the South, particularly the Deep South, by passing fair maps. But then I heard this long dialogue between Representative Johnson and the author of the bill, Senator Morris, about fairness, but where they were saying that they really weren't that concerned about fairness. I mean, really disparaging fairness as a concept when it is so absolutely important to what you all are doing. I would argue that what the state legislature does in redistricting is probably the most important thing you do and vote on, because redistricting tells us who's in Congress. Redistricting tells us who's going to speak for, against, or harm or help people here. Redistricting, what you do here today, is the most important thing you do as a legislator. We teach kindergartners about fairness. We're trying to civilize them and get them to be fair and kind to each other. Religions promote fairness. That is what the golden rule is. Do unto others, not what you can get away with, but do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And so in democracies where representation and fairness where representation is important, fairness should be an overriding goal of what you do. I hope that there is still time for you to consider possibly either the amendment that you brought, Representative Lyons, SB 407 that was brought to the Senate some time ago, or a brand new version that you might consult with your colleagues on the committee on the other side of the aisle and say, okay, let's come up with a better plan, a fairer plan, and be a leader for the country. I think a fair map, similar to one of the ones that I just mentioned, would pass muster with the Supreme Court. I think history will show that you've done the right thing if you can come up with one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. And ma'am, you are?
I'm Lisa King.
Okay, you are Miss King. I was wondering where you were. Okay, all right. Well, Miss King, it's your time.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa King, and I'm here to represent myself, but I am also an organizer with Baton Rouge, Indivisible Baton Rouge. I believe the people in this room know there was an order given and the wheels were set in motion the second that this case reached the highest court in the land. That directive did not take into consideration the citizens of Louisiana, but it did take in the consideration of one man. But let me be clear, that does not mean I'm wasting my time by sitting here today on my day off, at least hoping that one Republican in this chamber can find enough moxie to do the right thing. Today, showing up matters, especially when those in power are counting on the people to stay quiet. Well, I refuse to stay quiet. I can't sit silently while something this blatant, this dishonest, and this harmful is being forced onto the people in the state of Louisiana. So let the record reflect, alongside of all these other citizens who came here today, that I do not support Bill 121. Today, I've heard in this room and last week in the Senate committee hearing, the Supreme Court said maps should not be drawn based on race, although partisan considerations are allowed. But after Mr. Morreal's testimony this afternoon, I'm not sure what can or cannot be considered, so why are we rushing this? But let's stop pretending everybody understands really what's happening here. Louisiana has roughly 1,049,000 Democratic registered voters, majority are black, compared to 1,023,000 registered Republicans, 93% white. So when you hide behind the word partisan, who exactly do you think you're fooling? Because in Louisiana, everybody knows that those labels have come to represent Republicans has become shorthand for white voters. Democrat has become shorthand for black voters. You can call it partisan all day long, but if it walks like a racial line drawing and talks like a racial line drawing, people are not blind to pretend otherwise. Kind of like tomato. If you pass this map, can I finish?
You done? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So if you pass this map to tweak a Jeff Foxworthy quote, you might be a racist. But sure, you can pretend it's just politics. Please don't insult the intelligence of the people in this state by pretending race has nothing to do with it. The bill is drawing districts that dilute Democratic, aka black vote, and we all know it. Wrong is wrong, and being white does not make it right. Thank y'all for listening. We'll see you in November.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you today. I am a community activist. My name is Francine Monroe Brown. I am a nonprofit developer, a political influencer, candidate for Shreveport City Council District E, and the initial plaintiff in Louisiana versus Calais. I came here today because I find myself back here again, kind of feeling like I'm repeating myself. So normally what I do is I investigate, I do research, and yearly I go to the Washington, D.C. Mardi Gras. The crew of Louisianians go with a group of my friends, and we have a great time. But what stands out the most for me are the tours to the United States Supreme Court. So once I enter into the court building, whoever is speaking to me, I kind of tune them out because I'm looking at the marble friezes. that are high up on the walls. I believe they are 40 feet long and 7.2 feet high. And these are the great lawgivers: Moses, Confucius, Draco, Menes. And one thing that all of these men had in common, except for Draco, they were all fair. They could handle power. They didn't get drunken with power, as what I'm seeing here today. But the two that most stand out for me would be Menes, who was the earliest recorded lawgiver. He united Egypt, Lower and Upper Egypt. He unified the entire country, and he built the first great dynasty 35 years before Christ was born. Well, of course, later on comes Draco. And we hear about Draco a lot, you know, the gun, Draco. But Draco was not appointed by God. Menes had a divine appointment. So this is a divine opportunity for everyone here today to do the right thing. Where will your names rest in history? What will your children have to deal with? How you vote, how would that affect your community? Well, Draco was popular, and the aristocrats, they put him in office, and he wrote the first legal laws in Athens, Greece. And he was a great man until the community rose against him. And he ended up dying by suffocation because his supporters threw cloaks on him. Okay. And he was exiled from his country. So I would ask all of you to change democracy forever. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a question, Representative Larvaday.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ma'am, you said you were the plaintiff in the Calais case?
Yes.
All right, what's your name, ma'am?
Francine Brown.
Okay. Did you get a chance to go to D.C. and listen to the argument? You stayed here?
I'm sorry. No, I didn't. I'm running for office, so I'm kind of juggling. Okay. I've got a lot of things going on in my community.
Real quickly, tell me how you feel about that opinion.
Well, I mean, it's gonna, it just seems as though race only benefits white folks. I mean, I'm just gonna say, I mean, you know, they say, oh, it can't just be based on race, but
race can be a factor. It can't be the predominant factor. That's what it said. And then the Jingles case is also in effect. So go ahead, ma'am.
Well, I mean, 90% of Republicans are white in Louisiana. I mean, and that's race-based. They may not be saying it or describing it in that way within the oral arguments, but it is what it is. And the sad thing about it all is we're sitting here, we think it's about Democrat and Republican, black and white. You guys are going to find out really, really soon that a lot of Republicans are going to vote against you too in the midterm.
You think they're going to turn on
a lot of older
friends?
People? They want you gone.
Why
I have a nonprofit organization in Shreveport called Seniors First, and it's black, white, Democrats, Republicans. I have all kinds of friends that support me, and public trust has been lost. This is not about color. It's really not. And that will be revealed during midterms. A lot of people will be surprised. A lot of people will lose their seats. And just as the people of Athens, Greece turns against Draco, the people will turn against you if you do not vote in the best interest of the people.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait. Don't go yet. Rep. Walters has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I wanted to thank you, Francine Monroe Brown, for being here, traveling all the way from Shreveport to provide testimony. Be safe and be careful on the road. Thank you.
You so much.
Thank you all. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Ms. Sarah Whittington, Albert Samuels is up next. Mary Ann Muschamp? Yeah. Okay, I was looking for you. You can come up now. Is Brian Turner here? Brian Turner's not here. Okay. Okay, Ms. Muschamp, you can go.
Good, because I'm sure these people are going to be a lot more organized than I am.
Okay. Well, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members, and I'm not going to rehash the rushed manner of this entire redistricting debacle, although I will say I am opposed to SB 121, although I do like Rep. Lyons' amendment, and I really liked SB 407. Okay, so I'm not going to rehash and I agree with all that has been said in opposition to SB 121. But I'm also not going to talk about, I'm not going to rehash the rushed manner of this entire redistricting debacle or how it has captured national and international attention, showing Louisiana as a shady gang willing to subvert the rule of law that this very body created. I reference the code LARS 42-19, and I just want to shout out to Sally who gave me that reference. And for what? To my mind, a naked power grab benefiting outside influences rather than the people of this state, which these proceedings revealed is more or less evenly split 3 ways: Republican, Democratic, and Independent. What I do want to at least mention are the unintended consequences of, again, to my mind, an unfair map that Senator Morris claims to have drawn for partisan advantage. While the ability to do so is there, as has been asked, is it right? Rhetorical question, because I know I'm not allowed to ask y'all questions. What I will say is one-party states, as in countries, historically, inevitably descend into corruption, decline, and often violence. 3 former members of this body, 2 of them mayors of New Orleans, suggested to go back to the drawing table and create a more representative map akin to SB 407. Because even if people forget you and how you vote on SB 121, you will remember. You will remember how you engaged your voice, your vote, and your power, and the regret of turning from justice and fairness gains weight with time. Please refute SB 121 and redraw fair maps for all of us in Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Ladies first.
Is it Albert?
Yeah, I was trying to defer to the ladies.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Miss Sarah?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lyons. Sarah Whittington with the ACLU of Louisiana here with, again, strong opposition to SB 121. I will say I am not a Supreme Court scholar, and the joke is that I only play a lawyer here at the Capitol, but I can truthfully say today that I have, in fact, read the entire Calais decision, and I will echo, for time purposes, what Mr. Morial claimed and showed about the twisted interpretations of this decision by members of this body, and that you are, with SB 121, racially gerrymandering 5 white districts. It needs to be said, white is a race. And to the arguments about Massachusetts and what partisan politics may or may not allow, the reality is that Massachusetts cannot create a majority Republican district because there is no cohesive, concentrated area in that state of registered Republicans. So I would ask you all to stop obfuscating and cherry-picking inaccuracies. You can and should draw 2 opportunity districts in Louisiana and pass a fair map. And we need to say it again, and again, and again, and again. Calais guts the protections of black voters, specifically in states with a history of race-based terrorism and Jim Crow disenfranchisement. But Calais also doesn't say that Louisiana must backtrack or lose any of the progress that we currently have. Justice Kagan in her dissent said it as plainly as it can be said. The Voting Rights Act has been repeatedly and overwhelmingly reauthorized by the people's representatives in Congress, and that only they, not the members of the court, have the right to say that it is no longer needed. But this decision did not happen by accident. The architecture of federal voting rights protections built over a century of struggle and loss has been dismantled in 12 years, and we have been here before. In 1876, the Supreme Court decided United States versus Cruikshank, a case born of the Colfax Massacre right here in Louisiana, where white militias murdered more than 100 black men who were defending their right to participate in our democracy. Rather than protect those men, the court used Cruikshank to gut the federal government's power to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments, and with the stroke of the pen, the court opened the door to a century of disenfranchisement, lynching, and Jim Crow. Calais is the Cruikshank of our generation. The pattern is the same, the vocabulary is different. But permission from the court does not make it right. Permission from the court does not make it just. And permission from the court does not absolve you of your moral responsibility for what you are about to do. So some of you will say this is about partisan politics, not race, but we all know that in Louisiana, race and partisanship are inextricably linked, and that claiming partisan motives is simply a more palatable way to achieve racial discrimination. The court may have given you that rhetorical escape hatch in Calais, but it does not make it true. I will ask you now to choose justice, choose democracy, choose the Louisiana that could be, and not the Louisiana that white majority power has always tried to preserve. But if you will not choose justice, know this: we will not stop fighting. We will not accept these maps. We will not let black Louisianans be erased. This democracy belongs to us, the people, and we will behave accordingly. You're welcome.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Albert?
Good evening. Members of the committee, my name is Dr. Albert Samuels. I am a professor of political science at Southern University A&M College. I'm my hometown, Shreveport, but Baton Rouge is now home. I come as a husband, father, grandfather to oppose SB 121. April 29, 2026 is a day that will live in infamy. The Supreme Court decision in Calais is in the same category with Dred Scott, Plessy versus Ferguson, Korematsu versus the United States, and some of the other most disgraceful moments in the history of this country. And this body sees the opportunity that Calais raised and now has SB 121 before us, a bill that cracks black voters, black voters in many ways, and also, presses them into a majority black district. Now, this bill revised the very problems that caused the original Robinson's lawsuit. The very problems that caused that lawsuit. And it was good to see Representative Kyle Green here. That was one of my former students, and he gave a good history as to why that district was created that way first in 2011 map. That was because of the population loss we had because of Katrina. Because of that, it was impossible to constitute CD2 the way it was as a primarily New Orleans-based district because of New Orleans lost population. So it went up Mississippi River to cover more black populations. Senator Morris kept saying that, well, we got to use the same map because that's why we got to use the same map because of this was pretty clear in 2011. The problem with that argument is that there was a different redistricting cycle. We have a census that was population change. And because of the population change, black communities were justified in asking for more representation. So it's a flawed premise that this map was based on in the first place.
Okay, Reverend Marcel, you have a question for them?
I do. You said that you were here, you are an instructor, a professor at Southern University, but you're here on your own behalf as a father, so you're not here representing the university, correct?
I'm not representing the university.
Right, but you just mentioned it. I just wanted to make sure I cleared that up, and I want to thank you for being here. You mentioned other cases, that this case reminds you of the ruling in Calais. Can you mention those one more time for me?
I think this case goes in the category with the Dred Scott decision.
Dred Scott decision.
It goes in the category with Plessy versus Ferguson.
Okay.
You can add United States versus Cruikshank, the case you just mentioned. You can add Korematsu versus the United States, the Japanese American internment cases, for which we later gave reparations to the descendants because we said that was the wrong thing to do.
So is your testimony just because the Supreme Court did it doesn't mean it's right? It falls into the category of things that they've done in the past that we had to fix because they weren't right.
Right. These decisions were not right.
Okay. And so just because a legal decision is handed down does not make it morally right, and is something that we're certainly going to work on changing.
Right.
Is that your testimony?
That is my testimony. And I also would say this bill is also, by the way, based on bad data.
I'm sorry? Say that again?
This bill is also based on bad data.
Oh, bad data. Okay. So, yeah, I think they used the data, they said from 2020, but when I looked at it, it was different from the Secretary of State's data. So it was confusing from the beginning. Which data are we going to trust, and who's actually drawing these maps if we're using the different data?
This bill undercounts, first of all, 454,609 voters. In other words, that's a discrepancy between what the Secretary of State's office is reporting publicly.
That's what I'm saying.
And the numbers that this bill is based upon. Okay. Also, this bill undercounts Democratic voters more than it undercounts Republican voters.
Okay, and do you have that number?
Okay. This bill undercounts 179,188 Democratic voters, but it only undercounts 101,905 Republican voters.
So if those numbers were to be used in the data, it would change the outcome of the districts. Is that what you're saying?
It could potentially change the outcome of the districts, and since Senator Morris's bill doesn't make reference to race, well, let's just take his word for that just for a second. According to the Secretary of State's website, 64.1% of Democrats are black Democrats. 31.3% are white Democrats. So if we take his word that race was not consideration, of those 179,188 voters that were not counted, at least 114,600 black voters were not even counted for the basis of this bill. And so that's before we consider whether or not black people were packed and cracked in the ones who actually were counted.
Let me ask you one final question. Is it legal to pack and crack? Did the Supreme Court say that?
Actually, what the Supreme Court actually did, and I think this is what's tricky about Calais, is that the Supreme Court has made it, actually, honestly, it's made it more difficult to prove racial discrimination.
Okay.
Because
you have to prove the intent.
You have to prove intent.
Got it.
But that's proof of intent. But they weren't content with just saying that it had to be intent. They also gave partisan gerrymandering. If it's partisan, that provides the defense. If it's incumbency protection, that provides the defense. If it's whatever the state procedures are, it's giving the states
some more legs.
So many defenses
right
against the charge that is racially motivated, that it makes it harder. Makes it a harder hurdle to prove.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. Sanders, right before the buzzer, you wanted to say something real quick. Did you get a chance to say what you wanted to say?
Well, I think I got it in when I got I got most of the in with Representative Marcel's questioning. But if we assume that we take Senator Mars as his word that he didn't use race into consideration, and I didn't see it anywhere in his bill. Any overt evidence of that. Of the 179,000 Democratic voters who were not counted, if you are African American, you were 2 times more likely not to be counted than a white voter.
And why is that?
Basically because within the Democratic Party, 64.1% of Democrats, according to the Secretary of State's website statistics, are Black Democrats. 31.3 are white Democrats, and about 4.5 are other. As far as Republicans go, there are only 23,000 Black Republicans in the entire state. That's 2.2% of all Republicans. So basically, almost all black voters in the state are either Black Democrats or no party.
Thank you for the answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Walters, you had a question? Okay, she waves. Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Next, Ms. Mary Labory and Bruce Riley.
Oh, Mary is crazy.
Bonnie Byland.
She just
We
information.
still on red cards?
Huh?
We still on red?
Can't be red. It's crazy.
So many green cards put in, I guess, huh? So many green.
Candace. And while they're coming up, I want to say this right. Sipo Makosi, you could be next. Okay, Sipo, you be next after them. And Madeline McGuire, y'all just stand on deck. Amelia Herrera, stand on deck. Okay. And Renee Carthen and Jolan Jolivet. Y'all can stand on deck in that order.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go, Miss Mary.
Hey, hello there. Good evening, everybody. Happy to be here. Why I stand and I'm quasi against Senate Bill 121. Why? This is not the best or worst bill sponsored, but I hated to see other great bills not get a chance to come up and be sponsored, which could have been way far better than any that had been sponsored or heard so far. Number one, it still splits some of the parishes, divisive, but glad the amendments that boil down. Thank you, Representative McMakin. There you go. But now I need to study more before the floor. Maps should be created naturally without basing districts by demographics, voting histories, and politics. It should be done by density and population only. Presidents, governors, courts, the legislature, that is, the government, should not be picking or choosing voters, creating, expanding, bulking, or deleting parties, campaigns, or candidates. Parties and campaigns and candidates and the people should be doing that. If maps were natural, you could easily see a 5-1 or a 4-2, as you have 4 solid state senators, several representatives, and sound local elected leaders in the city and the U.S. Congressional District 2. And I could easily see a toss-up in a proposed 6 where we could have had a moderate or have increased opportunities to have conservative Republican candidates popping up who have a great chance, as conservative Albert Guillory, in my opinion, almost got it. Larry Davis, Monique Appling, Paul Williams, etc. In this, I could see more opportunities for black Republicans to run. Or 6 or the likes of such opposed. Number 4, voters, campaigns, groups, and organizations and parties should be the only one who picks, chooses, promote, or rig candidates, not presidents, governors, courts, or legislators. And I sure thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and introduce yourself for the record, please.
My name is Bonnie Byland. I'm here today representing myself. I'm also an organizer with Indivisible Baton Rouge. I had a nice little speech prepared this morning, a nice, sweet little anecdote about why it's important for representation for all people, all the time. But as I sat here very early this morning and hearing the exchange between Representative Johnson and Senator Morris, I became rather morally enraged that as they went back and forth celebrating the fact that fairness was not required by law. I have spent my life as a public school teacher. I'm a grandmother. I have spent my time trying to teach children values such as fairness. So I am outraged that any 2 gentlemen in this building would think that fairness is something that could be easily dispensed because it's not required by law. Is that where we are in this state at this time? Fairness, like all virtues, should be a goal in every single action in this body. We can't just throw it away. What are we doing in this state? We're going to throw away all the virtues of human decency because we want to protect our party first? Those are not good human things to think about. Your loyalty should lie not in protecting yourselves, should not come in protecting your party. It should come from protecting the people. Don't forget who you work for. You work for us, all of us. We don't work for you. I think that the cart has gotten in front of the horse on a lot of this stuff. You're not in office to serve yourselves. You're in office to serve us, not a party. I think that today it's time for you to recognize that we have to allow for fair representation. Fairness is not something that we can throw away just because the law does not require it. I think you should show your integrity, do the right thing. I think you need to remember that elections are coming up, and I don't think any of you want your spot in this legislature to go the way of all of the amendments that keep coming up and being rejected by the people. The people have had enough of partisan politics in this place. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bruce Riley with Vote. Just getting back to something that you brought up, Rep. Marcel, around the data. The bill sponsor seems to be oblivious to the fact that the bill also has race and party data in it. It's not just the census data. If you read the bill closely, you'll see the charts. The numbers are 457,410 lighter than the Secretary of State's data. If you tell me the Secretary of State is wrong, we got problems. If you tell me the bill number is wrong, we got problems. But even the problem itself, it's not just the number, which is 15.4% undercounting the people. White voters is 12.4%. Black voters, it's 20.4%. Other voters, 20%. Democrats, 17.6%, undercounted. Republicans, 9.3% undercounted. Other registered voters, 20% undercounted. So if you're white and or Republican, you're twice as likely to be counted in the bill maker's data set. Again, I don't like random data in any kind of bill. I hope you don't either. And I say, where are the experts and how do you trust a bill that's got faulty data? It's kind of suspect to me. Where are the demographers? Where's the conversation about geography? Y'all working so hard to block a district based in Baton Rouge. East Baton Rouge, West Baton Rouge, Ascension, Livingston, and half of Iberville add up to one compact district. Greater New Orleans is one congressional district. District 6 from Baton Rouge to Shreveport, you can drive it in 4 hours on one road. District 6 that does the loop around thing, it takes 7.5 hours, at least according to Google Maps that I did while sitting there waiting. So which one is more compact? District 6 is still a 6. It's still a snake. It's just a white snake. This is an important issue, and each legislature should have constituents here. Where are all the supporters? I know some of y'all got plenty of supporters. Some of you maybe not so much. This body is so disconnected. You're 0-9 on your last constitutional amendments, and you got 15 more that are about ready to go to the voters, according to what I was looking at on the bill search. Republicans are less than a third of registered voters in VAP, but you got somehow Republican majorities in 83% of the districts. White people, 57% of the state, get somehow 73, 69, 60, and 61% in 4 of the districts, and the largest racial group in another. That's pretty crafty. How's that not racially gerrymandered in favor of white people? Y'all may think Supreme Court said you can't base a second black majority district means you can legally create a 5th white majority district. Is SB 121 gerrymandering for Republican supremacy or white supremacy? Louisiana leadership has gotten us Gas Town and Bullet Town. If you know the reference, props. Deregulation of petrochemical industries and abandoning coastal restoration because it gives corporations more land to drill, while the pollution and adverse health effects give you more prisons filled. We got federal investment for building out a gulag system that needs human beings to fill cages so the watchers can be paid, and this body doesn't even want to be transparent about the costs. Our leadership is protecting pedophiles and Epstein files, which is complicity. They're giving billions of our money to Israel, a country giving out free health care along with free homes to occupying settlers who are mimicking America's horrific slaughter and land grab of indigenous people over a century ago. Jeff Landry thinks that we're leading in education. He can't do the math. Growth is not leading. If you got $1 and you go to $1.25, you're doing a lot better than someone who went from a nickel to a dime.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you all very much.
You have a question, Representative Marcel, just for Mr. Riley?
Mr. Riley, yes, sir. Can you expound on the numbers? Because I read the same thing when I started my testimony earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, but the numbers are certainly different that he used in this map than the Secretary of State's map. And I think you might have drilled down on it a little bit more than I did.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
So I spent some considerable time looking at the Secretary of State's data and the data reflected in this bill, and I went back to look at Senator Womack's SB 8, the bill that we're all familiar with prior to this, and I realized that SB 8 was also incorrect. And so I created a chart that looked at the SB 8 bill, which says that it had December 2023 data, and the Secretary of State's data from December 2023. And I found these discrepancies that were similar, but actually not even as big. And so then this bill says December 2025. Again, I didn't write it. Y'all sponsor wrote it. And has data, and then you look at the Secretary of State's data from December 2025, which is really easy to look up. I'm sure you've all pulled it at some point on a PDF on the Secretary of State's website. And you look, and the numbers are just massively different. So I feel like the only data set of registration in Louisiana should be in the Secretary of State's office. There shouldn't be some other set.
That should be current data.
Yeah, so either it's sloppy stuff or
either somebody did something wrong or pulled the data from somewhere else or manipulated the data.
I also, just to add one more point, is that I looked at the Secretary of State's data from April of 2020, which, maybe they're just actually using the census data from April of 2020, and that is why it's discrepancy now, because things kind of change. Well, that is still way off, so it couldn't have been that either. I would suggest y'all ask the makers of the bill. I know there was a hard time getting names of who worked on the bill, but maybe trying to get them, and is this going to be another piece of the litigation that we're drafting bills that have falsehoods and data misrepresentations in them and calling them our U.S. Supreme Court compliant maps that we know are going to go through another round of litigation. Trust me, if they see these numbers and say, where'd you get your information from, son, they're going to be like, something's wrong here.
So somebody would have to answer where these numbers came from at
If it
some
was
point.
me, I'd be right here telling you where I got the numbers.
Okay. I
I'd
asked
be
that earlier.
listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Riley.
Thank you.
We think alike.
Representative Walters, you have a question for Mr. Riley?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Riley, I know you do this type of work, all over the South. Is it normal for a legislature to pass maps with inaccurate numbers?
I've never heard of such a thing. I think it's also a pretty hasty process we're trying to throw together here. So I just don't even know if anyone's ever done something so hasty as what we're doing right now.
Okay, and man, if the math doesn't math, this could be a whole different lawsuit. I mean, that's kind of a big thing. I don't think that's something that's minor, if you will. And so what needs to be done to correct these numbers?
I mean, it seems to me that there needs to be a back to the drawing board moment where, even if someone wanted the same map, it should be reconfirmed that these numbers are the actual numbers, because if we're going to be arguing over party representation or racial representation in a given district, we should have the true numbers, or else we can't even have an honest argument. And the thing is, if you start messing up the numbers on one thing, well, I got to start wondering if your 776,000 number, which is the population number you're supposed to have for per district, I got to start wondering if that is accurate as well, because there's a legal term called falsus unis, falsus omnibus. It's basically like you lie in one thing, you lie in everything.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Ms. Nkosi, I believe I don't know if I'm getting the last name right. Okay. Madeline McGuire and Amelia Herrera. At your convenience, introduce yourselves and
She can go.
I'll go first. All right, so my full name is Sipo Mengoisi Nkosi Monti. So in my last two testimonies, I focused on how maps like 121 were not only reflective of the continuous steps government officials took to disenfranchise minority voters, but also how the maps themselves and the political power plays used to reach their attempt at installation are alarmingly similar to steps taken by dictators en route to turning countries totalitarian. Now that a primary election has taken place despite Governor Landry's authoritarian attempt to delay them to give Republicans an even bigger undeserved advantage, I can use the numbers to show you how ridiculous a 5-to-1 or even 4-to-2 map would be. First of all, 35.6% of Louisiana's voters are Republican, 36.5% of Louisiana's voters are Democrat, and 27.9% of voters in Louisiana are no party. Furthermore, not only are those percentages, but Democrats cast nearly 20,000 more votes than Republicans in this election. And boom, right there, your bill is dead. Okay? Which Republicans, which would be even higher if no party voters weren't consistently and purposefully denied access to Democratic ballots in the first place. What makes Republicans think they deserve 5 out of 6 Louisiana representative seats when not only are they getting outvoted in elections, but over 60% of Louisiana voters do not identify with your party? A 5-to-1 map is a clear and blatant attempt to establish one-party rule in Louisiana, especially when over a fourth of Louisiana voters, like myself, who identify no party, already have zero representation in Louisiana. And when Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee all do it at the same time, we can see it for exactly what it is. Authoritarianism rearing its ugly head again, this time in the form of white Christian nationalism. So if 40% of Louisiana's voters are Republican, what possible explanation could you give me to justify a 5-to-1 split favoring Republicans when a 3-3 split wouldn't even be reflective of Louisiana's voting base? I'll tell you exactly why. Because you're a part of a coordinated effort with the Republican Party in states like Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee to marginalize minority voters and political opposition in order to dominate the United States of America with one party, just like the fascist, authoritarian, and totalitarian dictators I referenced in my last two testimonies. This is a simple matter. The people have expressed their will to y'all 2 times now. We are here for the 3rd time. I'm going to be very real with y'all. A vote in favor of 121 is telling us when we come to the Capitol and we engage with you guys in democratic processes, you will not listen, and working within the system is useless. A vote for 121 is a vote to continue the work of bringing totalitarianism to the United States, like in 2013 when the Republican Party eliminated pre-clearance, and in 2026 when you guys gutted when y'all gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. A vote in favor of 121 is a vote in favor of racism and apartheid over democracy. A vote in favor of 121 is answering the call from your puppeteer to marginalize minority voters and political opposition because you would rather rule over the people than represent the people. A vote in favor of 121 tells us that you want to be just like Benito Mussolini, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, and other people.
Thank you. Representative Larvadain for a question.
Real quick, what's your name again, sir?
Sipo Nkosi. My father's from South Africa, that's where it comes from.
I was wondering, I was about to ask that.
No, you're good.
Briefly close what you're about to say, briefly. You don't have to read the whole thing, but get to a quick conclusion.
So basically, when y'all pretend that this is anything else, y'all are insulting our intelligence, and that pisses me off. I'm sorry. And the last thing I had to say is I'm going to finish off with this little whimsical message for people who support 121. You know what the difference between us and you is? What's the difference between us and you? See, y'all talk freedom, but you don't do what you're supposed to do. We act on what we feel, but y'all can't process emotion. You would rather get pimped out for a paycheck and a promotion.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Larvadain. Representative Walters, do you have another question?
Thank you, Chair. Something that you said, it really stuck with me, and it talked about choosing apartheid instead of democracy. And can you elaborate on apartheid and the damage that it did?
As a South African, I would love to. Okay, so first of all, in countries like South Africa, their racism is blatant, okay? And so, like, you go to the bank and you'll be like, hey, I need a loan. They go, no, you're black. Here in America, y'all do it systematically. Here in America, we go to vote and you redraw districts. Here in America, we go to buy guns to defend ourselves, and politicians like Ronald Reagan sit there and say, okay, hey, no, now this is a problem. The problem with what I'm referencing apartheid is every time that we come forward and try to make changes or gain something, you guys change the rules to make sure that white people, and especially Republicans, stay on top and that we don't get a voice. And from someone who is South African and grew up hearing stories from my grandparents about how they landed a bunch of white people with guns, came and kicked them off and left them with nothing but a donkey and a mule to carry all their stuff off, like, I'm sorry, I see exactly where this is going. And I see the same reflective steps that we are taking today, moving further and further away from a free society, reflected in the society that my parents ran from because of American intervention.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Walters.
Good afternoon. My name is Madeline McGuire. I drove from Lake Charles to speak to you today for the 3rd time regarding this redistricting process. When you vote in a way that does not represent the people, sooner rather than later, you will no longer represent the people. Don't worry, I won't directly address anyone, but do know, we know who has already voted in favor of SB 121. After all the testimony, the red and green cards, between the 2 days I was here previously, and submitted cards, I believe a total of maybe 3 were in favor of Senate Bill 121. 3, by the way. After all of that, y'all don't find that interesting? Because we do. Yeah, we do. How does someone justify that vote when they laid their head down at night? A 5-1 map is not justified. A 4-2 map was not justified. How do you not see that what you're doing here is wrong when the public has broken it down for you and explained it in a way that my 4-year-old could understand? You don't. Race not being considered might have been the most racist thing Senator Morris could have done for his map. Senator Morris can't answer directly statistical questions being asked by his peers regarding his map, and yet you're voting in its favor. voting yes on a senator that violates state ethic laws regarding his personal real estate, but I will digress on that. As a state, we should be far more advanced in every category that we lack in. We will not get there by one party or one race, ever. If you vote in favor of Senate Bill 121, I want to be very clear. We are coming for your seats, every last one. We will continue to organize and educate. I will continue to speak even if my voice shakes. And don't mistake that for a threat, it is a promise. Your fascist regime will die with this MAGA administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Herrera?
How old are you? I'm 22.
Look, hey, Ms. Herrera, just kind of stay on the testimony here.
I am. That's part of my testimony. And I'm 58, so that's amazing. Good afternoon. I want to begin by saying my name is Amelia Herrera, and I'm here today speaking not just for myself, but for Afro-Latina people all across Louisiana communities who live at the intersection of race, culture, and identity, who you continue to make invisible in rooms like this. The last time I was here, I said every voice matters. It seems like that was forgotten. I know it was. You know, I want to say again, 51 million across this great nation, 51 million Black Americans. I invoke their ancestral history as I sit here today. But I also want to say this. When you think of us, I want you to think of lift every voice and sing, because that's power right there. And that's what we're doing. Because you cannot stand on the words of equality and representation when you're denying that you are completely adding racism to this. Let's call it what it is. This is racism. As I sat in the other room over there, I walked around, I saw nothing but plantation pictures on the wall. That insults me. Plantation pictures, really? Because, and then it says something like we are restoring them. That is an insult to your constituents. That is an insult to me. When you dilute Black voting power, you are silencing us. And you know exactly what you're doing. Let's call it plainly. This is not redistricting. This is not policy. This is pure racism. And the way you are doing it is political gentrification. You are redrawing the lines that the same way communities get displaced. Quietly, strategically, and intentionally, until we no longer have power, as you thought. And what's undeniable now is that the line has been drawn in the sand, and we saw it when you stood behind your fellow comrade and you patted his back. You gave him water as he stood and spoke for the good old boys and watched our representatives cry out their heart for democracy. You gave him water. You patted his back. We saw that. You ignored our representatives as they pleaded with you for democracy. So I never like M&Ms. Morris, Miguez, and Macon. I don't like M&Ms. I'm allergic to them. Because when we fight to win, because we've done it all our lives. I'm going to stop. But I want you to know what sits behind me is more than Black Americans. It's white, it's Asian, it's Vietnamese, it's so many of us, and we will keep coming, and we will keep coming.
All right, thank you, Ms. Herrera. Appreciate y'all's test. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm realizing I didn't call out the other cards for those that were waiting. Renee Carthen, Jolyn Jolivet, and Sarah Gonzalo. If y'all don't mind, maybe give me y'all's name so I can know which the third is missing. Oh, we got all three. Okay, perfect. So at your convenience, go ahead and introduce yourself, and you can begin your testimony.
You want me to go first? Sorry. Hello, my name is Sarah Gonzalo, and I work at the Promise of Justice Initiative. I am encouraged by something that Senator Morris has said several times in the last couple of weeks, and it is his concern for constitutionality in the opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court. I am hopeful that this concern will translate into Senator Morris championing and correcting other unjust and unconstitutional issues the U.S. Supreme Court has decided on, like the continued incarceration of people convicted with unconstitutional, non-unanimous juries. When in 2020, the United States Supreme Court deemed non-unanimous juries unconstitutional in the Ramos opinion, they wrote this about the origins of the racist law in our state. And I quote, "Seeking to avoid unwanted national attention and aware that this court would strike down any policy of overt discrimination against African American jurors as a violation of the 14th Amendment, the delegates of the 1898 Constitutional Convention sought to undermine African American participation on juries in another way. With a careful eye on racial demographics, the convention delegates sculpted a, quote, facially race-neutral rule permitting 10-2 verdicts in order to ensure that African-American juror service would be meaningless. A similar thing is happening here today. Louisiana has a dangerous history of taking power and autonomy away from its black citizens. Sometimes we're explicit about it. Sometimes we hide behind semantics and word games. The intent and the impact are the same, though: to strip black people in our state of their power, their autonomy, and their freedom. The Promise of Justice Initiative opposes SB 121, and we ask that you find the courage to vote this bill down.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Joel Jolivet. During Governor Edwards' administration, I spearheaded the Louisiana 2020 census efforts, and that work was not confined to this building. When the hurricanes hit, my duty shifted from the office to the field, and I served our state on the ground through a global pandemic and the wreckage of Laura, Delta, and Zeta, making sure our citizens had what they needed to survive. I saw the faces of the people we were counting while they were the most vulnerable. And we fought to ensure those Louisianans were counted and not erased by pandemic or by the hurricanes. And the result was undeniable. Black Louisianans make up 33% of this state, and that's 1 out of every 3 people. The Calais case stated that race cannot be the predominant factor in drawing district lines, but it never said it can't be a factor. A political party is a chosen ideology, and race is an immutable characteristic explicitly protected by the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution does not guarantee proportional representation for political parties. It does, however, strictly prohibit structural dilution and silencing of protected racial classes. Furthermore, a racial demographic does not automatically dictate political party affiliation. Voters are not a monolith. If a demographic consistently sides with one party, it's because that party chose to champion their issues. If another party wants the support of that demographic, the solution is simple: champion their issues. You change your platform to earn their trust. You do not change the map to dilute their choice. Using partisan justifications as a shield for the dilution of minority voters distorts the democratic process. The map and the amendments being proposed today attempt to do what the storms could not, and that's silence the 33% that we counted. While you dilute black representation under the guise of political maneuvering, you are telling the people I serve that they are a useful data point for securing federal funding, but a nuisance when it comes to exercising political power. We cannot silence the people we worked hard to protect. We must be honest. When the outcome of representation feels predetermined, we drift away from the ideals of our republic. I still believe that American justice, freedom, and fairness can and still win. The question is whether this committee will be an ally to that fairness, or will it continue to be an obstacle? As America approaches its 250th anniversary, the strength and litmus test of our freedom can be judged by how strong the rights of Black Americans from slavery today. We cannot celebrate 2.5 centuries of liberty while simultaneously weakening the rights of Black voters. I serve to protect the count. I'm asking you today to protect the vote. Reject the map, honor the 33%, and uphold the promise of a Louisiana that represents all of its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jolivet.
My name is Renee Carthan, and I am from Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is not just a disagreement about lines. It's a test of whether our state truly believes in fair representation, equal protection, and the principle that every voter deserves to have their voice heard. Dozens of people have sat here and raised the same concern. Despite making up nearly 1/3 of our state's population, congressional maps have been drawn in ways that dilute Black voting power and deny communities a fair opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. And even when strictly considering party registration and pretending to be colorblind, we've heard people today themselves admit that Republicans make up roughly 1/3 of the voting population too. So this map is by no means fair. I sit at the intersection of two of the groups disenfranchised by this map. I'm a Black woman, and I'm registered with no party. And as such, I can respect Democrats who agreed to the Republican-backed map in Calais in the interest of the people. But I cannot respect legislators who, after people finally gained some measure of fairness, immediately tried to take it back. The map, in that case, seems like a setup from the beginning. You say race was not the deciding factor because you focused on party. But in Louisiana, and honestly, this entire country, race and party are deeply connected because of America's greatest sin. Pretending otherwise insults the intelligence of all the people watching this process unfold. And with the same level of respect that Senator Morris's body language shows when his Black colleagues are speaking, I strongly disagree with the idea that the public does not deserve to know who worked on this bill. Because unlike what he said, it indeed serves a purpose. Transparency matters. Those questions were not being asked just on behalf of Democrats, but they were being asked on behalf of the people of Louisiana, including many of the voters, those of you who are going to vote yes for this represent. Your actions send a dangerous message that when communities fight for fairness and finally win, those in power may simply keep trying until they get the outcome that they want. But one thing Senator Morris was right about this morning is that majorities do matter, and people are paying attention. We will use every lawful avenue available, including FOIA requests and subpoenas, to demand accountability and transparency of the information they did not want to disclose, because voters are tired of feeling like our voices are treated as obstacles instead of voices that matter. This moment is so much bigger than these maps. It's about whether Louisiana, while the world is watching, will continue resisting fairness or finally embrace a democracy that works for everyone and not just political power or moneyed interests. The power belongs to the people. And these recent, for lack of any other word, shenanigans have really just reminded us that we need to start wielding it properly. I vehemently oppose Senate Bill 121.
Thank you, Ms. Carthan. All right, thank you all for your testimony. Next up, we're going to have Tanya Nyman, Jacob Foss, and Josiah Hardy. And then on deck, we'll have Jade Morgan, Stephanie Anthony, and looks like Danielle Tobins. Actually, let's hold back on Danielle because I think we have two Tobins. Maybe they're going to come up together. So we'll go on deck, Jade Morgan, Stephanie Anthony, and looks like Mary having trouble. Maybe Evan? So that'll be who's on deck, and we'll go to the Tobins after this. So please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tanya Nyman. I'm a community advocate in East Baton Rouge Parish, and in spite of the state's cancellation of the election, according to the FEC, I'm still a candidate for Congress at this time. I'm also a white Democrat. So I want to thank Representative Lyon for the amendment for the map that introduced. It's one of the fairest maps I've ever seen proposed, and that's because it does abide by the redistricting redistricting characteristics of a fair map, which are equal population, communities of interest, contiguous compactness, preservation of political boundaries, preservation of cores of prior districts, and avoiding pairing of incumbents. And Senate Bill 121 clearly does not abide by those fair redistricting characteristics. I want to point out, too, that one of the issues that has not been given, I think, enough attention is the way in which this Senate Bill 121 exacerbates the influence of money in our elections. This is about money versus the people. Gerrymandered districts are in the better interest of candidates that align with corporate interest and can garner the campaign contributions from the ultra-wealthy. And I have to tell you that voters from all the parties, Republican, Democrat, and other, are getting increasingly frustrated with the ways in which we are tolerating the influence of money in our elections. So Senate Bill 121 does that with gerrymandered districts, because gerrymandered districts, for any reason, have always enabled money to exercise undue influence and adversely affect the outcome of our elections. So I think it behooves you guys to draw a map that insulates us from those adverse effects. And I want to say, money and power always seeks to maintain their wealth and power, and they think far ahead. So the groundwork for this was actually laid way back in, I would say, 1929, with the 1929 Reapportionment Act, which capped the number of representatives in the U.S. House. When that happened way back in 1929, it meant that districts increasingly got enlarged over the years, obviously. But then also, as the population changes, then that's where it becomes increasingly difficult to sort of maintain integrity of districts, because it's not so much that Louisiana lost population, is that we lost population in relationship to other states, which required us to then lose a congressional seat. And so when you are trying to draw compact, cohesive districts around minority populations, that becomes increasingly difficult when your congressional district becomes increasingly larger. And so if you really want to start advocating for even stronger or more integrity to our elections, we could start talking about the need to increase the number of people in the U.S. House of Representatives in order to maintain some healthy ratio between elected officials and the number of constituents in those districts. That's just one of the things. There's some other things as well, and I'm a little worried about my time. So, but the other, that's
good call on that. All right. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Nyman.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Foss. I'm a resident of Tangipahoa Parish, and I'm here as a member and a representative of the Young Democrats of Louisiana to testify in strong opposition to Senate Bill 121. SB 121 is not a routine redistricting bill. It is an attempt to erase political representation for hundreds and thousands of Black Louisianians, not because the numbers demand it, but because the Republican supermajority in this legislature has decided that 2 Black voices in our congressional delegations are too many. And I want to remind members that Louisiana has one of the biggest African-American population in the nation. This bill would essentially return Louisiana to the congressional map from 2022, one of the product 5 safe Republican seats and just 1 New Orleans, and our Democratic seat. It would eliminate the majority black 6th district and end the representation of Congressman Cleo Fields, a Democrat from Baton Rouge. Louisiana Republicans are advancing this map under the pressure of President Donald Trump to deliver at least one additional Republican seat ahead of the midterm election. Let's be honest, what that means, this legislator is being asked to redraw the boundaries of political power, not to serve Louisiana, but to serve a political party's margin in Washington. This is not representation, this is manipulation. The timing is not incidental. The day after the U.S. Supreme Court weakened the central provision of the Voting Rights Act, Governor Landry suspended our May 16th congressional primaries with 42,000 ballots already in the mail. Then, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Louisiana Republicans advanced this redistricting plan through the committee. Democrats battled through the night, raising objections, but Republicans who controlled this legislature moved forward regardless on the partisan vote of 27-10. The people of Louisiana deserve a transportation, deliberate and community-centered redistricting process. Instead, they got a map drawn in the dark, rushed through under special session rules in the immediate aftermath.
All right, wrap up that thought real quick because your time's up.
I'll read the closing. As a young Louisianian, I refuse to accept the future where the answer to demographic change is dilute black political power. I refuse to accept that the voice of my generation, one of the most diverse in Louisiana's history, should be drawn out of relevance before we've had the chance to fully show up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy?
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Josiah Hardy. I'm a rising junior at LSU Laboratory School, and I'm the founder and director of an initiative I created, Project 2028, that focuses on civic education and voting literacy. I'm here today to tell you that you do not care about the youth. You do not care what we think. You do not care about the future that we will inherit, because if you did care, you would vote no on Senate Bill 121. Senate Bill 121 should not have come out of the Senate and Governmental Affairs Committee, and you all know that. You all know that it shouldn't have come out of that committee as well. And you also think that my generation is not educated. You think that we don't know what we're talking about. You also think that I don't deserve to be right here right now telling you what I think. But in the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, it requires that states provide equal protection to all people within their jurisdiction, serving as the basis for desegregation and the fighting against discrimination. I know this is the law that they use in Louisiana versus Calais, which also prohibits racial gerrymandering. But don't you think that it should also prohibit partisan gerrymandering? Because if we're partisan gerrymandering, it doesn't allow people to have the equal opportunity to have their voice heard as well. And since we want to rewind the clock on history, I bring up a saying that started the fight for equality. If taxation without representation is unjust, then stripping people of fair representation through manipulated district maps is just as unacceptable, no matter what you call it. Because you can't claim democracy while drawing lines that weaken it. You all may not know this, but this is my third time coming to speak here in the Louisiana State Capitol, and I will be back every single time until this is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope, there's no clapping in here, remember that. All right. Thank you all for your testimony. All right, next up, we have Jade Morgan, Stephanie Anthony, and Mary Evan, I believe, and then on deck, we're going to have Devontae Lewis, and then Danelle Tobins and Janet Tobins. So at your convenience, please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Jade Morgan. I'm representing Woman with a Vision based in New Orleans. First, I want to make something clear. No matter how late you make these meetings or schedule, no matter how late these meetings are scheduled or how the dates are moved around, we are still going to show up. Some of y'all may think changing times will discourage the people from coming out and speaking, and if you do believe that, I'm here to tell you you're wrong. We are here and we will continue to be here fighting for our rights and fair representation. And for those who believe that the fight for voting rights will end when our elders are gone, I'm here to tell you that that is not true. There is a new generation paying attention. There are young voices that are ready to be heard, and young organizers that are ready to step up, and young voters who understand what is at stake. Our elders passed the torch, and we will continue to carry it forward. Senator Morris and Rep. Johnson, I'm sorry.
Take a deep breath.
Senator Morris and Rep. Johnson, I don't care how many times you repeat that this map isn't based on race. People are not blind, and we're not stupid. When communities that have fought for years to finally receive fair representation suddenly become targeted for withdrawals and political games, people notice that. We can hear your talking points all day, but the impact speaks louder than the excuses. Louisiana has a deep history when it comes to voting rights, especially for black communities and historically marginalized voters. We should not support change that could weaken the voices of our communities that fought hard for fair representation. The ongoing issue continues to Louisiana versus Calais shows that how important fair maps truly are. Redistricting should never be used as a political tool to weaken communities or manipulate representation. Voters deserve fair maps that reflects the people, not maps that design for political convenience. Redistricting risks confusing voters, reducing confidence in our elections, and creating maps that serve politics over people. Instead of reopening district maps in the middle of a decade, we should focus on practicing voting rights, strengthening voters' confidence, and ensuring every community has equal and fair representation.
Thank you. Could you give me your name one more time?
Jade Morgan.
Okay, Ms. Morgan. Thank you, Ms. Morgan. I appreciate your testimony.
Hi,
Please
I'm
introduce yourself.
Stephanie Anthony of Baton Rouge. I'm a named plaintiff along with Reverend Anthony Allen in the NAACP lawsuit, which resulted in a 4-2 district opportunity map. And this was before Calais. That map was approved here by this Louisiana legislation. It was signed by the governor, and I think that it was a better representation of our state. Earlier, the committee I'm telling you to relax now. I gotta relax.
Take your time. You take your time. You good?
In the amendments that Senator Jay Morris bill, it showed us exactly what we're working with. We, the public, were not allowed to comment on the amendments, but we learned a lot. Senator Jay Morris stated that fairness is not required. He said that 5-1 is good. He said that 6-0 districts is better. He inferred that a one-party system is a good thing if it is Republican. I watched the body language of Senator Jay Morris. It tells volumes. I challenge the population of audio and video editors to use their editing skills to please clip and paste a compilation of Senator Morris' body language, and please put captions. He who has an ear, let him hear. I grew up in a system of segregated, separate, but unequal. In the discussion on the amendments, we in the overflow room were distinctly disadvantaged. We could hear, but we could not see who was talking because of the wide angle of the cameras. I want to thank the person who corrected that injustice. When I was growing up, some of the boys would pass a tall ant bed and not disturb it.
Go ahead and finish your thought real quick.
Other little boys would kick that ant bed and stomp on the ants, and the ants would swarm. Before you know it, there were ants all over their feet. I'm going to cut that part and just come to the last thing that I want to say to you. Don't vote tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony. Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Devontae Lewis here, and we have been at redistricting for a long time. It has been something that I watched in this body as a page, then as a lobbyist, and now as an elected official. And I think we have to clear a little bit of the record when we think about what the Supreme Court said in Calais. It didn't say you had to take black representation away. It said you had to redraw District 6 because they found that to be unconstitutional. And I'll remind this committee that many of us came to this committee and were not in favor of the map as it was presented. But that was the map that the governor said he wanted. That was the map that this body in the majority said would go out. We supported other maps. And so when we think about this moment, it calls us to remind ourselves, what are we actually here to do? We are here to represent the people. And we have heard from countless people about not feeling represented. And just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. And we can draw a map that reflects Louisiana if we have the courage to do so. And we oftentimes in this body quote Dr. Martin Luther King on various things, but I'm going to quote him on something that he said from his letter in jail in Birmingham. He said, I've come to the sad conclusion that the greatest stumbling block to the Negro is not the KKK, but the white moderate. The one who would rather order than justice, would rather negative peace than justice. And so I don't want you to get caught up in your negative peace by assuming because you are following what the Supreme Court said, and in this body, Supreme Court said a lot of stuff, but we've never moved as fast as we've moved today. But are we actually doing justice, or are you finding ways to just have negative peace? And so I challenge you all to think about what is just, what is right, because when the history is written, it's not going to remember your capital outlay projects for your district. It's not going to remember the legislation that it pushed, but 50 years when people walk down those halls, they're going to remember this vote. And they're going to look at your face, and they're going to attach it to that memory. And so I challenge you to think about not just what is politically expedient today, but what do you want your legacy to be? What do you want to be remembered for? Did you stand up for justice, or did you do what you were told to do? I challenge you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Thank you all for y'all's testimony. All right.
No one has a
up to
question.
We have the Janet and Danielle Tobias and Frankie Hires.
Ms. Evans. Ms. Evans is with us.
Did I mispronounce that? Frankie
Ms.
Hires.
Mary Evans, right there.
Well, hold on, wait. What about I'm calling on the two Tobias and Frankie Hires.
You had called Ms. Evans because we are together. You had called Ms. Evans last time. You called her name.
All right, yeah, she didn't come up. So who do we have here?
Janet Tobias, Darnell Tobias, and Ms. Evans.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and go ahead and speak.
Where's Ms. Evans?
Oh, good. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Evans, and I am from New Orleans, Louisiana. I was here last week, and I'm here again today. I am representing my son, my organization, Community Voice, with Acorn, my school, president of George Washington Carver Alumni Association, and the New Orleans East Seniors. I've come to say that we are opposing the bill. We're in opposition, and that we feel that, no, we are not going back. It is an unjust, and that you would not vote, and that we would be able to get our district. It should be 3 and 3. So no, we are not going back today, and tomorrow it's not looking good either. So I hope and pray that you get yourself together. Thank you.
Mr. Tobias?
My name is Daniel Tobias. Things that matters to us are families, fairness, equal opportunity, our voting rights, responsive leadership. We oppose SB 121.
Good evening. My name is Janet Tobias. A quote from Dr. Martin Luther King said,
Mr. Tobias, would you mind that so we can get you on the record? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janet Tobias. A quote from Dr. Martin Luther King reads, "Our lives begin to end the day we are silent to the things that matter. What matters to us are respect, honesty, integrity, equal opportunity, fairness, and our voting rights. You want to erase our history, and now you want to take away our representative. We oppose Bill SB 121, and we want the maps to really look like 3 and 3. Some people who wanted to be here today, and these are some powerful coalition organization. I want to say thank you to Power Coalition, Step Up, the NAACP, New Orleans East Matter, Sally Davis with Invisible, Community Voice, Vote, etc. These are some powerful organizations. And I want to leave with this from the Bible, Psalms 24:1, that read, "The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof." We don't own anything. Everything belongs to the Lord. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tobias. We have a couple of questions for y'all. Representative Marcel?
Yeah, thank you. Miss Mary, how you doing? Good, and you? Where do you live? Will you tell the people where you live? New Orleans, Louisiana. And how long have you been here today? 82 years. No, not how old. I was going to ask you that next. I said, how long have you been at the Capitol today? Oh, today I've been here a long time, and last week. Since this morning? earlier. Yes,
Yes, ma'am. I thought so. I had seen you most of the day, and I thought it was important that people know that someone that's 82 years old sat here all day long to make sure that she had her testimony on the record. Because Miss Mary, you remember the times that we take for granted today, right? In history, you kind of lived through a lot of the stuff that they talked about today. Have you not?
Yes, I have. I am a community activist. I used to be past president of NAACP. No, I've done plenty. I'm still doing. I'm not stopping.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on the road.
I just wanted to make sure that people knew that you had sat here all day long and you've been attentive and waited your turn to speak, to put your testimony on record, because you feel like, if nothing else, you want to make sure your voice is heard.
Thank you, Sugar.
And I thank you for being here. Thank you, the Tobias.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for being here. But I had to say that about Miss Mary because she's 82.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, hold on, y'all don't go anywhere. We got a couple more. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Miss Mary.
Yes, darling.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm
Sweetheart,
good.
my daughter.
Yes. That's generally what she tells me when she texts me once a month to make sure that I'm standing strong in this legislature, and to say prayers with me as well. As far back as I can remember, you made an impact on many lives, not just mine. So I want to echo my colleague, Rep. Marcel. I'm so happy you stayed the course, but they don't know you like I know you. Yes, they don't know you like I know you. You'd be here till midnight if you had to. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Boyd. Representative Newell.
Thank you very much, and I just want to let y'all know that Auntie Mary is my auntie and my constituent. So if y'all want to know where I get it from, there you go, right there. I love you for being here, and thank you for coming back, and after staying for so long last week, and ensuring that we all know the fight that you endured, and showing us that we can make it through this. Even though we shouldn't have to be going through this, we can make it through this once again, and we do stand on the shoulders of some mighty fine giants.
Just be strong.
We shall. We will. Thank you for coming.
The fight is not over.
It ain't.
Thank you all. Thank you for your testimony.
And God bless our elected officials.
All right. Frankie Hires, Jennifer Hall, and Ben Bolts.
Oh, I got a height mic. That's not good.
Y'all can go ahead and have a seat. And introduce yourself for the records.
My name is Jennifer Hall, and I am the Policy Director at Women with a Vision, an organization that was founded 37 years ago by a group of Black women who felt the impact of local government and services failing to represent them and their families. In the years since, we've advocated alongside those who've been systematically silenced and disenfranchised. The map being proposed today under SB 121 is just another page out of the same old playbook. You can pretend that the districts you are proposing here are not based on race, but we've been here before, and it is clear as day to all of us here what is happening. Senator Morris said himself that the map is drawn to maximize Republican advantage. This looks like another step in a decade-long concerted and well-funded effort to manipulate the makeup of this body. According to the website of the Louisiana Committee for a Conservative Majority, they've raised $5 million over 3 cycles to aggressively and drastically influence state politics, their words, with highly effective political operations helping turn Democrat-held chambers into strong Republican majorities in both House and Senate. Prior to LCCM's interference, this legislative body looked very different. From 1992 to 2010, Democrats held a majority in both chambers. I do not believe the partisan makeup of this body flipped because of a cultural shift toward conservatism, but because a group of wealthy conservatives decided it would benefit them to elect more Republicans. LCCM was formed with the sole purpose of electing Republicans to create a more business-friendly legislature, not to represent or serve the people of Louisiana better, but those who control its purse strings. Our legislators should be a reflection of the population they are privileged to serve, not the product of a narrative spun by special interest groups that would have you to believe conservative values and Louisiana values are one and the same. They are not. You clarified earlier that you do not believe fairness is a requirement here. In maximizing advantage for a specific subset of the population, this inherently means decreasing representation, not just for black voters or Democrats whose power you blatantly seek to dilute, but really for the majority of Louisianians. This body's actions demonstrate time and time again that it is not necessarily your interest to serve all Louisianians. We're ranked last in terms of poverty, and while the rest of the country's median incomes rise, Louisiana lags behind. Every year, Representative Boyd introduces legislation to help our workers get ahead, and this body votes against it because it would cost employers too much. It's no surprise to most of us, but it turns out that strategy doesn't work either. In the most recent rankings from U.S. News, our economy is dead last as well. This is what happens when we lack legitimate representation. Louisiana deserves maps that honor the will of the people, not the wishes of a few who happen to hold the power at this moment in time. A fair map is possible. We saw from Reps Price and Lyons that both proposed fair maps, but you wouldn't entertain them because they don't serve the coordinated effort across the South to cling to conservative power that might very well result in you losing it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Gentlemen, one of you want to?
Sure. I'll go next. I keep having to change the beginning of this, so good evening, Chairman and staff. My name is Ben Baltz. I'm a Marine Corps veteran living in Mandeville with my wife and 2 children. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who came out today. You are making democracy stronger. I'm here today on behalf of myself, but more importantly, I hope to speak on behalf of Louisiana veterans who I believe are harmed by Senate Bill 121. My service to this nation started when I was 17. I took the oath at the United States Naval Academy, where I studied political science and specifically American politics and law. The Naval Academy was my first exposure to the cross-section of America that the military attracts. And throughout my time in the military, I had the honor of leading men and women of all religions, political parties, and race. Military members see all walks of life through our service, so it is no wonder that 59% of veterans identify as independent or no-party voters. Louisiana has 290,000 veterans as of 2019, so logically, over 150,000 veterans are no-party voters. The way that the maps are drawn in Senate Bill 121 dilute the no-party vote and therefore dilute the veteran vote. We saw that it is possible to make 2 opportunity districts that follow good districting practices. It is possible, however, the party in power is attempting to grab more power. This map does not fairly represent the people, which furthers veterans like myself to participate in a political game that puts your party over our country. The very process has clearly been stated by the sponsor of this bill as a political gerrymander, which suppresses 1/3 of Louisianans who do not affiliate with either party. No party that represents 36 of the people should have 87% of the voice of this state. 64% of citizens in the state are clearly diluted to 13% with only 1 district. This country has an odd relationship with veterans. In public, we're thanks for our service. We stand and are recognized at baseball games and glorified in movies. However, when it comes time to making policy, we are pushed aside in favor of private political parties. Senate Bill 121 suppresses the voice of the very same veterans that are paraded in the streets. I have 20 seconds left, so I'm going to skip to this last part. As we go into this Memorial Day, I urge you to honor the lives of those who gave all to this nation by stopping this political gerrymander and ensuring equal representation for all. On the headstones in Arlington, there's no party, there's no race. We are all Americans. To suppress the Black Democratic no party or any vote for that matter is to suppress all of our voices. When you put party over country, it hurts every American. Please trash Senate Bill 121 and let an independent commission draw the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Bolts, Mr. Myers.
Frankie Hires, Jefferson Parish, Jeffersonian, no party, Republican, the only no party candidate congressionally in 2024. There are 671,242 as of last night registered active no party voters, unaffiliated to Republicans or Democrats. There are only 569 Democratic black voters. 17% of this population in Louisiana is not black or white. I was a census worker. We've had these conversations. There's rules. I was at 8 of those statewide redistricting meetings. I sang for you, right? Lake Charles, anybody remember? I walked across the city of Lake Charles. Calcasieu Parish, 2 members on this committee. Calcasieu Parish has 2 sitting members on this committee, as does Rapidus, forgive me. They have 2 members. Washington Parish, St. Tammany, Cato, Washita all have 1 member. JP has 2 members. Orleans has 2 members. East Baton Rouge has 2 members. This all matters. People are worried about voting, but I think I might have lost my mic. All right. People are worried about voting, but at least 9 of the people on this committee walked right into your seats unopposed. There's only a 30% turnout, so you failed. 70% know it's not worth it to be here. They know there's no fairness coming from here. And if I got to hear the word democracy once more, I'm going to throw up. It's not in the Constitution. You have no obligation to either of those things. Neither of them. But representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers. Each shall have 1, none more than 1 for every 30,000 persons. That's obligatory, and it's superseding. So while you have the power to draw these maps any way you choose, there's still rules. And the power from which you derive these ain't really legit. I said in the Senate, 39 members, 64 parishes. You can't apportion that. You can't give it equal suffrage. The 2 clauses, the 2 rules of our Constitution are to have apportioned either representatives or direct taxes. That's income, property, right? That kind of stuff that you can't get away from. If we don't understand the respective relationship between the representative power to impose taxation and the burden of it, then you might end up drawing your own district lines, and any one of you in here might represent more than 1 parish. In fact, I believe there's 4 people in here representing more than 1 parish, but you live in 1. How is it that you can draw your own line? See, you're taking power that you're given from the Constitution to distribute federal allotments, and then you seize from the parishes their power to distribute the allotment you should be giving them. If you want 105 representatives, it's 1 representative for every 51,000. Each parish gets 1. And the only parish that gets a second representative would be Terrebonne Parish. There are rules to the Constitution. Jefferson Parish, the parish named for Thomas Jefferson, that's the precedent. That set the precedent, and there's no violation of this. So correct yourselves, or I suppose me and no party will come do it.
Thank you, Mr. Hires, for your testimony. We have a couple of questions. Representative Marcel.
Thank you. I thank you all for being here and staying all day to have your testimony heard. But I want to ask each one of you the same question. Do you believe, I'll start with you, that your testimony here will make a difference in this committee? And do you believe that your testimony is valued in this committee? Starting with you.
Well, since my representative's sitting right there in front of me, and I've spoken to her about this issue over several years, it will not in any way, nobody's testimony today will alter any voting at all. Absolutely. I'm absolutely certain of that.
Okay. You?
I believe most people, if not all, have already decided their votes, yes. But
do you think your testimony is valued? Do you think your input is valued in this building?
I think it is by some members, and I think it is by the people who are sitting here with me and the people who are watching at home, but not by everyone on this committee.
All right. Thank you for serving, sir. I appreciate your service. And will you answer that question for me?
Absolutely. I hope it's valued. Like I said, in my testimony. People seem to value my service. Hopefully they value my voice as well. Put the country before your party, please.
Okay, I just want to see how you guys felt, because most members on this committee have not asked one single question to one person that came, and I was just kind of looking at it like, did they really, why aren't they engaged? Because you say your representative sitting in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then thank you for coming.
She did, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All righty.
Thank you. Representative Boyd?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want you guys to know that your testimony is valued. And we appreciate you being here, and whether you think it matters today, it will matter eventually, because you're creating a record. So thank you for coming, thank you for speaking up, and don't ever think that you're not valued and that it won't mean something. It may not mean anything right now, but it will mean something eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Boyd. Thank you all for your testimony. All right, I'm going to call up, and I'm doing this a little bit different just because we did a little roll call earlier to see who was here and not here, just because we realized a bunch of people had left. We have, I know Miss Samantha Porcho's here, and then I'm going to go down a list of other cards, and if you hear, maybe let me know. Ms. Porcho, you're welcome to come to the table, Joseph, Joshua, Quentin Anderson, Linda Venable.
Here. I saw Quentin.
What's your name, ma'am?
Linda Venable.
Miss Linda, why don't you come on up?
And I saw Quentin Anderson at the overflow room next door, so I think he should be.
Looks like a Nikki Wiltz, Devin Davis, Courtney Fickles, Cheyenne Blackburn, James Hyatt, Erica Navalance, Selena Jones, Hamilton Jones, Summer Lilly, Rebecca Denoff, Mitch Klein, Jarvis Claiborne. What's your name, sir? What's your name? Quentin Anderson. Quentin Anderson, okay. I just want to I'm trying to see who I have and who we don't have.
Want me up here or just doing roll?
No, come on up.
Gotcha.
Joey Richard, Kenneth Broussard, Sarah, I'm having
Omogila.
What's that?
Oh, what's the difference there?
Omogila?
She's gone.
Okay. Claude Como, Hannah Freeman, Mary Moss, Israel McLean, Megan Bassolini, Peyton Michelle, Marilee Montgomery, Chris Alexander, Alfreda Bester, Sally Donnellan, and Dr. Chris Williams. Did I call anybody's name that is not sitting up here with these three?
I just want to make sure you said Sarah Lewis Ayo.
I believe so, yes. Okay, and is that you? Okay. All right. If y'all want to go ahead, please introduce yourself for the records and begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Pouchot, and I am here today representing Avodah and the Promise of Justice Initiative in opposition to Senator Morris's bill, SB 121. I'm also here in memory of my late father-in-law, Kerry Pouchot, who was the first Black president of LSU's Student Government Association and worked as the press secretary to elect Dutch Morial and then worked under his administration. I didn't get the chance to meet Kerry before he passed, but I know that if he were alive, he would be here today in opposition to this bill. As I said, I'm also here today representing Avodah as a board member and alumna of the Service Corps program. Avodah is a national organization that develops social justice leaders and inspires the Jewish community to work towards a more just and equitable future. Avodah is rooted in the Jewish value of tzedek, which means justice, and in the tradition of tikkun olam, which means repairing of a broken world. We are called not to look away from the brokenness, but to act. Jewish history is a history of having the law weaponized against you, of being told that you do not belong. That history did not make us fearful of this work, it makes us certain of it.
Jewish activists stood on the front lines of the civil rights movement, not as outsiders offering help, but as people who understood in their bones what it means when a state decides that some of its people are not fully citizens. And I am here today in that same tradition. In 2014, I was an Avodah Service Corps member at the Promise of Justice Initiative, and I've worked there ever since. So I'm here in that capacity as well, as an attorney now at the Promise of Justice Initiative, where I fight every day for the dignity, freedom, and autonomy of people targeted and touched by the criminal legal system in Louisiana. I want to speak to the direct intersection between what is happening here with this redistricting effort and my work. What is happening right now is this legislature is working in coordination with our governor and our Secretary of State to throw out votes already cast, to strip communities of fair representation, and to rush through maps designed to silence a third of this state's people. This is not an accident, this is a system. And at PJI, we see the system clearly because we fight it every day when we represent people targeted by the criminal legal system. For instance, right now, I'm litigating the forced labor of incarcerated people in the fields of Angola prison, known as the farm line, where mostly black men are compelled to pick crops under threat of punishment on land that was a plantation. That is not history, that is today. What connects Angola's farm line to this committee room? I think everything. Louisiana's legislature, its governor, and its attorney general have long used redistricting legislation and the machinery of the criminal legal system together as one ecosystem to disenfranchise, to disempower, and ultimately to dehumanize black people. When you dilute black political power, you lose the ability to hold the system accountable. You make it easier to work people in the fields of Angola under conditions that echo chattel slavery. And so on behalf of Avodah, the Promise of Justice Initiative, and in memory of Carrie Pouchot, I ask you to oppose SB 121. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pouchot. Ms. Venable?
Good evening. My name is Linda Venable, and I'm here from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I would like to say I do oppose Senate Bill 121. Now, our ancestors died for our rights to be able to vote. I'm 69 years old, and I never thought that I would have to come back in the future, right now in the present, and fight for my own voting rights. It's a shame and it's a disgrace. And there is racial prejudice. I mean, you may not realize it, but it's here. Even the fact that we had 2 district seats for black voters, that should not have been changed, touched, altered with, or banned. We earned respect. We earned equality. There's no reason to try and remove it from us. I'm representing our grandchildren, our children. They are the future of this world. And before I leave this world, whatever I can do to bring about a change, I'm here. I'm willing to sacrifice whatever I need to in order for them to live equally and respected. But anyway, let me read what else I had on here. I was about to say that we should have 2 congressmen representing Louisiana and 2 Democratic congressmen representing Louisiana. It should never become 5 white congressmen and 1 black. That is very unfair. The Voting Rights Act was and is necessary because of racism. We as black people, we earned our rights to become equal citizens of the United States of America, as well as the 14th Amendment's equal protection says the government must treat everyone equally under the law. But I want to give God the glory, the praise, and the honor because James 2:14-26, whereas the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without works is dead. We must get up and voice ourselves because that is our votes. And silence is going to just bring us down. I'm not going back. When I was 11 years old, I went to the dentist's office colored only, white only. I never thought today I would see anything like that. We are all human beings. We are equally born as babies, but racism is taught. We can love one another until the day we depart from this world. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony? Mr. Anderson, excuse me.
It all works. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Quentin Anthony Anderson, just here representing Common Sense, which is also underrepresented here. I'm here obviously in opposition to Senate Bill 121, and I want to be very clear. This is not normal. Nothing about this is normal. Candidates, Democrats and Republicans, qualified under one set of rules. Campaigns, Democratic and Republican, spent money under one set of rules. Voters of both parties, and no party alike, prepared to vote under one set of rules. And then you changed the calendar. Then you changed the rules. And now this legislature is about to pass a map that everyone in this room understands is designed for a predetermined political outcome. So let's stop pretending this is complicated. If Democrats were doing this, those evil Democrats, if Democrats canceled elections, moved dates, redrew maps, protected their friends, and punished their enemies in the middle of an election cycle, many of the same people supporting this bill would be outside of the Capitol calling it tyranny. There'd probably even be a shirtless shaman for emphasis. The rules can not only matter when your side is losing. Fairness can not only matter when your voters are angry. Democracy can not only be sacred when you're about to win. But this is the insanity that we're dealing with here. We're sitting in a committee room using official language, following parliamentary procedure, and pretending that somehow that makes this clean. But a rigged outcome does not become more honorable because we're all wearing suits. So let's be honest. We all know what time it is. We know that this bill is going to pass. That's the part that makes this so insulting. We get a few minutes to talk to you. The majority nods politely, and then we keep the machinery going. Nothing we say to you matters. Bet. So I want to use the rest of my time to speak directly to the young people watching. Is that my solo right there? All right. You are not crazy. What you are seeing is unfair. What you are feeling is justified. When you look at this process and think that it looks rigged, manipulated, and insulting to voters, you're not being cynical. You're paying attention. When adults tell you to believe in democracy while they redraw maps to predetermine outcomes, you are right to notice the hypocrisy. And honestly, I am sorry. I am sorry your government is letting you down. I'm sorry the people who should be protecting your faith in democracy are giving you reasons to doubt it. I am sorry too many leaders are teaching you that power matters more than fairness and winning matters more than legitimacy. But do not mistake this circus for the end of the story, because this is the result of elections. The people doing this have power because elections gave them power. That means the future is still in your hands. If you hate what you're seeing, do not just vote. Run. Run for the school board, run for the city council, run for the legislature, run for Congress. Be the leader you keep waiting for. Be the leader your community deserves. The antidote to this moment is not despair, it's replacement.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Representative Marcel.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for being here. I love your comments, and I was going to ask kind of the same questions, but I think you kind of said it in your closing, that you don't believe that anything that you say here is going to change anybody's vote, or do you think that it even matters what you have said and you have said here all day?
No, nothing I say matters. Not to anybody in this room, but I think that it does matter to the young people.
To the people that are watching.
And I think it matters to the historical record that this was not done without you looking us in the eyes. You know that it's wrong, and we told you that it's wrong, but you're still going to vote for it. So I think that's what matters.
Okay, and the young lady in the middle, I think you did you go to Capitol High School?
I did.
I thought so. That's where you learned all that civic from? Capitol High School? Okay, well, I thank you for being here. Thank you also, young lady. Go ahead on.
I want to say, I believe things will change in our favor because God is still in control, and we all have common sense, right from wrong. We know what's right and we know what's from wrong. Let your children know that you did stand up and you did fight for what was right.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. We got a couple more buttons, Mr. Anderson. We got a couple more questions for you.
All right.
Representative Larverdane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, Ms. Porche, your grandfather was Mr. Kerry Porche?
Father-in-law, Kerry Pouchot. I married his son, Christopher Pouchot.
Okay, because I see that he was the first student government president at LSU.
Yes, he was.
Okay, you're a young person. What are young people saying about these maps? We're a bunch of old folks up here. What are young folks saying about it? We all compared to her.
Do you think I also look younger than I am? But I appreciate that. So I will say,
I'm not going to ask your age because that's disrespectful, but what are young folks saying about this map?
But yeah, I will say in the program I was speaking about, Avodah, the Service Corps program that I did at the Promise of Justice Initiative in 2014, I now have the opportunity to supervise the Avodahs that come each year and dedicate a year of service to work towards ensuring the dignity and humanity of people in our criminal legal system. And so I do have the opportunity to supervise. Right now I had, my supervisee was supposed to come and testify this morning, but she had to leave before her chance was called. And so I'm here kind of also in her capacity because the kids do not think this is fair. Everyone knows that this is not fair. Everyone wants to be here saying that it's not fair. Not everyone can be here saying it's not fair. I am fortunate enough that I was able to finish what I needed to do for my work day and drive from New Orleans and get here just in time to testify before y'all closed.
What happens if we don't find a way to present fair maps for everybody? Will they stay here or they've got other options? Talk to me real briefly.
They definitely have other options, and if they're not incentivized to stay, we're not going to keep people who come here to do service, to do volunteering. We want them to stay. I'm an example of that. I came and I never left. And I've made this my home. I'm married into the state now, but other people won't as easily be convinced when they come here and they see what's happening.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Larverdane. Vice Chair Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quentin, I've seen you here on many occasions, and when you look up at the screen and you're talking about the young people you were talking to, which particular young people are you identifying?
Oh, all of them, because all of them think that this is crazy. Democrats, Republicans, we are taught democracy a very different way in school than the way that it's being practiced right now. And so this is not, I'm not here in my capacity as a Democrat. I'm here in my capacity as a citizen, and I'm concerned not in my capacity as a Democrat, but in my capacity as a citizen. I'm concerned for young people. I don't want them to think that their government doesn't matter, that democracy isn't real, because what they're seeing would reflect that. So it's everybody, black, white, all of them.
So when you come and you go, and the statement you made was very prolific, and my question to you is based upon where you sit, where those other people sit, and you feel like, nothing's going to happen here, things are going to happen that way. So when you say that and you look here from the outside, what do you think, I'm going to say this body thinks about that position? Is there any, when you look at me, and I'm listening to you, and I look in your eye, you pretty much can see the sentiment of what I'm feeling based upon our looking. What do you see in everybody else's face? What do you see?
I mean, look, let's be real. Part of the reason why everyone feels comfortable doing this, because obviously it's not popular, but you know what the numbers are on elections. You know what the turnout is. And this is a criticism I've had from my party, is that when we're not competitive, it makes it difficult to hold the governing party accountable. And when the governing party doesn't feel like they're being held accountable, they can do extreme things. They can do things where in a normal situation there would be political consequences, but when they know that the Democrats aren't going to show up, then it makes it a little bit easier to do things that you're not going to have to pay a consequence for.
So what does that accountability look like?
Showing up, voting, everyone. I'm not just saying Democrats, everyone. Because if everyone shows up, the zeitgeist would not reflect what we're doing in this room. I don't care if it's all Republicans, all Democrats. If everyone showed up, this would not be the outcome. And we all know that. We all know that. Half of us wouldn't even be in politics if everyone showed up because, the people's will looks very different than the way that we are governing at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you all for being here and giving this testimony. That means very meaningful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. All right. I believe this is going to be the last card in opposition that's here. Ms. Sarah, if there's somebody, if we have another card in opposition that's been turned in and wants to speak, just let me know your name and I'll find your card. I went through a bunch of them. Rebecca. Okay, bear with me. Rebecca Perloff, why don't you come on up? Well, okay. Oh, I said Denoff earlier, so I may have done that wrong. I'm sorry. Rebecca Perloff. Is there anybody else that turned in a card that's speaking in opposition that's here? Okay. All right. Y'all go ahead and introduce yourself for the records.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lewis Ayo. I am an organizer with Vote, a community advocate, and also a proud daughter of a political activist who was forced into exile for speaking against oppression. So I learned early that rights rarely disappear overnight. They disappear quietly when people stop paying attention. I'm sitting here carrying both the weight of Black struggle on both sides of the ocean. And I'm sitting here knowing that I also benefit from the civil rights movement in this country that Black people fought for. I know that Black people march. Many have died doing so I could have access to democracy. And I also want to note that something I quote a lot is that James Baldwin, who also I credit in helping me speak English, he said that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing could be changed until it's faced. So let's face something that is uncomfortable, but many of these bodies in this place also set their policies that let Black people in this country face poverty, incarceration, unequal school system, environmental injustice, and barriers to political powers. Those realities did not happen by accident. History leaves fingerprints, and sometimes history hangs directly on walls, as my colleague also mentioned earlier. I've walked through this Capitol. I've seen images and symbols honoring plantation life, something uncomfortable, and past built on labor, forced labor, violence, and exploitation of Black people. That history remained visible in this space where laws are made. And this is something that I have to sit with when I come here. What strikes me is this: the same painful history many do not want honestly taught in schools is preserved, displayed, and normalized in halls of power. Black people notice that. I notice that. And we get to notice what is remembered with pride and what gets erased. We notice the suffering become heritage for some and whose truth become controversy. I'm not saying this for discomfort. I'm saying it because history shapes policies, and we are witnessing that. And policy shapes people's life. I know what silence cost. My father lost his country resisting oppression. Black Americans lost their lives securing rights for many of us, people who do not look like me, to be here. And I refuse to inherit those sacrifices and become comfortable, because I know progress is not guaranteed. Democracy is not guaranteed. Rights are not guaranteed. We protect them by paying attention, by telling the truth, and by refusing to ignore patterns we see them. So I stand here unapologetically Black, of course, carrying generation of resistance, asking us to do what Baldwin has taught me.
Thank you.
It is that to face what is in front of us, because we cannot change or refuse to confront.
Thank you for your testimony. And you, Ms. Perloff, right?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And what's your name?
Marilyn Montgomery.
Marilyn Montgomery. Okay. All right. Ms. Perloff.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Rebecca Perloff, and I'm the president of the NAACP Baton Rouge branch. I do not speak often, but when I speak, it is because I have something to say. Today, I rise in opposition to Senator Morse's SB 121. For the last 8 years, Louisiana has been my home. And as a transracial adoptee born in the nation's capital and raised in Maryland, home is not a word I use lightly. Home is something you search for, something you fight for, something you choose. And I chose Louisiana, and it chose me right back. As someone who's fallen in love with this state, I have seen how Louisiana treats people who look like me. I've heard the questions, why are you here? Why do you stay? And despite everything, I cannot think of another place I'd rather be. I chose the South because racism here does not always wear a mask. In many places in the North, people smile in your face while quietly upholding the same systems. But throughout this session, throughout these 3 days with this bill, I have sat here listening to individuals dance around the truth instead of saying plainly what this bill is really about: race. We are being told to ignore race while discussing maps born out of racial discrimination. We are being asked to disregard data that proves Black communities have been systemically disenfranchised and denied fair representation for generations. Race is not an inconvenience to this conversation. Race is exactly why we are here. 5-1 map is not just discrimination, it is disgusting. Black people built Louisiana. Our fingertips are on every part of the state. Education does not move without Black educators, Black students, and Black families. Housing does not move without Black labor and Black communities. Churches, culture, hospitality, sports, healthcare, entertainment, and the workforce itself do not move without Black people. Yet too often the state wants our culture but not our voices, our labor but not our leadership, our votes but not our representation. You want to lock us up, push us out, silence us, and then grow uncomfortable when we demand equity in the very land our ancestors were forced to build. Let us tell the truth today. Black Americans did not come here by choice. Our ancestors were kidnapped from their native land, stripped of language, identity, and humanity, and forced to build the economic foundation of this nation and this state. And now, generations later, we again are asking for equal representation and equal protection under the law. We are treated as though fairness is just asking for too much. Civil rights are not negotiable. Representation is not charity, and fairness should never be controversial. The Voting Rights Act exists because this country has a documented history of denying Black people political power, and Louisiana knows that history far too well. Living in other southern states, I've heard that the South will rise again, and if Black Louisiana does not get what it needs, then the South will rise again. But this time, people who look like me will be the authors of that narrative. I want to thank the members of the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus for continuing to fight for people who look like me, and for understanding that your representation might very well be what's left of this administration once this bill passes. I oppose Senator Morris's bill. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, folks. Marilyn Montgomery with Louisiana Progress. So suppose for 2 out of my 3 minutes of this time, roughly give or take, we divorce this discussion from race entirely, as the proponents of this bill say they are doing. We've already established Louisiana is like 1/3 Democrat, 1/3 Republican, 1/3 independent. The reason why it doesn't feel this way, and the reason why the legislature doesn't reflect this, is because we voted roughly 60% for Republican presidential candidates and 40% for Democratic candidates. As a third-party voter, I can speak to more about the faults of the two-party system and how this gives us the breakdown that we've got, as despite the registration breakdown, but I digress. To that point, Senator Price's Bill 407 would have been a closer map that still would have been a slight Republican advantage at 2/3 or 66% Republican districts. So it feels like you're kind of discriminating against a certain political ideology here with this extreme 5-1 or 83% Republican map. This is a partisan power grab at a time when most Americans and most Louisianans are tired of polarization. Most voters self-describe as more moderate than their party. Third-party support is on the rise. Most Louisianans face the same affordability issues that we could be solving in this committee. Instead, we're not. So if most Louisianans wish politics were less polarized, why do Republicans need extra power in the form of 1 extra seat, which we're supposed to be grateful for as opposed to 2, in the Congress? Because what would that power grab yield? Last I checked, the Supreme Court, the White House, the Congress, they're all Republican. What can y'all not already do? This bill was filed in February, before session, Calais, primaries, before midterms. What are we foaming at the mouth, or what should I should say, what are you foaming at the mouth to do that you can't already do? I'm not supposed to ask questions, that's rhetorical. Contemplate it. And then for my last minute, I was really close. I'll finish this with, suppose then it is about race, because Calais doesn't require the districts to have a specific racial or partisan makeup. Let's turn back time to 1896. Plessy v. Ferguson did not require that black people be treated like second-class citizens. In fact, the but equal is written into the separate but equal doctrine. It was the individual decisions and private practices that filled in the legal scaffolding that Plessy provided to cut black people out of a white-controlled mainstream public sphere. It was the individual and private decisions of administrators, businesses, and private citizens that discriminated against black people in housing, transportation, medicine, and employment, underfunded their schools, cut them out of job opportunities, and refused to provide them with equal safety. Today, Calais does not disallow consideration of race or require districts of any specific breakdown. It will be your individual private decisions as legislators as to whether to move forward a map that excludes a predominantly minority, predominantly black party from a sphere controlled by a predominantly white party.
Thank you. Representative Walters, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank everyone for being here, and ma'am who highlighted the ancestor, James Baldwin. Thank you for that. James Baldwin is one of the greatest literary scholars of this century and of this time, and so thank you for highlighting the ancestor, James Baldwin. And Rebecca, I know going from Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, the DMV, to Louisiana has been quite a challenge, because in the DMV you will find the wealthiest black people there, especially in Prince George County. And especially even in Washington, D.C. And so to go from seeing and experiencing such an enriched culture, an enhancement and an uplift of black people, to seeing black people fight for everything they have in Louisiana, and to fight, to be recognized, to be heard, to be seen, to have equal compensation, merely surviving, struggling when it comes to maternal health and so many other things. I know it's quite the challenge, but we thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Walters. Representative Marcel.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca, for being here and for your testimony, your passionate testimony, and for choosing Louisiana, because many people do the opposite. They leave. And thank you for staying and fighting. And thank you, young lady, for giving us experience from on both sides. And we've not heard that other than you, and I think you came before and spoke, and I appreciate each and every one of you, and thank you also for your comments. I just believe that it's imperative that we make sure that we make a record, so because we do realize what's going to happen in here today, and we do realize what the next steps are, and I think it's important that we make a record, and you guys stayed the course to make that record, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you all. Thank you, Representative Marcel. Thank you all for your testimony. To the best of my knowledge, that is everyone who has wished to speak in opposition. All right. We're going to go on. We have a couple of green cards. And I believe Ms. Jamie Pope in support has gone. We have Bridget Gilbert, President support, now wishing to speak. We got Brennan Johnson going as well. Okay. All right. We have a stack of that I'll pick up. Stack of red cards in opposition, not wishing to speak. That'll be entered for the records. Senator Morris, come on in for your close. Senator Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the members of the committee, all of them, for your attention, for your questions, and to the public for their input as part of the process, and I understand that, and I think the chair and the committee did a very good job of giving as many people as possible the opportunity to present their views. I feel like that this map is appropriate for Louisiana. It's contiguous, it's equal in population, it respects historical core districts, respects communities of interest, compact, and it doesn't racially gerrymander. I believe that it's the map that I think the state wants, and the majority of the state, and it's a map I think my district wants, and what the majority of the Senate wants, and hopefully a majority of the House. And so with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion that we report Senate Bill 121 favorable as amended, to which Vice Chair Lyons has objected. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Boye?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Billings? Yes. Representative Boyd? No. No. Representative Carter? No. Representative Farnham?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Gadberry?
Yes.
Yes. Speaker Pro Tem Johnson? Yes. Representative Larverdane? No. Vice Chair Lyons?
No.
No. Representative Marcel?
No.
No. Representative McMakin?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Newell?
No.
No. Representative Shammerhorn?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Thomas?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Walters? Representative Walters, no. Representative Wright?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Weibel?
Yes.
Yes. There are 10 yeas and 7 nays.
10 yeas and 7 nays, and Senate Bill 121 will be reported favorable as amended. Thank you, members, and thank you just to everyone for the testimony today, and thank you, members of the committee, for treating everyone fairly and with a lot of respect. Thank you all.
Adjourn.
Vice Chair Lyons, motion to adjourn. Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned.